blacksmith worked in the glow of the forge hammering steel he planned to sell in his small shop. His work turned into fine blades and armor, the kind of gear even real warriors would want to use. When the Kingdom of Cairo bought his weapons, money poured in and his simple life flipped into sudden wealth. Armies clashed again and again, and in that long war his weapons were swung on the front lines, pushing his name higher. For his service in that war, the blacksmith knelt and accepted a noble title, becoming the baron who ruled this land. Roman listened in silence, weighing the story of how his father had climbed up from a simple forge. The old man kept talking, now bringing up the Lord himself, while Roman sat across from him and Hans listened from the side. Hans frowned, wondering why Roman was quietly listening to a story every servant already knew by heart. Then Roman slowly repeated it back, making sure he understood that he was the eldest son of the Dimitri family. He went on, naming the kingdom and even the continent, and asked if this place truly had nothing to do with the Murim world he came from. Hans stared at him, thinking that even for not-so-bright young master, this was the first time Roman had ever sounded this strange. His mind jumped to rumors about rich kids using strange stuff, and he decided that knowing Roman's past, that kind of trouble actually sounded possible. Trying to steer things back to normal, Hans carefully told him that his fiancée from the Lawrence family was coming today, and even hinted that people called Roman the moron of Dimitri for wasting years shut inside his room. Roman calmly fixed his sleeve and told Hans that fancy manners could wait, because there was something far more important he needed to deal with first. Roman turns away and tells Hans to guide him to the oldest person in Dimitri, saying that meeting this elder matters more right now than greeting his future bride. Hans hurries after him, thrown off by how little his young master seems to care about noble customs. Hans wonders why someone born and raised here is acting like a lost stranger, and the thought makes him uneasy. Even so, he reminds himself that he is a servant and has to follow orders, letting out a tired sigh. Later, an old elder sits in his simple room and slowly finishes, telling Roman everything he knows about the land and its history. Facing the worn-out elder, Roman calmly says the story helped a lot and that he will repay this favor later. The elder clutches his head in shock, saying it is already an honor just to sit and talk with the Lord's eldest son. Roman thinks to himself that this body is called Roman Dimitri, but his real name is Beek Jung Hyuk. He remembers his old self in Murim, a man who fought without rest and reached everything he ever aimed for. After that long, fierce climb, he had accepted the end of his life without regret. Roman's eyes narrow as he wonders if waking up in Roman Dimitri's body is the will of the heavens or some kind of payback for refusing to move on. Either way, he decides he has to live in this world now and bend it to his will. A heavy crash rang out from outside, cutting through their quiet talk. Roman turned toward the door, calm but alert, while the old elder stared in shock, unsure what was happening. Outside, the peaceful town square shook with angry shouting from the large trading house, breaking the calm morning air. Kevin lay on the ground under a heavy boot, still raging and shouting that he wanted his attacker gone. Around them, townsfolk froze in fear, some covering their mouths as they watched the beating. In the middle of the fruit stall, Kevin knelt over a fallen worker while three rough men boxed him in, one of them a huge, bare-chested brute. A man with a sword across his back watched calmly, as if this was just business. Blood ran down Kevin's face and dripped from his chin as he hung his head, his body shaking but still holding on instead of giving up. The mercenary in green chuckled softly, clearly enjoying the one-sided beating, while the bald brute beside him sneered at Kevin, calling him a filthy brat who was beneath them. The thugs drove their boots into Kevin again and yanked him across the ground, using his body like a toy while the crowd watched, too scared to step in. People rushed away from the fight in a panic, but a calm voice cut through the noise, Roman saying he was only passing through as he walked straight toward the trouble instead of avoiding it. The shopkeeper's eyes lock on the red fang tattoo on the brute's shoulder, and cold sweat runs down his face as he realizes what kind of people Kevin has messed with. Roman asks what he just noticed, and the shopkeeper hesitates, torn between speaking up and staying out of it. He finally calls out to his master, drawing Roman's full attention to the mess in front of the trading house. The shopkeeper explains that the tattoo belongs to a group called the Blood Fangs, and Roman quietly repeats the name, weighing what that means. The shopkeeper explains that the Blood Fangs are loan sharks who squeeze people all over Dimitri and nearby lands, and that Kevin must owe them a huge amount if they are pushing him this. Hearing the shouts grow harsher, the shopkeeper nervously suggests they pretend they saw nothing, knowing there is no benefit in crossing the Blood Fangs. The Blood Fangs men pause and turn, their easy faces tightening as they sense someone walking straight toward them. Roman walks straight down into the middle of the trouble, forcing the Blood Fangs to look up at him, while the shopkeeper hurries after him in a panic, calling out for his master to stop. Roman stands in front of the Blood Fangs, his face calm and unreadable, as if their threats mean nothing to him. One of the Blood Fangs squints at him, muttering Roman Dimitri's name like it is some kind of joke. A crooked smile spreads across the thug's lips, already treating Roman's title as something to laugh at. As the thug mocks nobles who try to step in, Roman just stares back, his eyes half-lidded, already weighing how far he will let this go. The Blood Fangs keep Kevin on his knees and grin, saying that even a lord from Dimitri has no right to meddle in what they call their business. Hans grabs Roman's sleeve with a shaking hand, begging him to drop it and leave, warning that the Blood Fangs are far too vicious to cross. Without even turning toward Hans, Roman says he still does not know much about this land's laws and tells the shopkeeper to explain them to him. Roman looks back with cold, clear eyes and asks a simple question. Who here has broken the law and what punishment do they deserve? Hans freezes, eyes bulging as the weight of his own words hits him. His mustache twitches as his jaw shakes, already scared of what might follow. Kevin may have failed to pay his debt, but Hans points out that the Blood Fangs had no right to handle it themselves, And worst of all, they dared to look down on Roman, the eldest son of the Dimitri family. Hans forces the words out, saying that slighting Roman like that is a crime heavy enough to cost a life. He adds that under this land's law, it would be normal for them to face the highest form of punishment. Roman stays calm while the Blood Fang leader stiffens, both of them now fully aware that the law is on Roman's side. Hans shuts his eyes and sweats, already wishing he had not spoken so clearly about the law. Roman's boots hit the ground as he walks toward the Blood Fangs, calmly telling them that they have broken this land's law. Roman's fingers curl around the wooden handle, his grip calm but firm as he gets ready to pass judgment. The eldest son of Dimitri lifts the stick like a judge's staff, calmly stating that as Lord Romero Dimitri's firstborn, he will now punish every one of them. The Blood Fang's leader forces a crooked smile, and says he gets that this noble kid has no idea how the real world works. He laughs with his men and points out the Fang tattoos on their arms, hinting that picking a fight with their crew puts everyone in a very bad spot. Roman's lips curl into a slight smile, as he says that those tattoos only prove exactly what he needed to know. The bald leader frowns, clearly confused, and demands to know what Roman is even talking about. Roman looks straight at them and calls the whole group trash, saying that daring to speak like that to the very owner of this land is all he needs to hear. Roman's boot slams into the dirt as he bursts forward, snapping that he does not care how they usually act and showing them exactly how the true master of this land deals with trash. The Blood Fang's thugs rush in with knives drawn, yelling for everyone to attack Roman at once. The bald leader's face tightens in sudden pain as a blade flashes past his neck before he can even react. Roman slips past the charging thugs, steps right into the leader's guard, and drives his weapon in with cold, steady eyes. The leader's eyes bulge in horror as he finally understands that Roman's strike landed clean. A broken groan escapes him as he tries and fails to pull in a steady breath. His attempt to speak turns into a choking rasp, his strength leaking away with every second. Inside the hall, Roman stands close behind the bald leader, his blade driven clean through the man's neck and chest as the thug's body jerks and starts to fold. The weapon slips free, dripping red, and outside Roman stands with it in hand while the bald leader collapses to his knees, clutching his ruined throat as one of the Blood Fangs stares at Roman and can only stammer in fear. The Blood Fangs rush him with blades raised, cursing him, but Roman just walks toward them, weapon hanging loose and stained, like they are already finished. Hans watches the thugs rush in and shouts for Roman, fear breaking through, as he realizes his master is facing them alone. One of the Blood Fangs hurls himself forward, screaming as he brings his blade down with all the strength he has. The blade flashes toward his face, but Roman only tilts his head, letting the strike whistle past as the thug's own momentum drags him forward and off balance. Before the thug can recover, Roman steps in and drives his strike straight into the man's chest, dropping him in a single crushing blow. Hans stares with his eyes wide, stunned that the calm, brutal fighter in front of him is the same master he once thought was an useless noble. Roman stands in the street with his weapon dripping, one thug already collapsing at his feet while the others stumble back, suddenly unsure if they even want to fight this man. Roman's face stays cold and steady, streaked with blood, as if this messy street fight is just another small step toward the power he plans to take. On a lonely desk, Romans will lay open beside spilled pills and a dry feather, the last traces of a coward who tried to run from the war he was supposed to face. In the war-torn kingdom of Cairo, every house had to send one person to fight, and when Roman was picked to stand for his family, the fear crushed him so hard that he chose not to face it at all, throwing away his life in the most pitiful. Now that same body moved with cold purpose, clothes soaked from the fight, and there was not a hint of fear in his eyes as he swung his weapon through the chaos. Baek Jung Hyuk had once stood above a world in flames, ruling as the heavenly demon, and now that he owned this weak noble's body, he decided he would live here the same way, by his rules and no one else's. Back in the quiet street, Roman stood alone among fallen thugs, his boots and clothes stained, the ground around him showing exactly how the Blood Fang's rush had ended. As he turned away, his cold purple gaze made the last thug choke out a word, calling him a monster, because no normal noble should move or look like that. The last Blood Fang member stumbled back, yelling in panic as Roman simply walked on, and terror finally pushed the thug to turn and bolt down the street. Before the runner could get far, Roman's brutal hand clamped down on his head, cutting off his gasp as he learned there was no running from this new master of the body. The thug tried to claw free, yelling for Roman to let go, but Roman's brutal hand just clamped harder on his head, locking him in place. Roman drove the man's legs out from under him, slamming him down to his knees to show that in his land, even scum like this would follow rules. His hand slid to his weapon, fingers slick with blood, yet he calmly chose to spare the man's life and settle for something less final. Roman wrenched the thug's head back until his neck strained, making it clear that running his mouth at the eldest son of Dimitri came with real pain. His eye bulged and turned red, terror crashing over him as he finally understood that this noble would really break him to make a point. Broken scream tore out of the thug as Roman's blow landed, the sound and dark spray cutting through the alley like a warning to anyone else who might cross him. Whatever strength he had left vanished, and his body slammed into the dirt, the impact echoing the weight of Roman's judgment. He staggered, one hand pressed to his neck as red drops slid down his shirt, left alive but ruined enough that no one watching would ever forget what crossing Roman cost. The villagers clutched their chests and stared toward the alley, shaken by how far the eldest son of Dimitri had gone to punish a few loan sharks. Roman Dimitri stood in front of the burning glow, clothes soaked in blood, calmly stating who he was and telling everyone that if they had a problem with his punishment, they could come face him themselves. He thought back to his old life, As the heavenly demon, he was challenged by thousands of martial artists. Every single one of them who dared to defy him was wiped out. Their blood flowed like a river. That's how the world came to accept that the heavenly demon sect ruled everything. But now, he looked down at his hand, covered in the blood of a few street thugs. He found it pathetic that he had to put in any effort at all just to take care of a few rats like these. He turned to his servant Hans. He ordered him to call the guards and report what happened. Hans, still completely stunned by everything he'd just seen, quickly agreed. As Hans ran off to get the guards, Roman stood there, covered in blood. He looked down at his hand, disgusted. This new body was useless. It had almost no energy, and what it did have flowed terribly. It was the young man the thugs had been beating up earlier. He looked over at Roman, who just stared back at him. Young man Kevin tried to thank him for saving his life, but Roman cut him off, telling him not to get the wrong idea. He explained that the thugs broke the law and he simply punished them for it. He warned Kevin that he wasn't an exception and demanded the full story without a single lie. The threat hung heavy in the air. Kevin was completely terrified. He quickly agreed to tell him everything. Kevin began to explain what happened. He said his parents had borrowed money from the Bloodfang gang to buy land for farming. He told Roman they could have easily paid the money back. But his voice filled with anger as he explained that the Bloodfang thugs destroyed all of their crops. He remembered the shock of seeing his family's hard work completely ruined. With their entire harvest gone, his family had no way to repay the debt. But that's when he learned the real reason for the attack. The thugs did it all because they were after his younger sister. He slammed his hand on the ground, crying out that it wasn't fair. His family was poor, but they never troubled anyone. The anger finally broke. He got on his knees and begged Roman to please at least save his little sister. Roman just watched him, his expression unreadable. He looked into Kevin's eyes, seeing the desperation there. Roman saw something familiar in the boy's desperation. He reminded him of the Mad Demon, one of his most powerful followers from his old life. He looked down at the young man and asked for his name. The boy looked up, his face bruised and brutal, and told him his name was Kevin. Roman turned to leave. He told Kevin that he would check if his story was true, and if it was, the matter would be handled. Kevin's voice was filled with relief as he thanked Roman over and over. As he walked away, Roman had a strange feeling. Something told him this was the start of a long relationship with the boy. Elsewhere, a fancy carriage was making its way down the road. A voice from inside announced that Lady Flora would soon be arriving at the Dimitri estate. She sighed, accepting that she would have to meet him soon. The person she was going to meet was Roman Dimitri. Turns out it was for an arranged marriage. She couldn't believe she was being forced to marry into the Dimitri family. Her father explained that their family's land was in trouble. He told her there was no other way to overcome the disaster they were facing. Flora was horrified. Her future had just been decided for her without her even being asked. And of all people, with the Dimitris, she imagined having to spend the rest of her life with a family of rough, uncultured minors. She tried to argue back, but her father cut her off. He just said her name with a tone that ended the conversation. He turned away from her and apologized. He admitted he was sorry that his own weakness as a father had forced this decision on her. The carriage stopped. Flora had arrived. She stepped out. She thought about how things were supposed to go. She was originally set to marry the second son, the one with a bright future. But that plan was completely ruined. The eldest son, Roman Dimitri, had forced her to marry him instead. She couldn't stand the thought of him. He was known as the moron of the Dimitri family, someone who only cared about luxury and having fun. She knew her family was in trouble, but this was a line she just wouldn't cross. She took a deep breath, ready to say what she came here to say. She looked him right in the eye and told him she wanted to call off the entire marriage. Roman just smiled and told her that was perfectly fine with him. Flora was speechless. That was not the reaction she was expecting. He let out a sigh and explained that he'd heard about the marriage too. He told her that the moron of the Dimitris had no business marrying someone like her, so calling it off was the right thing to do. She couldn't figure him out. She wondered if he was being serious. Roman said he would go tell his father immediately to settle the matter. As he turned to leave, Flora quickly called out for him to wait. He turned back and asked if there was a problem. She stammered, explaining that she'd heard this whole thing happen because he was the one who desperately wanted to marry her. She admitted she was confused why he would cancel without any conditions. So, he just asked her directly if she actually wanted to marry him. When she couldn't answer, he told her they should just stop causing trouble for each other. He stated plainly that they both agreed to cancel the marriage, and that was all that mattered. He then declared that he would take full responsibility for breaking the engagement himself. He told her that since everyone already called him a moron, adding another bad name to the list wouldn't make much of a difference. Flora was completely thrown off. She had no idea what to make of him. As he walked away, she wondered if he was really the fool everyone said he was. With that settled, Roman went to find his father. His father, Baron Dimitri, did not take the news well. He exploded, demanding to know if Roman had really just cancelled the marriage. Roman calmly told him it was true and that he'd already informed Lady Flora. This only made his father even more furious. The Baron screamed that he had tried to give Roman everything. This marriage was supposed to raise their family's status, and all Roman had to do was say yes. Roman just stood there taking the abuse without a word. He simply apologized. But the calm apology seemed to make things even worse. His father's rage boiled over, and he grabbed the nearest object he could find. He struck Roman across the head, screaming that an apology wasn't nearly enough to fix this. The Baron explained that the marriage was supposed to get him out of being drafted. Now, Roman had to go to the battlefield in 6 months. He demanded to know if his son had anything to say for himself. Roman's answer was just one word: nope. Blood trickled down Roman's face. His father then brought up the trouble with Bloodfang, saying he'd heard the rumors but didn't believe them. He was sure someone else must have helped. He told Roman that Bloodfang was a group that even he couldn't easily handle. Since Roman had failed his duty as a son, he was now on his own. The punishment was simple. Roman had to deal with the problem himself. He wouldn't get any help from the family. His father expected him to break down, to start crying and begging for mercy. But Roman just calmly accepted. He told his father he would deal with it himself. Roman calmly told his father that since he caused this mess, he would be the one to clean it up. His father just stared, speechless. Without another word, he turned to leave, telling his father he'd be back when it was done. He wiped the blood from his face, completely unfazed by the injury. As he walked out of the room, a young woman was waiting for him. She looked at him in disbelief and asked if he was insane. But Roman's expression didn't change at all. He just looked at her and asked why she was still there. She tried to warn him, explaining that Bloodfang wasn't some simple gang. They were dangerous enough to go after nobles. She pleaded with him, saying they would do anything to get revenge. She asked how he could possibly handle them all by himself, with no family support. She pleaded with him, telling him to just go back and beg his father for mercy. She thought it was his only option. But Roman didn't seem to understand. He just asked her why he would ever do that. She couldn't believe it. Before she could even finish explaining the danger again, he cut her off. She angrily accused him of not knowing his place. Hans was trying his best to cover up the smell. He explained that the scent of blood had completely soaked into Roman's body. The formal outfit felt way too tight. Hans nervously reminded him that this was his first meeting with his fiancée, the Lady of Lawrence. He was supposed to show his respects, but the idea of marriage didn't sit right with him. He was just starting to get used to this world. An engagement would only make things more complicated. Hans told him their guests would be arriving soon, so they should head downstairs. Roman had to admit Hans was right. He decided there was no reason to be disrespectful. His plan was simple: break the engagement as politely as possible. But that's not how things went. The first thing Flora saw when she met him was the fresh blood on his head. Looking at her face, he could tell instantly. This woman never planned to show him any respect at all. That just gave him even less reason to show her any. Roman looked right at her and called her out for being arrogant. He said he understood why she was upset when he first mentioned breaking the engagement. He wasn't angry at all, he was just explaining things as he saw them. But he pointed out that she only got anxious when he offered to take full responsibility for it. He told her that from the moment he decided to break things off, she had absolutely no right to interfere with his decision. Flora was stunned. He turned and started to walk away, telling her they would go their separate ways and mind their own business from now on. He explained that taking responsibility wasn't just to protect her. It was so he would never have to be involved with her again. And with that, he was gone, leaving her completely alone. This would be the first and last time they ever met. Later that night, things in the Dmitri mansion had quieted down. Inside, Roman's father Romero was having a drink, trying to put the day behind him. He let out a heavy sigh and confessed to the woman, Lehana, that he'd used violence against Roman again. He remembered back when they were commoners, he used to beat his son pretty often. When they became nobles, he promised himself he'd never do that again. Thanks to that promise, his other children grew up well. But Roman was the only one who had been with him through the hard times. He admitted he just didn't know how to treat him anymore. Lehana moved closer to comfort him. She told him not to blame himself too much. She reminded him that as parents, they were the only ones who could correct their children's mistakes. She said the Romero she knew would never let his own son go down the wrong path. There was still a chance to set things straight. Lehana brought up Bloodfang. She told Romero that Roman was a proud kid and probably just said he'd handle it himself out of anger. She warned him that if they left Roman alone, something terrible could happen. She suggested he get Captain Jonathan to help his son. That was all it took. Romero's mind was made up. He immediately called for a servant and ordered them to bring Captain Jonathan, but it was already too late. Roman was gone. It was Hans. He ran up to Roman, yelling that it was too dangerous for him to be out in the open like this. He was terrified that Bloodfang would show up for revenge at any second. He pleaded with Roman to head back inside where it was safe. But Roman wasn't worried at all. He just turned to Hans and asked him a simple question. When did Bloodfang get so powerful? Hans had no idea. So Roman explained it himself. He said Bloodfang built their reputation by being ruthless, taking down anyone who got in their way. That reputation created fear, and fear made them efficient. Hans didn't seem to get the point. He just looked even more scared and asked if that meant they were still dangerous. Roman told Hans that Bloodfang was only powerful as long as they could make people afraid. And he wasn't afraid at all. With that, Roman started walking, leading Hans through the city. He stopped in front of a place called the Atelier restaurant. They went inside and found a table. A moment later, a waiter brought out a huge spread of food. Hans's eyes went wide in amazement. He'd never seen so much food. But just as Hans was about to dig in, Roman stood up. He told Hans to stay and eat because he was leaving. Roman explained that from now on he would handle the investigation himself. He told Hans to stay put where it was safe. But Hans immediately refused, shouting that he couldn't let him go alone. Roman turned to face him, but Hans stood his ground, looking determined. He insisted that he couldn't send the young master off by himself, even if it meant he'd be in danger. Roman just listened quietly, then he asked Hans if he was one of his men. Hans seemed a little surprised by the question, but he answered immediately that of course he was. Roman put a hand on his shoulder. He told Hans that if he really wanted to help, he should stay put. He said Hans had already done more than enough just by coming this far. With that, Roman left. Hans just stood there watching him go. He was stunned. He never expected the young master to say something like that to him. Suddenly, he snapped out of it. This wasn't the time to get emotional. He had to warn someone about what he'd learned about Bloodfang. Just then, screams erupted from the restaurant as people ran out in a panic. Roman walked through the town thinking about his plan. He knew Bloodfang wasn't incredibly strong, but they were hard to hunt because they always worked in small groups. He figured they were laying low, afraid of what would happen if they tried to attack him and failed. So if he couldn't find them, he would just make them come to him. That's why he'd been walking around town so openly, making himself an easy target. He was sure they knew exactly where he was by now. To make things even easier for them, today was the Dimitri Knights' regular training day. That meant security on the streets was much lighter than usual. If they were going to get revenge, this was their perfect chance. And just like that, they made their move. 3 men in hoods stepped out from the shadows. One of them called out his name, confirming he was their target. The hooded man lunged forward, screaming that this was his revenge. He shouted that he was from Bloodfang, but Roman didn't even flinch. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, the captain of the Knights heard something. It was Hans. He was sprinting towards the captain, shouting his name. Jonathan stopped him, asking what was going on with the young master. He told Hans to calm down and explain everything. But Hans was so out of breath he could barely speak. Finally, he managed to yell that the captain had to find Roman immediately. He screamed that the young master was in danger. But back in the alley, Roman wasn't in any danger at all. He'd already caught the attacker's arm, stopping the blade cold. The attacker couldn't believe it. He was putting all his strength into it, but Roman's grip was like steel. With a sharp twist, Roman snapped the man's wrist. The attacker screamed in pain as his hand went limp. He easily took the knife from the man's broken grip. In one fluid motion, he turned the blade back on its owner. It was over in an instant. Roman's expression didn't change at all. The attacker collapsed to the ground, leaving a trail of blood on the stone. That's when 2 more hooded men appeared. They stopped dead in their tracks when they saw their fallen friend. They stared in complete disbelief. This wasn't the weak, pathetic noble they'd heard about. This was something else entirely. Roman just smiled. He taunted them, asking what they were waiting for. Then he calmly wiped the blood from the blade onto his own arm, that same confident smile never leaving his face. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, Hans had finally found the Knights. He frantically explained that Roman had gone into the city alone to fight Bloodfang. The Knights just looked at each other, completely unconvinced. One of them started laughing, saying it made no sense. He couldn't believe the weakest man he knew would go looking for a fight. But Hans was dead serious. He insisted it was true, asking why he would ever lie about something so important. The knight stopped laughing. He remembered there had been some trouble between Roman and Bloodfang recently. He knew they didn't have time to stand around. He also remembered Roman's father, the lord of the house, asking him to solve this problem personally. He sighed, frustrated. He couldn't understand why Roman would go looking for trouble when he didn't even know how to use a weapon. But his duty was clear. He turned to his men and gave the order to get their weapons ready immediately. The knight captain grabbed Hans by the shoulder and told him to lead the way. He was confident that as long as they were there, no one would dare touch the young master. But he was furious. If what Hans said was true, that fool had really crossed the line this time. Back in the alley, the other 2 attackers stared at their fallen friend. They couldn't understand what had just happened. This wasn't the weakling they'd heard about. This was something else entirely. Roman just stood there, that confident smile never leaving his face. Their shock quickly turned to fury. One of them screamed at him. Hesitate, he moved in to meet the first attacker. His eyes were cold and sharp, ready for the fight. He grabbed the man's arm before the blade could even get close. A sharp twist, and the attacker screamed in pain. Seeing his friend go down, the second attacker was furious. He swung his knife wildly, but Roman just sidestepped the attack like it was nothing. In one smooth motion, Roman used the first man's back to launch himself forward. The second attacker hit the ground hard, completely taken out. He stood over them, not even breathing hard. He looked at the last man conscious and asked if this was everyone they had. The man tried to threaten him, saying he wouldn't be safe. Roman just mocked him, pointing out that he'd already dealt with 2 of them and the threat was empty. Roman held the brutal knife and gave the man a simple warning. Answer his questions wisely or else. The man was absolutely terrified, but Roman's expression didn't change at all. He leaned in and asked a simple question: who was their leader? Meanwhile, in another part of the city, life was going on as usual. Inside a nearby tavern, everyone was drinking and having a good time. One of the men was in the middle of a story when he suddenly stopped. Something had caught his eye. That's when Roman walked in. The blood on his shirt made the whole room go silent. The owner turned to greet the new customer, but the words died in his throat when he saw who it was. Roman just smiled and said hello, completely ignoring the blood splattered on his shirt. He took a seat at the bar. The bartender and other patrons whispered nervously, wondering why the young master was there looking like that. He calmly ordered a drink called Tear of the Dawn, one from the 20s. The bartender apologized, saying they didn't have anything like that. Roman just told him to bring whatever was strongest. He explained that he had something important to do in the morning, and for that he needed to be a little drunk. The other men in the bar watched him, clearly on edge. The sign for the tavern showed a single drop of dew on a leaf. This place was called Dew of the Dawn. Turns out this wasn't just any pub. The captured man had told Roman this was the place where Bloodfang got their orders. Roman remembered exactly what the captured man had told him. To get orders from Bloodfang, you had to say a special code. It had 3 parts in a specific order: Tear of the Dawn, ask for something strong, and mention having work in the morning. Back in the present, the entire tavern had gone silent. Every single person was now staring at Roman. One of the men sitting nearby just stared, his expression hardening. Then he slowly reached for a knife hidden at his side. But he didn't attack Roman. He lunged at the bartender and brought the blade down on his head. The other men in the bar couldn't believe what they were seeing. The bartender collapsed onto the counter. The man who attacked him was furious, calling him a bastard. With that taken care of, they all turned their attention back to Roman. Their cover was blown and they charged him all at once. The fight spilled out from the tavern. People started screaming for the guards, trying to get away from the violence. They scrambled over each other in a desperate attempt to escape the building. But inside, Roman was already handling things. He moved like a blur, striking before they could even react. He grabbed one of the men by the throat, cutting off his air instantly. In just a few seconds, the room was a mess of fallen bodies. The remaining men just stared, trying to figure out what just happened. They couldn't believe it. He'd taken down 3 of them in an instant. This wasn't the weak noble they'd heard stories about. Turns out, by using his old martial arts, Roman had managed to improve this new body. He still wasn't anywhere near his old self, but it was more than enough to deal with these guys. Realizing they couldn't beat him one-on-one, the remaining men decided to attack him all at once. Roman just looked at them with a slight smile. To him, these guys were nothing but an annoyance. A groan came from behind the bars. The last man was hiding there. He looked up, thinking he was finally saved. But when he saw it was Roman, his face dropped. He asked why he was doing this, but Roman just called it a useless question. After all, they were the ones who attacked him first. The man was sweating, completely terrified. Roman told him that since he was the only one left, they were going to have a little talk. The other men hadn't stood a chance. One by one, they had all been taken down in an instant. It had been a complete and total wipeout. The captain of the knights finally arrived at the bar, but it was too late. He found the place in shambles with bodies on the floor. He demanded to know what happened, asking if Roman was responsible for this. One of his men rushed over, explaining that a survivor from the second floor had just woken up. The survivor told them that Roman had gone to a place called Lawrence. The captain's face went pale. He asked why Roman would go there of all places. The soldier delivered the bad news. Lawrence was the main base for Bloodfang. Roman had walked right into the enemy's home. Meanwhile, in Lawrence, Roman was already making his move. But the man wasn't breaking. Even with 2 of his fingers gone, he just spit curses at Roman, telling him to finish the job. He promised that Bloodfang would get their revenge. Roman just smiled. He told the man he actually liked people like him. He explained that the ones who refuse to talk, the ones who aren't afraid to die, are always the ones with the best secrets. The captive told him it was a waste of time and to just get it over with. Roman looked at him, considering his options. That's when he spotted a picture frame on a nearby shelf. He picked it up and told the man it was time to see if he'd really keep his mouth shut, no matter what. The photo showed the captive with his arm around a young boy. It was clearly his son. Roman held it up with a cold smile. He asked the man what would happen if he found the boy in the picture and had him dealt with. The threat hit hard. The captive's eyes filled with pure terror. The man tried to deny it, stammering that the boy wasn't his son. But Roman just called him a liar, pointing out how much they looked alike. The captive gritted his teeth, his tough guy act completely gone. He finally snapped, screaming at Roman. He couldn't believe a noble would stoop so low as to threaten someone's family. Roman didn't even flinch. He just calmly explained that he'd learned something interesting about Bloodfang, that they'd sacrifice anything for revenge. He continued, saying he'd found one thing they all had in common. He explained that this was Bloodfang's whole game. They forced people into debt and then turned their families into slaves without a second thought. That's who they really were. Roman then made it personal. He said they pushed people to the edge and used their families as a threat, just like he was doing right now. The captive looked down, his face grim. Roman told him that knowing the truth wouldn't change a thing. He warned the man to think carefully about where he placed his bets. After all, Bloodfang would definitely get their revenge. Then Roman's tone changed. He swore on his name, Roman Dimitri, that he was dead serious. He would find and kill his son. He promised he would make his soldiers look for the boy. He crushed the photo under his boot, promising he would make the boy's end slow and very painful. The man's eyes were filled with absolute terror. But just before he broke, Roman offered him one last chance. He gave the man a simple choice: help him take down Bloodfang or let his son die a slow, painful death. The decision was his. Meanwhile, at the Bloodfang headquarters, news was starting to arrive. A man rushed down the stairs, confirming the unbelievable rumor. Roman Dimitri had defeated an entire division all by himself. The other members started to panic. If the Dimitri Knights came after them now, they'd be in serious trouble. The leader of Bloodfang gritted his teeth, furious. He refused to believe it. He just couldn't accept that Roman Dimitri was capable of something like this. Their whole plan was to make an example of the Dimitri family. He couldn't stand that some kid who got kicked out of the academy had single-handedly destroyed his forces. One of his men delivered the latest report. Roman had just left the Dimitri region. He was on the move and he was coming alone. The leader of Bloodfang was furious. He took Roman coming alone as a deep insult and ordered his men to gather at once. His men were ready. They planned to take care of the arrogant brat before the Dimitri Knights could even get close. He swore that he would not only defeat Roman, but hang his body in the central plaza for everyone to see. This was about restoring the fear of Bloodfang's name. But while all that was happening, a different kind of storm was brewing somewhere else entirely. Lord looked over a document, trying to understand what the Barco family was up to. The news in the meeting was grim. There were rumors the Barcos had taken out huge loans from the gold bank. Everyone knew that could only mean one thing: they were preparing for war. The man in charge of the meeting clasped his hands, letting the terrible news sink. He realized that a war was now inevitable, and he never would have expected it when he first got that document from the Barcos. One of the advisors explained the terrible news. The central government was siding with the Barco family, which meant they were about to lose their territory. The head of the Lawrence family slammed his hand on the desk. He insisted they had to keep their territory at all costs. Their fertile soil was the only thing keeping them alive. The problem was an old document. It claimed their ancestors owed a debt to the Barcos and had put up their land to secure it. They were sure it was a lie, that someone had made a deal behind their backs. The mood in the room was heavy. Everyone understood just how bad the situation was. The Lord of Lawrence laid out the stakes. If they gave up their territory, every other family around would see them as weak and move in for the kill. But he had a plan. He told them this was exactly why they had arranged a marriage with the Dimitris. Suddenly, the mood in the room changed. The other nobles remembered that the Dimitris, while once commoners, were now one of the wealthiest families in the entire region. The Lord nodded, confident that no matter how much the Barcos borrowed, they couldn't be wealthier than the Dimitris. That's why he'd sent his only daughter to marry that idiot in the Dimitri family. The advisor tried to comfort the Lord, telling him he'd made the right choice for Lawrence and shouldn't blame himself. But elsewhere, Flora was struggling, wondering how she was going to explain her decision. The weight of it all was clearly getting to her. She was terrified of facing her father now that she'd broken off the engagement. But she knew she couldn't marry someone she didn't love. She decided to tell him everything. Just as she made up her mind, a soldier sprinted down the hall right past her. She turned, confused by the sudden commotion. The soldier rushed to her father's door, yelling that it was an emergency. Then a voice from the other side of the door started shouting, demanding to be let in. The man trying to get help was stopped at the gate. A guard shouted down from the wall, telling him to drop his weapons and follow the rules. He screamed back that young Master Roman was in danger, but the guard wouldn't budge. Just then, another soldier rushed up to the captain of the knights. He was out of breath and looked panicked. He told the captain that there was big trouble. The Lawrence Plaza was a total mess. The captain's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Meanwhile, at the plaza, the situation was far worse than they could have imagined. People in the street were frozen, staring in absolute shock. Someone was being dragged through the town square, leaving a trail of blood on the stones. The man being dragged was barely conscious, his face beaten and brutal. It was Roman. He was dragging the man through the street by his hair while the guy desperately begged to be spared. The man being dragged remembered how it all started. He and his men had walked into the room, completely sure of themselves. Their target was just some spoiled noble. They thought it would be an easy job. After all, they were a whole crew of armed men going up against just one person. The leader, Ben Miles, didn't even consider the possibility of losing. To him, it was impossible. He thought it should have been a simple, clean job. But in an instant, everything changed. His confidence vanished, replaced by pure terror. His men were all on the ground, defeated. He was the only one left, and he knew he was going to die. That's when Roman stood over him. The memory ended, and Ben Miles was back in the present, being dragged toward his fate. The thought echoed in his mind, he was going to die. Panic took over. He started begging, repeating over and over that he didn't want to die. Tears mixed with blood as he pleaded for his life. But Roman didn't stop. He just kept dragging him through the public square. Finally, he came to a stop. He let go, and the man collapsed onto the stone floor. Crowd had gathered, watching in silence as Roman stood over the defeated leader. The man made one last desperate offer. He swore he'd do anything, even become a dog, if Roman would just let him live. Roman looked down at him, completely unmoved. He told the man that was something he should have said before he decided to attack. Then he turned to the crowd and announced that the man on the ground was the leader of Bloodfang. Flora watched from the crowd, her face filled with worry. Roman reminded everyone that they all knew what kind of person this man was. He continued, explaining how Bloodfang had harmed the Dimitris, used dirty tricks, and even tried to take his life for stopping them. Roman declared that their crimes were clear. He announced that he was going to deliver justice right there, in front of everyone. Without another word, he raised his foot and brought it down hard on the man's head. The crowd gasped in shock. Just then, a knight on horseback galloped into the square, shouting for the young master to stop. The captain stared, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was too late. It was over in an instant. News of the event spread fast. Inside the Lawrence estate, a noble confirmed the unbelievable report was true. He explained that Roman Dimitri had been allowed to enter their territory because he was engaged to Flora. But only an hour after his arrival, Roman appeared in the main square, dragging a man behind him. He announced the man was Ben Miles, the leader of Bloodfang, and then finished him in front of everyone. The nobles stared in disbelief. This wasn't the Roman Dimitri they knew. Baron Lawrence tried to wrap his head around it. Roman had actually caught the leader of Bloodfang. An advisor stepped in, pointing out the real problem. He argued that Roman had acted without the Lord's permission and that it was a serious crime that couldn't be ignored. But Baron Lawrence wasn't thinking about rules or permission. The only thing that mattered to him was that the man who was supposed to marry his daughter had just taken care of Bloodfang. Baron Lawrence had heard enough. He ordered his men to bring Roman Dimitri to him at once. He wanted to hear the story from Roman's own mouth. A moment later, footsteps echoed down the hall. The doors to the room swung open. Roman walked in, flanked by two of his men. He looked completely calm. One of the nobles immediately recognized the man in armor. It was Captain Jonathan of the Dimitri Knights. Roman offered a simple greeting to Baron Lawrence, but the Baron wasn't interested in manners. He demanded to know why Roman came to his land just to cause so much trouble. Roman calmly began to explain. He said it all started a few days ago when he saw Bloodfang attacking a citizen, so he executed them on the spot. Meanwhile, outside the office, Flora stared at the closed doors, completely unaware of what was happening inside. A guard down the hall suddenly called out to her. He asked if the person who had just gone into her father's office was Roman Dimitri. Flora was completely lost. She pointed to the door and asked the guard why Roman would be meeting with her father. From the guard's expression, she could tell something was wrong. It was obvious she was the only one who didn't know what was going on. Back in the office, Roman continued his report. He explained that he couldn't just leave it at that, so he went to Bloodfang's main base and finished their leader. He finished by saying that was the simple summary of the entire incident. Baron Lawrence was furious. He told Roman the problem wasn't what he did, but that he had no authority to execute anyone on Lawrence land. Roman admitted he knew he was breaking their rules, but he explained that he just didn't trust Lawrence to handle Bloodfang properly. He reminded the Baron that the leader of Bloodfang was a well-known criminal. The man had been caught and let go multiple times. That's why Roman decided to handle it himself. He told them flat out that he just couldn't trust them. The advisor and Captain Jonathan couldn't believe what they were hearing. They were furious at his disrespect. But Roman just looked disappointed. He said he thought they would praise him for getting rid of a problem. Then he asked the Baron a simple question: had he really done anything wrong? The Baron turned to his advisor and asked if he knew about Ben Miles. The advisor stammered, admitting he knew the man was a criminal, but had no idea he was the leader of Bloodfang. That was it. Baron Lawrence cut the conversation short. He said the case was closed, admitting that none of this would have happened if his people had done their job right in the first place. Baron Lawrence told Roman and the captain that they would be rewarded later, then dismissed them. They bowed and turned to leave. The doors closed, leaving Baron Lawrence alone with his advisor. For a moment, the room was completely silent. The advisor started to speak, but was cut off by a sudden loud laugh from the Baron. He was completely amused. He couldn't believe that was the real Roman Dimitri. The advisor argued they couldn't just let it go. But the Baron disagreed, saying that kind of boldness was exactly what a man needed to achieve great things. Besides, he was going to be Flora's husband. He cut his advisor off, not wanting to hear any more arguments. He was actually thrilled, realizing Roman was a perfect fit for Flora. He ordered his men to bring his daughter to him at once. But Flora was somewhere else entirely, completely unaware of her father's change of heart. With the meeting over, Roman and the captain mounted their horses and rode away. As they rode, Captain Jonathan looked worried. He asked Roman if he really had to provoke the Baron, pointing out how badly things could have gone. Roman just stared ahead calmly. He explained that the Lawrence family wasn't taking responsibility, so he had to show them it was their own fault. He pointed out that the Baron clearly didn't know about the cancelled engagement. He wasn't going to punish his daughter's fiancé. The captain fell silent watching him. He couldn't understand what had happened. The man in front of him was not the Roman Dimitri he used to know. Suddenly, the world shifted. It was a memory from his past life. A young boy kneeled on cracked, dry earth. He was the son of the heavenly demon. His father stood far above him, a dark shape against the sky. He ordered the boy to prove his worth by surviving from the very bottom. The heavenly demon looked down with no emotion at all. He explained that out of his 12 children, this boy's death would mean nothing. If they all passed away, he would just make more. The boy's fear turned into something else. He understood. The only way to prove himself was to rule over everyone. He was thrown into a dark cave with the other children. This wasn't a test. It was a battle for survival. And the violence started immediately. A punch sent him reeling, blood flying from his mouth. The other boy stood over him laughing. He mocked him for being nothing more than an arrogant brat, not special at all. But he didn't stay down. He pushed himself up, his eyes burning with fury. He was done being the victim. He took another punch right to the jaw. Blood flew through the air. The other children just watched, some of them mocking him for being so weak. He remembered this time clearly. While other kids were safe with their parents, he was learning how to survive. He was thrown into a world where only the strong ruled. So he decided to become the strongest. And that's the mindset he brought with him when he woke up in this new world. A life of comfort and wealth, but one he knew he'd have to fight to keep. Back at his home, Roman finally had a moment to himself. He sank into the hot water, letting out a long sigh. He was completely exhausted. This new body got tired way too easily. He thought about everything that had happened since he first woke up here. So much had changed, but his core beliefs hadn't. Most of it was because of Bloodfang. To get rid of them, he had destroyed everything in his path. And he had zero regrets. He was still the same person he'd always been. Anyone who stood in his way, anyone who threatened him, he would eliminate them by any means necessary. Becoming Roman didn't change that. But he knew acting so boldly was dangerous. He didn't fully understand how this world worked yet, and his strength was nothing like it used to be. He needed a plan. Just as he was thinking about his next move, a voice called out to him. It was a servant. His father wanted to see him. A short while later, he stood outside his father's office. He knocked and went inside. Inside, his father, Baron Romero, was talking with Jonathan. The man was telling him everything that Roman had done. Jonathan finished by saying that Roman had completely changed. He wasn't the same person they used to know. Baron Romero admitted that Roman had always been a disappointment to him. He was the only one of his sons who had never achieved anything impressive. He explained that Roman was also the only child who remembered the hard times, back when their family had nothing. He remembered a time when Roman was just a little boy, bringing him a piece of candy while he was working. He'd asked what it was, and the boy had just happily told him it was candy. He had scolded his son for coming to such a dangerous place, telling him he should have stayed away. But Roman just smiled, explaining he brought it so his dad could finish work quickly and come home. The memory was so clear. That simple act of kindness had meant the world to him. Back in the present, the Baron sighed. All he had ever wanted was for Roman to be happy. He clenched his fist. To protect Roman from being looked down on, he'd given him a huge allowance. He now feared that was the very thing that sent his son down the wrong path. He confessed to Jonathan that a part of him had completely given up on his son. But hearing that Roman had destroyed Bloodfang all by himself, that changed everything. It filled his father with a hope he hadn't felt in years. Just then, there was a knock at the door. An attendant announced that Roman was here to see him. The Baron told him to come in. He decided right then that if Roman had truly done this on his own, he would do anything to support him. He felt it was his chance to make up for being a bad father. Roman stepped into the room, his face calm. His father looked at him, his expression serious. He got straight to the point, asking if it was true that Roman had taken down Blood Fang all by himself. Roman just stared back at him, taking in the question. Roman could see the hope in his father's eyes. He knew that telling the truth would change how his father saw him completely, but he also knew that doing too much too soon could cause problems down the line. He thought about downplaying what happened. It would buy him time to get stronger without everyone watching him. He had a choice: tell the truth or hide it. He knew the smart move was to lie. But then a memory flashed through his mind. A memory of a brutal fight from his past life. He remembered being beaten, his enemy mocking him for being weak. But he never stayed down. He grabbed a rock, ready to fight back with everything he had. The memory was a reminder of who he really was. He wasn't someone who backed down or hid his strength. He was the one who always came out on top, no matter the cost. That memory made his decision for him. The memory continued. He didn't just get back up, he fought back with everything he had. His attacker was thrown to the ground, defeated. He had used a simple rock to win. The others could only watch in absolute terror. He remembered his childhood clearly. While other kids were being protected by their parents, he was thrown into a world where only the strongest survived. He told them to deliver a message to everyone else. The person who had just taken down their boss, the one who ruled this place, was him. That's how he survived, by making sure everyone knew he was superior. And with that memory, Roman's choice was made. He was the heavenly demon. He didn't know how to hide his strength. Sometime later, at the Dmitri family's training grounds, the sound of wooden swords clashing echoed through the yard. The soldiers were going through their daily drills, practicing their swordsmanship. Suddenly, a loud voice cut through the noise, ordering everyone to stop. The soldiers looked up as their lord stepped onto the grounds. It was Baron Romero Dmitri, and right behind him was his son Roman. Immediately, all the soldiers dropped to one knee to greet their lord. But one person remained standing. It was Chris, the vice captain of the Knights. Chris stared, completely caught off guard. He couldn't figure out why Roman was here. Roman walked past the kneeling soldiers, ignoring their confused whispers. He moved with a confidence no one had ever seen from him before. His father, Baron Romero, watched him approach, his face unreadable. That's when an instructor stepped forward and made an announcement that stunned everyone. He said they were holding a swordsmanship duel, and he asked for anyone who wished to participate to step forward. The soldiers just stared at each other in disbelief. No one moved a muscle. Even Chris was completely lost. A duel with Roman was the last thing he ever expected. The soldiers couldn't believe it. A duel with the family's idiot. Turns out, the reason for all this started an hour earlier back in his father's office. Roman stood before his father, his expression calm. He confirmed it without hesitation. He was the one who took down Blood Fang. He knew he had to choose his next words carefully. He needed an explanation that made sense, one that wouldn't make his father suspicious. So he told his father that he'd been secretly training his swordsmanship all this time. His father was confused. He asked why Roman would hide something like that when he would have given him all the support he needed. Roman kept quiet, but he had his reasons. He had to prove he could do something on his own. Roman explained that he wanted to prove himself, to show everyone that the idiot of the family could achieve something great. But his father wasn't convinced. Secret training was one thing, but taking down an entire organization by himself, it just didn't seem possible. Roman laid out his plan. He explained that Blood Fang was just a group of bullies. If you took out their leader, the rest would scatter. So he used false information to lure the leader into a trap and dealt with him personally. His father's face went pale. Roman then admitted that he had used himself as bait, knowing the group liked to go after weaker targets. The risk he took was enormous, and his father was horrified. Roman explained his logic. He knew Blood Fang was held together by fear, not loyalty. If their leader was in trouble, they wouldn't risk their own lives to save him. They'd just take their freedom and run. Roman told him that's exactly what happened. His father just stood there, speechless, trying to process everything his son had just told him. He realized it wasn't just luck. It was careful planning, smart decisions, and the courage to see it through. To say he was impressed was an understatement. He couldn't believe his son, the boy he'd written off, was capable of something like this. He looked at Roman, his expression serious. He had one favor to ask. He wanted to see his son's swordsmanship with his own eyes. Roman listened as his father explained. He was desperate to see for himself just how much his son had truly changed. The hope in his father's eyes was overwhelming. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The call went out for a volunteer to spar with Roman, but not a single knight stepped forward. They all just stood there looking uneasy. Chris knew why no one moved. If you won, you gained nothing. But if you lost to the young master, you could be kicked out of the knights. It was a terrible deal. The knight captain spoke up. He explained they needed an expert to properly test Roman's skills and protect the knight's honor. Since no one would volunteer, he decided he would pick someone himself. He said that as the captain, he couldn't draw his sword for something like this. But he knew there was only one person who was right for the job. Everyone stood silently, waiting to hear who he would choose. The captain called out a name, Chris. The vice captain of the Knights froze, completely caught off guard. His mind immediately flashed back to the first time he ever met Roman. It was last year. Chris had received a report about a drunk causing trouble at a restaurant. He rushed to the scene as security, demanding to know what was going on. But the person causing the trouble wasn't scared at all. He just yelled down at them, furious that they had dared to interrupt him. In Chris's memory, Roman was a complete mess. He was drunk, smashing bottles, and screaming at the restaurant staff. The owners were terrified, apologizing over and over. But Roman just screamed at them to shut up. He called them low-lives and told them they had no right to talk back to him. Then he spotted the owner again and demanded he come back. The man tried to calm him down, but Roman just threw something right at his head, screaming for him to come here. That's when Chris had stepped in. He told Roman it was enough and ordered him to get out. When Roman caused more trouble, Chris grabbed his wrist. He warned him that even being the young master wouldn't protect him if he kept this up. But Roman didn't back down, he just got angrier. He screamed, furious that a mere knight would dare to lay a hand on him, the young master. Chris just stared back unimpressed. It was in that moment, holding him, that Chris realized the truth. Roman had never trained a day in his life. He was weaker than an average man. To Chris, he was just a pathetic human being, a disgrace to his family. The memory faded. Chris remembered thinking Roman was nothing but trash. And now he was being ordered to have a duel with that same person. The captain of the knights looked over and called his name, telling Chris to step forward. Chris immediately tried to back out. He told the captain that he wasn't the right person for this. He argued that since Roman was now an expert who took down Bloodfang, only the captain could give him a fair match. The captain tried to reason with him, but Chris cut him off. He said he understood he would do it. Though the duel was set, Roman and Chris stood across from each other on the training grounds, wooden swords in hand. Chris stared at him, a look of pure confidence on his face. Roman just looked back, perfectly calm. But before they could begin, the captain stepped in, saying he had one request for them both. Chris responded immediately. He said that when swords are involved, he treats every duel like a real battle and had no plans to show any mercy. Told the captain that if his request was accepted, he would gladly fight. But in his mind, he was sure Roman was a liar. He planned to use this duel to teach the young master a lesson. The captain turned to Roman and said he had one condition. He asked that no matter what happened, they both accept the outcome without holding a grudge. Everyone looked at Roman, waiting for his answer. Instead of answering with words, a small smile spread across Roman's face. Chris saw the smirk and was furious. He couldn't believe Roman was laughing at him. The captain sighed. He took Roman's smile as a yes. With that settled, he announced that both sides should get ready. Roman and Chris stepped forward, taking their positions. They faced each other, ready for the duel to begin. Chris glared at Roman, his face filled with anger. Roman just looked back with a calm, confident smirk. The vice-captain's eyes widened. He was completely focused, ready to prove himself. Roman, on the other hand, looked almost bored. Then the signal was given for the duel to begin. The captain gave the final order for both sides to get ready. Chris stepped forward, planting his feet firmly on the ground. Roman adjusted his footing, getting into a relaxed position. Chris glared at him, full of anger. Roman just looked back with that same confident smirk. The vice-captain's eyes were wide with concentration. Roman, on the other hand, looked almost bored. Then the signal was given for the duel to begin. The moment the signal was given, Chris exploded forward. He charged straight at Roman, not wasting a single second. But Roman didn't even move. But Roman's eyes were calm, watching Chris's every move. Chris brought his sword down with all his strength, aiming to end the duel in a single blow. The soldiers watching gasped. They couldn't believe how fast Chris was moving, realizing he was giving it everything he had. Even the captain looked on, stunned by the intensity of the attack. But then the unthinkable happened. Roman blocked the attack perfectly. Chris stared in shock, unable to process what he was seeing. He couldn't understand it. How could Roman have possibly stopped that strike? In fact, the force of the block sent Chris stumbling backward. Roman hadn't moved an inch. Chris could feel an incredible repulsive force coming from Roman's hands, something far stronger than he ever expected. Chris couldn't wrap his head around it. He wondered if Roman's perfect defense was just a lucky coincidence. But he quickly pushed that thought aside. It didn't matter how Roman had done it. All he cared about now was beating Roman to a pulp. He lunged forward again, swinging with all his might. But Roman met the strike easily, their wooden swords crashing together. Chris's eyes widened. He was being completely overpowered. Chris kept attacking, but Roman blocked every single blow without any trouble. Through it all, Roman's expression never changed. He looked completely calm, like this was just a game to him. He dodged another wild swing from Chris, moving with a speed that just didn't seem possible. Chris saw his chance. This was the opening he'd been waiting for. He brought his sword down with everything he had, aiming right for Roman's head. But Roman didn't even flinch. He just reached up and caught the sword with his bare hands. Chris froze, completely stunned. A single lock of his hair drifted down in front of his face. In the blink of an eye, Roman was back on his feet, and somehow he was now holding both swords. A cold sweat ran down Chris's back. He realized that if Roman had wanted to, the fight would have been over right there. The men watching couldn't believe it. What they just saw didn't seem possible. They all realized it at the same time. Roman could have ended him. Chris stared, his mind struggling to accept what he was seeing. This couldn't possibly be Roman's real skill. Roman just stood there perfectly calm. Chris realized Roman's defense and attacks were flawless. For the first time, he started to believe the rumors about Bloodfang, and a cold fear washed over him. He was going to lose. But he pushed the thought away, furious with himself. He told himself this was still Dimitri's fool, and there was no way he would lose in front of everyone. That's when Roman finally spoke. He said he thought that was enough of a warm-up. Chris just stared, confused by what he meant. Then Roman looked up at him and said that this time he would be going first. Chris's eyes went wide. He was completely caught off guard. Without waiting, Chris lunged forward, swinging his sword with all his might. But Roman moved in a blur, blocking the strike easily. Chris couldn't believe how fast he was. He didn't give Chris a moment to recover. Roman stepped forward, a confident look on his face. He unleashed a storm of attacks, one right after another. The other knights watched in disbelief. They had never seen anything like it. Chris gritted his teeth, barely able to block the blows. He was completely on the defensive. He realized that if this kept up, he was in real trouble. Chris was desperately searching for an opening, and he chanced to turn this around. But Roman's next attack slammed into him before he could even think. He knew he needed to back away, but then he saw something strange. Roman raised his sword high, preparing for another massive swing. And that's when Chris realized it. Roman's movements were big. They were powerful, sure, but they were also wide. He was leaving huge gaps in his defense. This was an opening, and it was the only chance he was going to get. Chris lunged forward, swinging his wooden sword with everything he had. He was aiming for the gap Roman had left wide open. But the smirk on Roman's face made his stomach drop. It was a trap. He had been completely played. Before Chris could even recover, Roman was already behind him, sword raised high. In that instant, Chris knew it was over. He was going to lose to Roman, the person he had called trash. But Chris wasn't going down that easily. He poured energy into his hand, preparing one last move. The captain saw what was happening and screamed for Chris to stop. But Chris ignored him, unleashing a skill called One-Star Hura. His eyes glowed with power. The sudden explosion of energy even caught Roman by surprise. The crowd was completely stunned. They had no idea what just happened. The captain screamed Roman's name, desperately searching for him in the smoke. But through the dust, Roman let out a small, calm breath. He was completely fine, his expression as cold as ever. The smoke from the attack began to settle, and there was Roman, standing right behind Chris with his sword at the ready. Chris froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't even process what had happened. With a single powerful strike, Roman sent him flying. The duel was over. The entire crowd was completely stunned. Even Roman's father Romero stared in disbelief. Chris was on the ground, completely beaten. Roman stood over him, his wooden sword still in hand. He looked down, his face completely calm. For him, this outcome was never in doubt. To understand just how shocking Roman's victory was, you have to know who Chris was before that day. His name was already being talked about everywhere. People were asking about the new deputy knight commander. He wasn't just some random knight, he was the commander's own apprentice. But what really shocked people was his power. At his age, he was already a 2-star or a knight. The story was that he sensed mana after only half a year of training, which was almost unbelievable. He was constantly pushing himself, always training. It took him only 3.5 years to become a 1-star. People couldn't believe how fast he was progressing. On top of his aura abilities, the rumors all said his sword skills were incredible. He was becoming a legend. Everyone wanted to know his name. The name on everyone's lips was Chris. And this was the genius that Roman had just completely crushed. This was the kind of training Chris put himself through every single day. He was completely exhausted, barely able to stay on his knees. His instructor looked down at him and told him that was enough for the day. He called out Chris's name, seeing how much pain he was in. The instructor tried to reassure him, telling him it was okay to stop. But Chris refused. He told his instructor he wanted to go again. He wasn't going to quit, no matter how tired he was. Watching this, the instructor realized Chris wasn't just talented. He had a work ethic that was almost scary. It was that combination that made him a true genius. Chris was sent flying backwards, his sword knocked from his hand. Everyone watching was completely speechless. Roman stood over Chris, who was now flat on the ground. The other knights couldn't believe what they had just seen. A heavy silence fell over the training grounds. Chris was completely out of it, unable to move. Roman's father, Romero, turned to the knight commander, Jonathan, demanding to know what just happened. He reminded Jonathan that Chris was supposed to be their most talented knight. Jonathan didn't have an answer. He couldn't understand how this was possible. Just a month ago, Roman was nothing but a troublemaker. The skills he just showed looked like they took years of hard training to master. As Romero listened, someone stepped forward, telling him not to be surprised. It seemed there was more to the young lord than anyone knew. Roman's father, Romero, stared in awe. He finally understood. His son wasn't just good, he was a genius with a sword. Roman didn't see it that way. He thought back on the fight. He admitted to himself that Chris was aggressive and focused. He could see why his father's knight commander was proud of him. For this world, Chris was a skilled warrior, but by the standards Roman was used to, he was the worst. In his old life, even the lowest-ranking soldiers would have been stronger than Chris. Still, that last move Chris pulled, it was a little surprising. As the silence hung in the air, someone suddenly started to laugh. It was Kevin. He couldn't hold it in anymore, letting out a huge laugh that made everyone else stare. But it was Roman's father, Romero, who was the most shocked. His mind was racing as he tried to process what he'd just seen. A huge grin spread across his face. The idea that his eldest son was a genius with a sword filled him with absolute joy. The knight commander turned to Romero, completely stunned. He admitted he had no explanation for Roman's sudden skill, confessing that he'd failed to recognize the young master's true potential. Romero took it all in. Everything was finally starting to make sense. He then turned and called out to Roman, telling him to come over. As Roman approached, his father looked him right in the eyes. He told him that he had never been happier, and that he was proud Roman had finally decided to accomplish something for himself. Romero said that this victory deserved a fitting reward. He told Roman to ask for anything he wanted. A small knowing smile appeared on Roman's face. He already had the perfect reward in mind. His father reminded him that he was supposed to leave for the battlefield in half a year. He wondered if Roman was asking for a reward that would let him avoid his duty. But Roman shook his head. He didn't want to get out of it. He wanted the right to select his own men for the battlefield. His father was completely caught off guard. He told Roman that there was still plenty of time, and that he could just reconcile with the others. But Roman was firm. He said he would go himself. His father looked at him, really looked at him, and saw the determination in his eyes. He finally nodded, telling Roman that he understood. With that, he granted his son the right to take care of things himself. But his father had one last thing to ask. He told Roman that as long as he kept proving himself like this, he would have no reason to deny his requests. Roman listened, waiting to hear what the catch was. Turns out the request wasn't for Roman, it was for Chris. He was being asked to teach aura to the very person who had just humiliated him, and he couldn't believe it. The order had come directly from the Lord. Chris protested, telling the man who brought the message that it was just too much to ask. He tried to explain how crazy the idea was. He'd used his aura against Roman and still got completely overwhelmed by a counterattack. The memory was humiliating. All he wanted to do was hide, but the man wasn't taking no for an answer. Instead, he made Chris an offer. He wanted Chris to teach the young master, but more importantly, to watch him and figure out what was so different about him. If he did it, the man promised to pass down all of his own secrets. This was an offer Chris couldn't possibly ignore. Chris couldn't believe what he was hearing. The man was offering him the secret to becoming a 3-star Aura Knight. The man's expression was firm. This wasn't a negotiation. Chris gritted his teeth. As much as he hated it, he accepted the deal, telling the man he'd better keep his word. Later that evening, back in Roman's room, Hans walked in. He told the young master that rumors of his incredible victory were already spreading like wildfire through the castle. He reminded Roman that Chris was a 2-star Aura Knight, which made the victory seem almost impossible to everyone else. Roman listened, then asked Hans a simple question: what exactly was aura? Hans was stumped. He admitted he had no idea, guessing it was just some way to use mana. Roman stared out the window, thinking. He figured what they called mana in this place was the same kind of energy he was used to. He remembered the power Chris had used against him. It was definitely a massive burst of energy. But the way people here used that energy was completely different. He realized what they called aura was actually really inefficient. He just couldn't understand why they would use their power in such a wasteful way. A small smile appeared on his face. It seemed the people here had a lot to learn about their own powers. Roman decided he'd take a closer look for himself during training tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chris was already bandaged up, wondering if he'd gotten a little too excited. The next morning, it was time for training. Roman and Chris met in the training yard. The tension between them was obvious. Chris was still bandaged from their last fight. He clearly didn't want to be there. Roman, on the other hand, looked completely calm. He just waited. Chris gritted his teeth, trying to hold back his frustration. Roman just smiled, which only made Chris angrier. He couldn't stand the guy. But Chris took a deep breath, pushing his anger down. He told Roman that before they began, he'd explain what aura is. He explained that aura is a special form of mana that only knights can use. Chris started by explaining how magicians use mana, storing it in objects outside their bodies. Knights, on the other hand, store mana inside their own bodies. He said the first person to ever do this was a man named Emperor Alexandro. That emperor was the one who figured out that storing mana in the body could make a person physically stronger. He explained that aura is the act of erupting all that stored mana outward from the body. By focusing and releasing that energy all at once, a knight could get a massive spike in power. But Chris said knowing the history wasn't that important. The real issue was that only a select few could ever use mana this way. The absolute minimum requirement, he said, was the ability to sense mana. And that's where most people fail. Chris continued, explaining that it took him about 6 months just to sense mana. He said for some people it could take over a year. It all came down to natural talent. Roman nodded, then asked Chris to show him how he did it. Chris looked at him, thinking about how proud Roman must be after winning their match. But he was sure that pride wouldn't last. He thought to himself that talent with a sword was completely different from talent with mana. He couldn't wait to see Roman face reality. But Chris had no idea. Roman already knew how to sense mana. Thanks to the knowledge from his past life, he could even store a small amount of it. Still, he decided to play along. He knew that just relying on his old ways without understanding this new world was a mistake. He needed to learn their methods first, even if he thought they were inefficient. So Chris began the lesson. He told Roman to focus on his breathing and feel everything that was in contact with his body. He explained that once you could feel the mana, you had to focus it all into a single point. That's how you manifest aura. As he spoke, a small ball of red energy appeared in Roman's hand. Chris explained that once you successfully manifest aura, you officially become a 1-star Aura Knight. He said there were many ways to use it, like putting it on your blade to make it stronger. Or he continued, you could apply it to your own body. He was about to say that it gives you a short burst of power. But before he could finish, a massive wave of energy exploded from Roman's body. The fiery aura was so strong it swirled around his feet like a storm. Chris's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe it. He stammered that there was no way Roman was already manifesting aura. But Roman just stood there, completely wrapped in a blazing power that was far beyond anything a beginner should have. And just like that, the fiery energy around Roman faded away. He thought about it for a second. The way people in this world used their energy was completely useless. Back in Murim, the goal was to clean out all the waste from your body so you could store pure energy inside. But this world was different. Their mana was full but light, so it leaked out of the body way too easily. He realized their method was a lot like the external arts from his old home. Basically, they just let all their stored energy explode outwards at once, which was incredibly wasteful. He knew that if he used their methods, he'd never reach the top, not even in 100 years. Chris just stood there completely shocked. He finally managed to ask if that was really aura Roman had just used. Chris was getting more and more worked up. He yelled that it took him years of hard work just to be able to use aura. He demanded the truth, accusing Roman of pretending this whole time that he didn't know how to use his power. Suddenly, he thought it all made sense. He figured the only reason he lost was because Roman had been hiding his true strength for years. He explained that it took him over 10 years of training to become a 2-star knight. There was no other way to explain what had happened. Roman just laughed. Chris flinched, completely confused. He demanded to know what was so funny. Clenched his fist, thinking Roman was laughing at all the effort he'd put in his entire life. Roman looked at him and asked a simple question. He wanted to know if Chris had ever once questioned the training methods he was using. The question hit Chris hard. He'd never once thought to question the way things were done. Roman told him it's common for people to just accept old traditions as the right way, without ever thinking about it. He explained that this thought came to him while he was watching Chris and the others train. He just couldn't understand why everyone was so stuck on one method when it clearly had problems. He wondered if it was because they didn't see the issues or if their faith in their captain was just too strong. But Roman knew the real reason. It was just easier to teach what they had been taught, so no one could blame them for any failures. Roman clarified that he wasn't laughing at Chris's 10 years of hard work. He was laughing because, in all that time, Chris had never once questioned his training. He told Chris that there's no such thing as a perfect answer in the world. Even the methods he followed were just created by someone trying to help the people who came after them. And it's by facing problems and your own failures that you learn and grow. Roman explained that to make real change, you have to face criticism and despair. He remembered a time when he had to dismiss his own master's teachings to create his own path. With that, Roman told Chris that their training for the day was finished. Chris was completely overwhelmed. Everything he'd worked for over the last 10 years had just been called into question. Roman turned to leave, but Chris stopped him. He desperately asked what he was supposed to do now. Roman's mind flashed back to another memory, a brutal one. He stood over a defeated enemy and asked if he was going to continue to fight back. The man admitted his loss. He declared that his entire sect would now follow Baek Jung-hyuk. The man on the ground called out, stopping him. He admitted he'd never seen anyone so powerful. He asked what it would take for him to become that strong. He dedicated his body to him, arguing that his own strength would only serve to help them both in the long run. He begged him to just tell him what to do. The memory faded and Roman was back in the present. Chris was asking the exact same thing, his pride completely gone. Roman looked at him. He saw the same desperation he'd seen all those years ago. Roman's mind went back to a man he once knew, the Blood Demon. He was a powerful leader who had conquered an entire sect all by himself. The Blood Demon was a huge deal back in the day. A fight between him and Baek Jung-hyuk was bound to happen. It was a long and brutal battle, and in the end the Blood Demon lost. But even after that defeat, the Blood Demon had been willing to accept the shame. He did it all just to be taught how to get stronger. Roman looked at Chris. He saw someone willing to throw away all his pride for the sake of power. He was just like the Blood Demon. Chris asked what he was supposed to do now, but Roman told him he couldn't just give him the answer. He explained that his only point was that Chris shouldn't just blindly follow the methods he'd been taught his entire life. Roman told him that just giving him an answer would be no different than the life he'd already lived. But if Chris wanted to find the answer for himself, then he should follow Roman and learn from what he does. He revealed that in 6 months he was leaving for war. He told Chris to watch how he gets stronger and deals with different enemies. Roman promised that if Chris could follow him for 10 years, he would definitely find the answer he was looking for. Chris stood there completely stunned by the offer. That night, Chris was alone in his room. He sat on the edge of his bed, the weight of Roman's words pressing down on him. Everything he thought he knew had been turned upside down. He had a huge choice to make. He thought back on his past. Everyone had praised him for sensing mana so quickly. They called him a genius, and his captain promoted him to a 2-star or a knight. But all Chris could hear were Roman's words, laughing at him for never once questioning his training. His mind was made up. The next day, Chris went to see his captain. The captain was stunned, asking him to repeat himself. Chris stated clearly that he was going to follow the young master to the battlefield. He declared that all he wanted was to get stronger. Elsewhere, Hans mentioned to Roman that something seemed to have happened. Roman just calmly confirmed that it did. Chris had found his new path. The captain listened silently. He told Chris that he could tell there was a good reason behind his choice. He seemed to think for a moment. He then officially released Chris from the Knights of Dmitri, telling him to protect the young master while he pursued his new goal. Chris simply thanked him, but the captain's words echoed in someone else's mind. It was Kevin remembering a terrible day. He remembered the day his family was attacked, and he was powerless to stop it. Kevin remembered that Chris wasn't always so strong. He was once just a little kid, crying for his mother on a battlefield. He told Chris that his decision proved one thing. If even a man like him was willing to follow Roman, then the young master was no longer the fool everyone thought he was. Kevin then told Chris to follow him, saying he needed to prepare himself for what was coming. He explained that to survive on the battlefield, Chris would need a secret weapon he could call his own. Chris's face lit up with excitement. He eagerly agreed, calling Kevin his master. Meanwhile, in town, rumors were starting to spread. In a tavern, people began to talk. The rumor was about young Master Roman taking care of Bloodfang. The man scoffed, saying it made no sense for an useless noble who couldn't do anything. The man couldn't believe it, but he had to admit the story sounded real. He figured the Dmitri Knights must have planned the whole thing. Nearby, Kevin was listening to every word. Another man excitedly added to the story, claiming the young master had taken care of the Bloodfang with just a single branch. Kevin knew it was true. A man that strong could definitely handle the Bloodfang all by himself. It suddenly hit him. He wondered if Roman had really done all of this just to keep his word to him. He couldn't believe the young master would do something like that for someone like him, but he had. The whole problem was solved. A coworker called out, telling him to finish cleaning up so he could go home. Kevin snapped out of it and agreed. But as he walked, a new determination set in. He wanted to become someone like the young master. He knew there were still people like the Bloodfang out in the world. To protect his family, he had to get stronger. Kevin wondered how he could possibly get stronger. He wished he could meet the young master again, but he knew that was just a dream. That's when he stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes went wide. It couldn't be. He was so stunned that he dropped the entire box he was carrying. Standing right in front of him was Roman Dmitri. He calmly greeted Kevin, saying it had been a while. Kevin was completely flustered, asking what Roman was doing there. But then he remembered what was most important. He dropped to his knees and bowed deeply. He thanked the young master, telling him his family was safe only because of what he did. Roman brushed off the thanks and just asked how he'd been. Kevin's face lit up as he explained that since the blood fang was gone, Mr. Hans had helped him find a job. As Kevin struggled to find a way to thank him, Roman cut him off. He told him he had an offer that might be the answer. Roman explained that if Kevin accepted, he would never have to worry about his family's money problems again. He promised him a warm home and good food. Kevin was stunned. Roman continued, saying he could even have a life of luxury far better than the hard work he was doing now. Then Roman laid out the price for all of it. He told Kevin to live for him. He made it clear, if Kevin pledged his loyalty, he would give him a life he would never regret. Kevin's eyes went wide. This was more than a job offer, it was a pact. He took a sharp breath, his mind made up. Without any hesitation, Kevin slammed his forehead to the ground. He pledged his entire life to the young master. He swore he would die on command, or take anyone out, as long as Roman promised to protect his family. He declared that his life was now in the young master's hands. Roman watched him impressed. The kid's loyalty reminded him of someone from his past, a warrior they called the Crazed Stallion. On a single command, that man would charge into battle against hundreds of enemies, and he would never back down until the job was done. Roman realized he was seeing his past repeat itself. Chris was like the blood demon, and now Kevin was just like that crazed warrior. This was definitely going to be worth his time. Roman looked down at Kevin with a smirk. He accepted the pledge, telling the boy that from that moment on he was his. So Roman brought Kevin back to the Dmitri estate. He turned to Hans and told him to take care of Kevin, making sure the boy got used to his new life there. Roman promised to visit him later. The boy was practically glowing with excitement. He announced he was heading to his library and that he could be found there if needed. With Roman gone, Hans offered to show Kevin around. Kevin couldn't believe this was really happening. Meanwhile, Roman made his way to the family library. He wasn't there to relax. He immediately started looking through the books. He was researching one thing, Aura Knights. He needed to understand the path to power in this world. He found what he was looking for. The book explained that to become a 1-star Aura Knight, you first had to be able to create aura. To reach the 2-star rank, a knight had to be strong enough to cut through steel with their aura. The power of that aura decided everything. Once someone hit the 3-star rank, they were considered on a whole other level. They were given special treatment by the entire kingdom. On the entire continent, there was a 6-star knight. But according to the books, no one had ever reached the 7-star rank. That rank was so rare that even among the top 10 strongest knights, not all of them had reached it. He'd seen the strength of Chris, a 2-star knight. That meant even Jonathan, who was a 3-star, would only be as strong as a 2nd-class fighter back in his old world. The fact that someone had reached the 6-star rank meant they were beyond human. The book said their blades could produce flames that stretched for tens of meters. The book said their power was on a whole other level. Turns out there are only 12 people in the entire continent who have reached the 6-star rank. They're treated like royalty, no matter where they come from. Roman considered this. For them to reach that level using such an inefficient way of controlling energy, they had to be incredibly talented. But the knights weren't the only threat. He turned the page and started reading about magicians. The book explained that anyone who reached the 7-circle rank was given the title of Archmage. They were considered walking disasters, half-gods who could destroy the land with a single spell. And when they worked together, they were even more dangerous than the 6-star Aura Knights. Magic, it was a power that never existed in his old world. After reading all this, he had a pretty good idea of what he needed to do. He didn't know when he'd have to face these kinds of monsters, and he knew his father was too cautious to make any risky moves. It was all up to him. He knew that not being able to predict the future was dangerous. But he also knew he wasn't the type of person to just sit still and wait. He remembered his past, a life of constant battle. He was determined to live this new life to the fullest with no regrets. A smirk crossed his face. This was going to be exciting. He decided it was time to start getting ready. He walked up to a sturdy wooden door. The door creaked open and Hans stepped inside. Roman looked around the room and asked what it was used for. He added that the old baron was extremely secretive about it. No one was allowed inside, and it was built to be completely sealed off from the world. Roman looked at the sealed room. This place would be perfect for his training. He explained that he wouldn't need any food or supplies. But the most important rule was that no one was allowed to come in. His tone became deadly serious. He warned Hans that unless the family was in grave danger, he was not to be disturbed for any reason. Hans understood the weight of the order and promised he would follow it. With the instructions given, the heavy door swung shut, sealing Roman inside. He was completely alone now, standing in the quiet darkness of the workshop. He looked down at the straw covering the floor and realized Hans must have put it there for him. He appreciated the thought, but the straw would only get in the way of his energy flow. He had to clear it out. With the floor empty, he was ready to begin. He sat in the center of the room and closed his eyes, focusing his mind. He knew he'd only built up a small amount of mana in this new body. To perfectly use the techniques of the heavenly demon magician, he had to start from the very first step. This was the first part of the heavenly demon magician's training. Powerful aura of heat and energy exploded from his body. The goal was to remove every single impurity from his body. The process was so violent that he began to cough up blood, but he didn't stop. He could feel it, the mana in his body was completely blocked. It was full of impurities, far more than a normal teenager should have. But he had expected this. He just needed to gather enough mana to force his way through the first step and start reclaiming his true power. He had decided to live his life here. And to do that, he needed the strength to protect the people he now called his own. This was only the beginning. An entire week passed. Meanwhile, visitors arrived at the Dimitri estate. A servant led them through the halls. The servant asked them to wait, promising to bring tea. These were important guests, Viscount Lawrence and Ms. Flora. The two of them stood there silently, their expressions serious. Viscount Lawrence asked to see Roman. The servant explained that the young master was currently busy with some business. With that, the servant left them alone in the large, empty room. Viscount Lawrence let out a frustrated sigh. He felt that even though their visit was unexpected, it was obvious they weren't wanted here. He decided they had no choice but to wait and motioned for his daughter to take a seat. Laura sat down, her expression clearly worried about what was about to happen. Her father then reminded her that they were there to apologize for a mistake. He warned her to be very careful with her words. But what she said next completely blindsided him. He was furious, demanding to know if she had really already announced their disengagement. Flora nervously tried to explain what happened during her last visit. She told him she had wanted to follow his orders, but it was clear something had gone terribly wrong. Flora yelled back at her father, insisting she couldn't marry someone she didn't respect. Her father put a hand to his head, completely frustrated. He told her he always thought she was a wise child and couldn't believe she would do something like this. He demanded to know if she understood what was happening in their territory. The Barco family had just borrowed a huge amount of money from the gold bank. He told her that could only mean one thing: they were preparing for war. The Viscount explained that the arranged marriage with the Dimitri family was their only hope. They were the only ones strong enough to protect them from the Barco family. Flora tried to argue back, saying her family wasn't weak. She asked if they didn't still have a chance, even without the Dimitri's help. Her father sighed. He told her that if it were just the Barco family, then maybe they would. But the central government was also involved, approving strange documents and letting the Barco family borrow money for free. This was much bigger than a simple war between two families. He explained that the people helping the Barco family were actually enemies who wanted to see their own family destroyed. Since their enemies now had a good reason to attack, he warned her they would do anything to take everything: their land, their honor. And even her, the one they called the Flower of Lawrence, the words hit her hard. She clenched her fists, the weight of his words finally sinking. She admitted to herself that she knew about the danger all along, but she had ignored it for her own selfish reasons. She told herself to wake up. Her pride meant nothing if her family lost everything. Meanwhile, outside, two men were pacing nervously. They wondered what to do and when the young master would finally come out. He muttered that the Viscount and his daughter had been waiting since morning, and the sun was already starting to set. He was torn. The young master had given strict orders not to be disturbed, but the visitors were clearly getting angry. Just then, he heard the workshop door creak open behind him. He turned around, surprised to see the young master finally coming out. But his words caught in his throat. He stared, completely stunned by what he saw. The sun was already sinking, warm light pouring through the tall window and washing the noble room in orange, as if to remind them how much time had slipped. On the table, the untouched teacup rattled softly, the tiny shake giving away how tense the weight had become. Flora lowered her eyes, reminding herself that she had already chosen this path and would see it through, no matter how scared she felt now. Across from her, the Viscount sat with his head bowed and fingers locked, blaming this mess on Flora, yet knowing that, for Lawrence to survive, he had to somehow make this marriage happen. His white-gloved hands shook where they were clenched together, because even as he pushed for it, a part of him knew forcing his daughter into this still felt wrong. The Viscount's eyes went wide and bloodshot as he lifted his head, fury boiling up at the thought that his own child had to pay the price for other people's greed. He shot to his feet so fast the couch shook, and Flora stared up at her father with a bead of sweat on her cheek, startled by the sudden fire in his eyes. In the middle of the room, the Viscount stood with his fists tight at his sides and announced that he would go to Baron Dimitri himself, while Flora pushed up from her seat, stunned as her father chose to shoulder the fight in her place. The Baron moved his quill across the paper at a steady pace, acting like nothing outside that room mattered right now. The grand office doors stayed shut, holding back the anger that had been building on the other side all day. The Viscount slammed the doors open and stormed in, roaring at Baron Dimitri for daring to leave his guests waiting this long, while Flora followed with a pale, uneasy face. Facing the desk, the Viscount poured out his anger, saying that if Dimitri disliked them so much he should have just sent them home instead of treating them this cruelly. But the Baron only sat there, looking far too calm for such a storm. As Diet tried to calm the Viscount and ask if he had even set an appointment, the Baron simply dipped his quill into the ink, answering their heat with cold, steady movements. Standing stiff in front of the desk, the Viscount insisted they had sent word a week earlier and only showed up like this because the Baron had turned them down and then stayed silent, leaving them no other choice. Baron Dimitri answered in an even tone, saying that if he had truly meant to turn them away, he never would have dared ignore a visit from a Viscount in the first place. Baron swallowed hard as the Dimitri Baron asked if they had really remembered the come a day all this way Flora just to Lawrence complain about visited. when Roman calmly told him he planned to end their arranged marriage. He had scolded his son for that choice, but even a child could see it was Flora Lawrence who pushed Roman to that point. Even with that clue, the Baron never pressed him, deciding that if Roman wanted to act a certain way, he would just keep his mouth shut and let him. Now, facing the Viscount, the Baron laid it out clearly, saying his own family had been dragged into an arranged marriage they never even wanted. He reminded them that it was the Lawrence family who had begged for this union in the first place. Yet the Baron asked how the Viscount could act so offended over a few hours of waiting, as if that somehow excused everything his side had done. He slammed his fist down and roared that they had forced this meeting on him while staying blind to their own mistakes. As his final words crashed over them, the Viscount and Flora could only stand there, faces tight, realizing they had come all this way just to be told they were the ones in the wrong. Baron leans back behind his desk and tells them that about a month ago, the Barco family reached out to him. They had promised that if Dimitri dropped Lawrence and chose a marriage with Barco instead, they would open doors to the central government and even hand over a slice of Lawrence land. He says he refused Barco's offer anyway and never even thought about changing sides. Then he asks the Viscount if he has any idea why he would turn down something that sweet. As he speaks, the ink bottle on his desk tips and spills, black liquid spreading across the wood like the cost of that choice laid bare. He says the reason was simple. Dimitri already had power, so they could afford to choose based on what they liked, not what they feared. With that strength behind him, he had picked the path his family wanted, not the one Barco tried to buy. He tells them that, in the end, he chose Lawrence only because his eldest son had fallen for the flower of Lawrence. Just for that one feeling, the Dimitri family accepted the risk of war with Barco, and he now calls that choice a mistake. The Viscount lowers his eyes, thinking how he let his anger drive him and turned this into a disaster. He wonders what he is supposed to do now, caught between the flower of Lawrence and the fool of Dimitri, who were never a good match to begin with. The Baron says he knows Flora and Roman are far from a perfect pair, but insists they should never forget what the Dimitri family stands for. Once Roman carried the Dimitri name as heir, his worth was no longer something others could judge lightly. In that moment, it is clear what the Baron means. Once the word Dimitri was fixed to Roman's name, the fool everyone mocked became someone whose value could shake whole families. The Baron points out that the ones clinging to this marriage are not the Dimitri family at all, but Lawrence. The Viscount stiffens, and Flora lowers her head, both forced to face how desperate their side really is. Sitting back with his arms crossed, Baron Dimitri calmly asks if he is wrong about who needs this deal more. Flora can't answer because they all know he is right. Flora's hands tremble as she stares at the floor, the Baron's words digging in. Her mind drifts back to when she was a child, to the place where all of this first started. She remembers the academy, a grand place where the children of royal families gathered. There, they were taught not just lessons from books, but how to build the ties that would shape their future power. Among all those famous names, there was one house so small that people even questioned if it deserved a seat there. It was a family that barely existed outside of its title. That forgotten house was the Joel family, and the quiet boy hunched over his desk was their only child. In that world of kids who all thought they were gifts to the world, Joel was the strange one. He sat apart, never acting like he was better than anyone. Joel's and that tiny little slip like would be enough, dragging him in front of a full punishment group while the teachers stood over him like judges. As the teachers kept scolding Joel for that broken vase, his father rushed in, bowed again and again, and begged them to blame him instead. From the back of the room, young Flora watched the whole thing and only thought about how pitiful Joel and his father looked. Thinking about it now, Flora feels that her old pity was almost a joke, because she never once tried to understand how desperate they must have been. Her gaze sharpens as she finally admits she now stands in Joel's place, and this time she has to face that shame herself. Now, as the head of House Lawrence, her father bows low and admits that his own daughter acted on her feelings and caused a huge mistake. He admits that Joel had been weak back then, and that House Lawrence is just as weak now, saying he should have come to apologize first and asking the stronger side to forgive their ignorance in a world where the weak must bow. Across the desk, Baron Dimitri studies the kneeling Viscount and the silent Flora, knowing their whole family is now waiting on whatever judgment he gives. The heavy doors slowly opened, flooding the office with bright light as the young master finally stepped. Flora's eyes went wide as it hit her that she had understood the truth far too late. Roman's boots tapped across the floor, each slow step making the silence in the room feel heavier. Roman straightened his tie and walked in with an easy, steady look, like someone who had already decided how this would end. Roman walked up to the desk and calmly greeted his father, making it clear he had come to face this matter himself. Baron Dimitri stared at his son in surprise, then checked if Roman had really finished the harsh training he had ordered. With a small nod, the Baron said they would deal with whatever had happened to Roman later, and turned the talk toward the real problem. Roman's eyes hardened as he said that the Lawrence family had come to settle the arranged marriage issue. The ink bottle toppled over, dark liquid spreading across the desk like a sudden stain on their calm talk. Roman said he understood his father, taking on the burden without flinching, while Flora watched him with a tight, uneasy grip on her chest. As he picked up a cloth, Roman explained that with the Barco family pressing in, only Dimitri's strength could keep the Lawrence family standing. He wiped the ink in steady strokes and said that after hearing Flora's honest thoughts that first day, his own view of their marriage had changed too. He said she had likely trusted the stories about Dimitri's fool, and decided she could never marry a man she thought was that low, letting rumors choose their future for them. Staring at the stained cloth, Roman admitted that no matter what others thought of Roman Dimitri, He had hoped to spend his life with someone who judged him by what they saw with their own eyes. With that thought laid bare, he moved on to state his choice. The Viscount's face tightened with worry, while Flora bowed her head, finally accepting that Roman's answer would be something they had brought on themselves. Roman lifted his head, his voice steady as he said he wanted everything to stay as it was, with the engagement between them completely broken. For him, that choice was already final. The word hung in the air like a hammer blow, and the room fell heavy as both families understood that the bond between Lawrence and Dimitri was gone. The Viscount lowered his head, thinking how this match had been Lawrence's last move, and how no other noble house would dare tie themselves to a family already under pressure. Then a worse thought hit him, and his eyes flew wide as he imagined Dimitri and Barco standing on the same side, a force his weakened house could never stand against. Bowing so low his back shook, the Viscount listened as Romero promised that Dimitri would stop taking taxes from Lawrence lands, saying it was their way of making up for how this deal had ended. Romero shook his head and said there was no need to worry about what might happen later, because the Dimitri family never bent their choices out of fear of future trouble. Flora lowered her eyes and agreed to carry the blame, accepting that the world would think she was the one who ended it for her own reasons. The Viscount bent even lower and thanked the Dimitri family, clinging to whatever dignity and mercy they had just been given. Father and daughter bowed together one last time, giving a stiff, formal goodbye that tried to hide how badly they had just lost. The heavy doors swung open, flooding the room with light as the meeting finally came to an end. The Viscount gently guided Flora into the corridor, each step feeling heavier as they walked away from the only shield their house had left. The Viscount glanced back with a troubled look, already realizing that Roman was far more dangerous and valuable than he had ever guessed. In his mind, he pictured Roman standing tall beside Romero, and he knew that if he had seen this side of the heir sooner, he never would have pushed Flora to decide so lightly. A bead of sweat slid down the Viscount's cheek as he squeezed his eyes shut, crushed by the thought that one careless order to his daughter might have doomed their whole house. As he stepped through the door, the Viscount finally admitted to himself that he had made a huge mistake. The heavy doors shut again, leaving only the Dimitri father and son inside with the weight of what they had just decided. Romero leaned back in his chair and told his son that he too had been wrong about how things would play out. Roman listened without flinching and agreed, accepting that he was Romero's son and would carry the results of his own choices. He thought back to the single week that had turned everything upside down. During that week in the shed, he pushed his body so hard that his skin burned and his mouth filled with the taste of iron, but he refused to stop. With so much mana packed into this world, forcing it through Roman's body dragged out every bit of filth inside him, and the strain was almost enough to break him. Looking at himself now, Roman knew the change in his body was proof that he was no longer the useless fool everyone remembered. Romero stared at his son, trying to process that Roman had broken through by training alone, with no teacher guiding him. When Roman said mana was now flowing through his body, Romero's eyes went wide. He knew that kind of gift only showed up in a tiny number of people. Sitting behind his desk, Romero leaned back and tried to calm himself, reminding himself that mana circulation was something most people could never even dream of reaching. Even so, Romero straightened his back and firmed his jaw, accepting that no matter how strange this change was, Roman was still his child. Romero admitted he had been a lousy father, but he told Roman that from now on he would back him up whenever things got hard. He told his son to never forget that he was Roman Dimitri, and that Romero Dimitri would stand as the head of the family beside him. With a steady look, Romero promised that he would always be there in the background, pushing Roman forward whenever the boy needed strength. Roman drove himself through another round of drills, using his sword like a crutch as his body screamed from the street. The old master watched in silence, his sharp eyes weighing every move Roman made. Roman let his eyes fall shut, feeling the quiet flow inside his body and thinking about the words he had just heard. To him, a father who was warm, honest, and stood behind his son with no hidden plan felt almost unreal. Behind the desk, Romero sat straight and steady, quietly waiting to hear how his son would answer him. Roman's lips curled into a small, calm smile as he thanked his father, admitting that having this kind of support did not feel bad at all. For the first time in a long while, Roman's expression eased, and he spoke in a lighter tone that showed he was starting to accept this new bond. Roman stood calmly, listening without a hint of anger as Flora faced him at last and apologized for misjudging him and dragging both of their families into trouble. Roman keeps walking and tells Flora there is no need to apologize, since he never planned to keep their marriage promise in the first place. Flora hurries after him and says she understands why he is upset, admitting that even if the marriage was forced on them, she still ended it alone without asking anyone. Roman's eyes narrow a little as she brings up that there was a special reason she had to cancel their marriage. In her mind, Flora goes back to a bright party where she smiled with other nobles, remembering how talk of her being tied to a Dimitri made the usual gossip about her family grow even uglier. One of the women leans in close and quietly tells Flora the story going around about Roman Dimitri, the detail that made the talk about this engagement so much worse. Back in the quiet hall, Flora stands across from Roman and explains that people said he enjoyed strange drugs that slowly broke a person's mind and learning. Flora looks uneasy, but says she felt he at least deserved to know what was being said about him. Roman listens in silence as Flora adds that she now knows every bit of that talk was false, and his steady gaze shows he is judging her by how she handled it, not by the rumor itself. Roman keeps walking with his eyes shut, saying that whatever she heard back then and whatever she did, because of it will not change how things stand between them now. His coat flutters as he strides away, adding that this is exactly why she does not need to trouble herself over it anymore. Flora stands frozen in the empty hall, her chest tight as she tries to match his calm words with the guilt still twisting inside her. Hours later, the manor lies quiet under the full moon, the soft glow slipping through the tall windows. Later that night, Roman sits in the study with Hans and mentions the talk about drugs, repeating the ugly word without a hint of shame. As his fingers brush the warm cup, Roman explains that while there had once been signs of medicine used on his body, every last trace was burned away during the harsh training that reshaped him. Roman calls out to Hans, and the loyal aide straightens at once, answering politely and waiting for his next order. Roman calmly asks if Hans has ever once seen him enjoy drugs or even act like he used them, and Hans can only stare in shock, floored that his young master would put it that directly. Hans forces a weak smile and says he can talk about it from an outside view, clearly nervous about how far this talk might go. His fingers tighten on the wood as Hans admits he never saw it with his own eyes but still heard enough to worry him. Roman listens to Hans talk about how strange his actions once seemed, then coolly asks him to say exactly when that was. Hans thinks back and says it started about a month ago. In Hans' memory, the old Roman comes back from a social party, stepping through the doorway in his neat red coat. Hans remembers greeting him like any other night, yet even then he felt that something about the young master's return was strangely off. The Roman in his memory looks pale and shaken, sweat running down as if his mind had been dragged through something heavy. Hans remembers how, after that night, Roman shut himself behind those doors and barely came out, as if he had lost all will to face anything. Night after night, Roman drowned himself in bottle after bottle, the table buried in empty glass. Hans had watched this and started to fear that Roman had picked up something worse than just alcohol at that party. Flora stiffens as Hans brings up the grand social gathering held by the royal families of the Northeast, knowing exactly which night he means. Roman narrows his eyes and pushes Hans to say who exactly hosted that gathering. Hans finally names the host, Anthony Barco, the eldest son of House Barco, standing beneath his family's sharp crest like a warning sign. Roman closes his eyes as Hans lays it out. The broken engagement with Flora, the invite from Barco, and the way his mind seemed to fall apart right after. In Hans' mind, the old Roman lies on the carpet, body still and blood spreading under his head. Staring with cold purple eyes, the current Roman understands that Hans has already guessed how far things went that night. Hans keeps seeing Roman's body on the floor and the dark stain beside him, and something about that end still refuses to make sense in his head. He remembers Roman's will, where Roman only wrote that he had gone to war in place of his younger brothers and was terrified of what might happen with nothing else explained. To Hans, that excuse never fit, because Roman had already been promised to Flora, who now sits there stiff, hearing her own part in this dragged into the open. Romero Dmitri had always known that married nobles had plenty of ways to dodge the battlefield, which only makes Hans more certain that Roman should never have been pushed to the front in the first place. The current Roman narrows his eyes, refusing to believe that the former Roman threw everything away just because he was scared of war, knowing deep down that the story has holes. Roman questions Hans about how his past self and Anthony Barco looked from the outside, and Hans admits that Roman barely spent time with anyone and that things with Anthony had only grown worse lately. Roman's gaze hardens as he links that sour turn with Anthony to the moment when talk of a marriage with Lawrence first started to spread. In his mind, the Dimitri-Lawrence wedding stands at the altar, a single union that turned into a huge wall for the Barco family, blocking their dream of swallowing up Lawrence's lands. In Roman's mind, the wedding turns into shattered glass, because for the Barco family, the easiest way to clear that wall was to stop this marriage before it ever took place. Roman stares ahead, thinking that the Barcos must have pushed the old Roman as hard as they could, until he finally broke and never came back. Roman looks over, the sharp mood easing just enough to show that Hans has his attention. Hans holds out a folded letter and explains that the Barco family sent this invite while Roman was deep in training, then asks what Roman wants done with it. Roman's lips curl into a thin smile as he decides the Barcos are either shameless or still think he is easy to handle, and either way he takes it as an insult. Deep inside, Roman admits that this whole matter with the Barcos and his past self still gnaws at him. As the tea slowly swirls in the cup, Roman learns the party is in exactly 2 weeks, and calmly decides he will go there himself. The Dmitri estate stood quiet under the clear sky, giving no hint that Roman was already planning his next move inside. Inside, Hans followed a servant's lead and brought Kevin to the place where the young master was waiting. Hans leaned close and quietly warned Kevin that the young master was not the same person he remembered, leaving Kevin uneasy but nodding that he understood. A heavy door swung open, clearing the way for Kevin to step into the young master's space. Kevin stepped through the tall doors, calling out to the young master, while a hand gripping a sheathed sword waited just inside. Roman stood in the training yard with a wooden sword in hand and calmly asked if the newcomer was Kevin. Kevin froze, eyes wide, as he finally understood Hans's warning and felt how heavy and sharp the air around Roman had become. In the middle of the training yard, Roman asked how Kevin had been, and Kevin answered that he was slowly getting used to everything here, giving credit to Hans for helping him along. Kevin fidgets in front of Roman and stumbles over his words, clearly working up to something he has been holding back. He finally admits that he has been unsure this whole time about what his role is here, and whether he can do anything that truly helps the young master. Roman studies him with a steady look and says that Kevin's role, when it comes to him, is not something simple or fixed. Kevin's eyes go wide as Roman's words about him being a sword hit harder than he expected. Roman lifts 3 fingers while gripping his sword and tells Kevin that no one else decides a person's worth, so he will lay out 3 paths for Kevin to choose from himself. He raises 1 finger and says the first path is to give up being a sword, If Kevin fears blades and bloodshed, he can instead act as Roman's hands and feet, helping in other ways. In this path, Kevin would trail after Hans in the study, learning from him and handling whatever work the steward gives, acting as support rather than a fighter. Roman grips the sword tight and lays out the second path. Kevin can choose to become his sword and stand by his side to guard him. Kevin admits he has never even held a sword, his voice shaking as he tries to back away from the idea. Roman does not soften at all and tells him that is exactly why. If Kevin chooses the second path, he will put him through a test that will hurt more than anything he has felt before. Kevin repeats the words about terrible pain under his breath, almost not believing them, and his mind jumps to the idea of his own limbs being crushed as part of the test. In his head, Kevin pictures a body wrapped in wild red light, every bone and muscle squeezed so hard it feels like the whole frame is being crushed from the inside. Roman explains that taking on that kind of pain would not be empty talk, but proof that Kevin is ready to show his worth. And Kevin can only stare back, throat dry. With the second path laid out, Roman says there is still one last choice left for Kevin, something even more extreme than the test he just described. Roman calmly draws his sword and lets it fall at Kevin's feet, telling him that the final option is to take that blade and be ready to give up his own hand for this choice. Kevin flinches back as the sword clatters on the ground, stunned that the test could go that far. Kevin's eye goes wide as Roman explains that this path means choosing to hurt himself on purpose, not because someone forces him, but because he wants to stand as Roman's sword. Roman tells him that if he can endure that pain all the way to the end, he will grow stronger at a speed no one else can match. And Kevin stands there frozen, weighing if he can really pay that price. Roman studies the trembling boy in the corner and thinks of how even the mad demon, who once lived as a stray on the streets, climbed up to become one of the 4 strongest warriors just by his will alone. His eyes harden as he asks what choice Kevin will make, promising that whatever path the boy picks, Roman will draw full value from him. Then remembering how he himself was born in a crumbling shack outside Dimitri's walls. Kevin first came into the world on a thin blanket in that worn-down house, crying weakly with nothing around him but bare walls and cold air. As a kid, Kevin had no time to play. He trudged after his parent with an armful of firewood, working from morning on just so their family could keep living. Following his parents from place to place, Kevin learned to haul, clean, and fix almost anything. But no matter how hard he pushed that cart or how many tasks he took, someone stronger always stepped in and took the reward. Men like these laughed as they stripped away his pay and chances, proving that for the weak, life was nothing but being pushed around by those who held power. With blood running over his eye, Kevin stares ahead in shock, realizing that this broken, helpless life is exactly what it means to be weak. And he starts to hate the thought of staying that way. Strong figure stands with weapon in hand, back straight and unshaken, showing Kevin the shape of the strength he could reach if he dares to take the path offered to him. Kevin's thoughts circle around Roman's power, a level of strength that feels almost unreal to him. Kevin's hand tightens around the sword as he wonders how hurting himself could possibly help him grow stronger. Sweat runs down Kevin's face as he thinks that if this pain lets him reach even a hint of the young master's strength, it might be worth it. Thinking about a life where everything is always taken from him, Kevin decides he would rather risk anything than stay weak and swears he will go through with it. Roman watches in silence, his calm eyes checking whether Kevin's resolve is real or just a moment of panic. Kevin sets his arm in place and clenches his fist, lining the sword up with his own wrist as he prepares to follow through. With his eyes wide and breath held, Kevin swings the blade down toward his arm, putting all his fear and resolve into that single motion. A raw scream rips out of Kevin as the blow lands and white-hot pain floods his arm. Kevin's face twists with pain and fury, but under it all there is a wild rush of relief that he actually went through with it. Footsteps tap down the hall as a knight strides toward Roman's room, annoyed but also eager to finally see his young master again. Chris sighs to himself, thinking how he left the knights to follow Roman, only for the young master to vanish into training for a whole week. He spots Hans up ahead and calls to him, wanting to know if Roman has finally come out of training. Hans tells Chris that Roman is inside that room talking with Kevin, and has ordered that no one else is allowed in until they are done. Chris blinks in surprise, not expecting Kevin of all people to be alone with the young master. He frowns a little and admits he has never even heard of Kevin, wondering what kind of person managed to catch Roman's eye. Kevin's hand drops toward the ground, streaks of red trailing through the air, showing just how close he came to losing it. Kevin's eye trembles as he stares ahead, the sting of pain mixing with the raw shock that he actually went through with it. Kevin stands frozen, his sword lying useless on the ground, while Roman waits calmly in front of him, hands in his pockets as if this was all expected. The yard falls silent, a stretch of empty ground between the shaken trainee and the calm young master who just forced him to face that choice. Roman studies Kevin with tired eyes, not pleased or angry, just measuring whether the boy's resolve is worth shaping any further. A moment later, Roman strides back toward his room, not giving Kevin or the training yard another glance. Hans grabs the sword and goes pale when he spots the red smeared along the blade, blurting out in panic as he rushes after his young master. Inside the room, Hans stammers about the blood, but Roman turns away and tells him it is nothing, saying it only came from stepping in when Kevin was about to take his own hand off. Kevin braces with his sword, eyes wide, but the spell grabs hold of him. His body loosens and his head drops, the fight in his gaze fading as the illusion drags him under. The power he used has a name, a twisted charm that bends minds like toys. In that brief gap before his senses vanished, Kevin brought the blade down toward his own wrist, choosing pain over backing down. Roman's lips curl into a sharp smile as he thinks about that kid's nerve, knowing a weaker spell would have cost Kevin his whole hand. Later that night, Chris lies on his bed staring at the ceiling, thinking about the party that is only 2 weeks away. In another room, Kevin stares at the fresh bandage on his wrist, reminding himself that the real war is still months away, and this was only the beginning. Roman grins, already planning the drills and lessons ahead, knowing there is still so much to hammer into them and that his real work is only now starting. Inside this quiet hall, hidden behind heavy doors and cold armor, Roman was about to pass down a technique that should have stayed locked away. Roman calmly explains that this is no normal skill, but the very method once used by the Mad Demon, a secret martial art pulled straight out of the main house treasury. In his mind, the technique takes shape as a glowing figure wrapped in wild energy, the soul spirit god that chews on a person's very core. The power coils tighter, and it is clear this art does not just hurt the body, it slowly grinds down the user's spirit itself. Even so, that same torment twists into strength, letting the user drag out insane power while their whole body screams. Roman remembers the Mad Demon, still roaring inside that storm of power. A man who kept his will even when his body was ruined, and who proved how far this art could go. Thinking of Kevin's hand and the blood on the training post, Roman decides that anyone willing to do that to himself is fit to learn this art. But he tells the boy that what waits ahead will make yesterday feel mild. Standing over him in the hall, Roman admits he chose this path because Kevin knows nothing about mana. And this harsh, dangerous art is simply the quickest way to drag real power out of a clueless teenager. Kevin hesitates for a moment, then finally calls out to the young master. Standing in front of Roman, Kevin says how deeply grateful he is for everything so far. Yet his voice trails off like there is a hard question stuck in his chest. With the empty yard around them, Kevin finally asks why Roman trusts him at all, his doubt louder than his words. Kevin stares at his own feet and confesses that even though he swore to give his life for Roman, he has shown nothing yet and could still turn tail after learning this power. He tells Roman he wants a real answer, wanting to know why someone like him is trusted so much. Roman answers in a light, almost lazy way, as if trusting Kevin is the most natural thing in the world. Kevin looks stunned by how simple the answer is, but Roman just turns away and tells him they will begin real training tomorrow, ordering the boy to rest while he still can. As Kevin leaves, Roman wonders again why this kid feels so easy to trust, remembering how the Mad Demon once asked him the same thing, and deciding that real, unconditional trust only shows up when you choose to believe in someone completely. Roman watches Kevin in the yard, and calmly tells him that betrayal is not even on the table for him. Kevin's eyes widen as he hears that the stronger he becomes, the more he will understand how dangerous it would be to ever turn on his master. Heavy darkness presses in, carrying the weight of the title Heavenly Demon and all the horror tied to betraying him. Roman strides through a blood-red haze with a cold smile, the look of someone who has crushed countless traitors before. The training grounds stand quiet under a clear sky, hiding the brutal lessons that are about to shape new warriors. Two tense hands clamp around the wooden sword as it slams into the post, showing how hard Kevin is pushing his body. As Kevin hammers the post again, Roman stands at his side and reminds him that every great move starts from simple basics, done exactly right. Kevin narrows his eyes and fixes his gaze on the target, pouring all his focus into each swing just like Roman demanded. Chris sits on the crates, watching Roman drill Kevin, and a rush of hope hits him as he thinks this might finally be his way forward. The words burst out of Chris before he can stop himself, his voice sharp with confusion and doubt. Chris stares at the yard and admits to himself that he just doesn't get what Roman is thinking anymore. The young knight wonders why Roman is pouring all that sword training into some strange kid, while acting like he himself is not even worth teaching. He had believed that staying close to Roman would let him grow strong in no time, but now it just feels like Roman barely even notices him. As Kevin keeps hammering away at the post, Chris thinks that maybe he should just go back to swinging his sword right beside Roman and even beg to be taken in again if he has to. Chris leans back and lets out a slow breath, forcing himself to calm down instead of rushing over in desperation. Under the clear sky of the training yard, Chris decides to hold back for now and just wait a little longer for his own chance. Day after day, Chris sits on that same crate, watching Roman train Kevin while he does nothing. Each new sunrise drains his patience until all that is left is tight, shaking frustration. His hand tightens until the leather creaks and snaps, and that small crack is the last push he needs to stop holding back. Chris storms across the yard toward Roman, fists balled and jaw tight, while Roman waits with his arms folded, calm as ever. Chris tells Roman that it has already been more than 2 weeks since he chose to follow him, yet he has only watched from the side while Roman trained Kevin. He points out that Roman spent the first week on his own drills, and then used the next one pouring all his time into Kevin, leaving Chris stuck on the sidelines the whole time. Kevin glances over, unsure what to do as the tension rises. Chris admits he was rude before, apologizes without excuse, and begs Roman to teach him anything at all, insisting he will master whatever is given to him. Roman watches him in silence, his eyes steady and cool, as if measuring whether the sudden humility is real or just another burst of emotion. Roman finally answers, saying that he already told Chris to learn just by watching him. Chris stares back, stunned that Roman truly expects him to grow only through silent observation. Roman turns his back on them and says that everyone has their own way of learning, making it clear he will not treat them the same. Roman explains that since Kevin started knowing nothing, he has to lead him through every step until Kevin reaches a basic level. Then Roman says Chris is different, that no matter what he teaches, Chris would only try to copy the man who beat him instead of really understanding the lessons. As Chris wonders if he is supposed to just keep watching, Roman answers that he is not, and calmly reaches for a wooden sword. A wooden sword lands in Chris's hands, and he stares at it in surprise, not sure why Roman armed him so suddenly. Chris grips the worn wooden blade, confused why they are not using real steel, as Roman says that only clear results will make him accept the truth. Roman tells Chris to spar with Kevin, and both of them freeze, eyes wide at the thought of facing each other so soon. Roman calmly adds that during the match he will guide Kevin on how to beat Chris, saying Kevin now moves almost like a copy of himself. Chris stares ahead, jaw tight, turning Roman's words over in his head and trying to decide if he can accept those terms. Kevin blurts out in shock that he is really supposed to spar with a knight, while Chris just stands there, almost bored by the idea of fighting a novice. Inside, Chris grinds his teeth, furious that Roman seems to see him as someone who needs to prove himself against a beginner. Chris forces down the anger and agrees to the match, eager to show everyone that he is not some pushover to be looked down on. The sky above the training yard stays calm and clear, a quiet break before wooden blades start to move. Chris steps forward until he stands across from Kevin, both gripping their wooden swords as Roman watches from the side like a judge. Kevin nervously points out that facing a two-star knight feels unfair, but Roman answers that even if Kevin loses, nothing in his life will really change, so there is nothing to fear. Roman calmly tells Kevin that the world is full of people far stronger than him, from the brute who crushed his family to Chris who is itching to beat him, so one more strong opponent is nothing special. Kevin's gaze hardens as he finally decides he can't just stand there and do nothing anymore. Chris grits his teeth, annoyed that he has to waste time on a novice, and it only gets worse when he notices Kevin looking at him like he might actually win. Roman looks between the two of them, fully expecting this match to break Chris's pride and bring him under control. As Roman starts the spar, Chris's eyes narrow, all his anger turning into sharp focus on the fight in front of him. Chris bursts forward with his wooden sword raised high, aiming to smash through Kevin's guard before the newbie can even think. In his head, Chris swears there is no way he will lose to someone who has barely trained for a week. Chris brings his strike down with full force, but Kevin plants his feet and manages to catch the blow, their wooden swords slamming together with surprising power. Kevin's eyes fly wide as the shock of the hit runs up his arms, and he finally understands just how strong a real knight feels. The wooden swords smash together so hard that one of them starts to crack, splinters bursting into the air. When the swords give out, the broken plank slams into Chris's chest, and Kevin drives forward with it, shoving the trained knight back with pure force. Kevin barrels in after him, eyes wide and breath sharp, letting his body move faster than his fear can catch up. Chris stares at Kevin with a tight jaw, annoyed that the rookie actually pushed him back. Kevin's heart pounds, but he forces his face to stay firm, refusing to back down now. Chris steps in and hammers his wooden sword down, smashing into Kevin's guard with even more force than before. Kevin's eyes flare as Roman's voice runs through his mind, telling him to slip to the side and drive his attack into Chris's chest the moment a kick comes. Kevin's foot slides across the stone floor as he commits to that one precise step Roman told him to take. Before Kevin can finish the motion, Chris whips the long plank around, the strike crashing toward Kevin's side with brutal speed. The blow slams into Kevin and hurls him through the air, his body twisting as he's thrown back across the yard. Kevin slams onto the stone floor with his wooden sword still clenched, pain ringing through his body as he realizes just how far he still has to go. Kevin lies there bruised and dazed, but Roman's firm voice cuts through the pain, ordering him to get back on his feet. Kevin's eyes widen as he recognizes the calm, sharp tone. The voice in his head is Roman's, the young master he looks up to. Roman calmly tells Kevin that he is using a mana skill called sound conduction to send his voice straight to him, and that he will guide Kevin's every move through it. Kevin stares ahead in shock, trying to wrap his head around sound being sent through mana, and realizing just how little he really knows about this power. Roman's calm instruction to shift right snaps Kevin out of his daze, and his eyes harden as he gets ready to move exactly as told. Kevin throws himself to the right and bursts forward, sliding under Chris's heavy swing and driving straight into the space Roman told him to take. Chris's eye sharpens in surprise as he notices Kevin cutting in past his guard faster and cleaner than before. Kevin twists his whole body as Roman tells him, turning sharply to line his strike toward Chris's left chest with everything he has. Kevin's broken blade whips across Chris's chest, close enough to scare him but not enough to land solid. The opening Roman pointed out was real, yet Kevin's body just could not keep up. Chris snaps back with a brutal kick to Kevin's ribs, cutting off any follow-up. Kevin's body folds around the blow as he's thrown backward across the yard. Kevin catches himself on one hand, gasping as splinters from his shattered sword scatter around him. Chris stands a few steps away with his own blade steady, waiting for the next move instead of easing up. Kevin clutches his chest and grits his teeth, cursing himself for wasting such a clear opening. He knows Roman's call was perfect, but his swing lagged behind and that gap is what hurts most. His eyes snap sharp as Roman's calm order to guard high rings in his head. Kevin forces his tired body to listen, pushing his doubt aside so he can move on instinct. Chris brings his sword down in a heavy arc, trying to crush him again. Kevin snaps his weapon up to catch the blow and twists to the right, sliding out from under the strike just as Roman told him. Kevin twists with new confidence, but he is a heartbeat late again. Chris drives a strike straight into his face, snapping his head back and reminding him that one clean move is not enough to close their gap. Kevin slides across the stone floor, barely keeping hold of his wooden sword as his body scrapes to a stop. Chris lowers his leg and stands tall, looking far too calm for someone who has been pushed this hard, while Kevin fights just to rise again. Kevin lies on the cold stone with blood running from his nose, teeth clenched in pain. His body is screaming, but his eyes say he is not done yet. Chris watches him with a tight jaw and a bead of sweat on his cheek. He admits to himself that this kid is holding on better than he expected. Roman studies the clash and knows Kevin is still no match for Chris. Kevin's body just cannot keep up with the sharp commands Roman is feeding him. Kevin forces himself upright, gasping as he leans on his wooden sword. Chris watches him, feeling that this whole situation is starting to twist into something different. A slow grin spreads across Kevin's face, cutting through the bruises. The struggle that should break him is actually starting to feel fun. Kevin glances toward Roman, standing calm with his arms crossed, and feels a rush of respect. In his mind, young Master Roman can do anything. Chris drives in with another sharp strike, and Kevin meets him head-on, their wooden swords bursting into splinters. Even against a trained 2-star knight, Kevin moves just the way Roman told him to. Kevin does not slow down. He drives his broken blade straight into Chris's guard and shoves with all he has. His body finally moves in perfect sync with Roman's unseen commands, turning the gap between them just a little smaller. Chris grits his teeth and swings, annoyed at himself. In his mind, Roman's orders are perfect, and if his body could keep up, Kevin would already be on the ground. Kevin pictures himself on strings, every step pulled by Roman's will. To him, the young master is just playing around with Chris, using Kevin's body as his toy. Kevin hears Roman's calm order in his head and twists his body to the right. His hands tighten on the wooden sword as Chris's blow rushes in. Kevin rolls his shoulder just like Roman said and drives in hard. Chris's eyes widen as their wooden blades smash together faster than he expected. Chris narrows his eye against the burst of light and force between them. For the first time, he feels like he might actually lose ground to this rookie. Chris suddenly steps in and drives his fist into Kevin's face, cutting through the wooden guard. Kevin's head snaps to the side, pain flaring where the blow lands. Breathing hard, Chris thinks about how every clean hit keeps slipping away and turning back on him. The knight starts to wonder if this is really just luck or if something else is guiding Kevin. Kevin thinks how even a genius like Chris cannot match the young master's true strength. Feeling both small and fired up, he accepts that this is Roman's world and quietly swears to follow him for the rest of his life. Kevin thinks of Roman's back and decides that even if the orders sound insane, he has to follow them without question. He squeezes the wooden sword with both hands, accepting that if someone like him wants to become Roman's blade, he has only one path left. Kevin lifts the sword above his head and roars inside that all he can rely on now is his own willpower. He throws himself into a full-force swing, ready to stake everything on this one. The strike slams down so hard that the sound rips through the training yard, making the stone walls seem to shake. Chris's head snaps forward, and he spits blood, proof that Kevin's desperate swing actually broke through his guard. Chris's green eyes narrow, not in fear but in sharp focus, as he measures Kevin again after that hit. With blood still on his lips, Chris calmly states that if Kevin keeps this up, he should be ready for something on his body to end up twisted for good. Then his mouth curls into a brutal grin as a rough laugh slips out, showing that the pain only makes this match more fun for him. Roman just watched with a crooked smile, clearly enjoying how things were turning. Chris stared back, stunned that Kevin was still standing after that exchange. Kevin's face was a mess, but his grin only grew wider as he raised the wooden blade again. He decided he would see this fight through to the end, no matter what it cost him. Shadows seemed to gather around Chris as he looked at Kevin. He started to speak, his tone low, as if he could not believe this nobody dared push him this far. His eye twitched and his teeth ground together as rage burst out. To Chris, Kevin was still just a worthless upstart who had dared to touch him. Chris slammed his heel into the floor and moved in, saying that if Kevin truly meant to push this far, he would answer that resolve himself. The knight shot forward with both hands on his sword, rushing straight at Kevin. He poured real strength into this charge, ready to give Kevin the brutal answer he had asked for. Kevin heard the threat about his arm but did not back away. He planted his feet, lifted the wooden blade to guard, and chose to meet the strike head-on. His eyes narrowed and a small smile touched his lips. Kevin was scared, sure, but more than that, he was excited to test how far he had climbed. Kevin's boot hits the ground as he steps in, choosing to move toward the swing instead of away from it. Kevin drives forward with his whole body, wooden blade cutting through the air as Chris swings down to meet him. Blood runs from Kevin's mouth as he tightens his jaw, repeating the command in his head to strike with real power, while Chris watches those eyes and feels the shift. Kevin roars inside and brings the wooden blade down with everything he has, the force of the swing driving Chris backward across the yard. Chris grits his teeth, stunned that Kevin chose to close the distance instead of breaking, while Roman watches with steady eyes, certain this match is far from decided. A calm voice reaches Kevin's mind, telling him to twist his body, turn back toward Chris, and not let the pressure drop. Kevin spins on his heel and charges once more, wooden sword raised high as Chris scrambles to ready his own guard. Leaping off the ground, Kevin raises his sword over his head and brings it down toward Chris, betting everything on this one clean hit. Chris sneers at the wide overhead swing, bragging that an attack that big and slow would never land on him. Chris's eye twitches as a bad feeling hits him, his earlier confidence cracking, while Roman just watches with cold, steady eyes, as if this was exactly what he planned. Chris snaps his wooden sword across with real speed, but Kevin's body twists in the air and the strike rips past his side, showing that Wild Leap was sharper than it looked. Kevin grunts through the pain and hurls himself back into range, and Chris's eyes widen, a drop of sweat rolling down as he realizes this kid still is not backing off. Roman's lips curl in a faint, pleased smile as Kevin's gaze hardens, the young fighter locking onto Chris with the focus Roman has been drilling into him. Chris lowers his head and draws a shaky breath, trying to calm the rush of nerves building in his chest. Kevin plants his feet and bears down with both hands, their wooden swords grinding together as Chris is pushed into a crouch under the weight of the strike. Chris's eyes burn bright as heat rushes through him, his pride roaring that he will not be crushed here. Kevin's broken sword is knocked from his hands, and the force sends him flying backward across the yard while Chris stands his ground. On the stone tiles, Kevin lies sprawled and unmoving while Chris stands over him, wooden sword still raised, breathing hard from the fight. Chris keeps his eyes down, shoulders tight, and he can feel Roman's calm, measuring stare on his back like a weight he cannot shake. Roman calmly pieces the exchange together, noting how Chris swung his sword while already planning to duck, sure that Kevin's follow-up would only be a fake-out. Kevin lets out a long breath where he lies, his chest rising and falling as the rush of the fight drains out of him. Chris bites back his frustration, calling Roman a nasty piece of work in his head for reading his thoughts and turning his careful plan into a joke. Roman turns his back on the yard and starts walking, telling Chris that the match is his and that, just like he promised, he is willing to train him personally starting tomorrow if Chris wants it. With Kevin slumped in his arms, Roman calmly repeats that the decision is up to Chris, while Chris just stands there, stunned by the chance to be taught by someone this far above him. Behind the closed door, Chris let out a long, tired breath, the weight of the match finally sinking. He yanked off his shirt and tossed it onto the bed, too annoyed to care where it landed. Standing in the quiet room, Chris wondered why he had even agreed to that fight in the first place. He replayed it in his head and cursed himself. In a match where there was nothing to gain, he had thrown away his time and still ended up losing. His thoughts snagged on Kevin's last move in the yard, the sharp twist that had flipped the whole fight around. He realized it was the same setup he had faced when sparring with Roman, a day he had run through in his mind hundreds of times. Chris's eyes widened as it hit him that without that brutal lesson from Roman, he might not have been able to deal with Kevin at all without using aura. A quiet laugh slipped out of Chris as he tasted the irony, knowing that even this useless loss had proved how far Roman's teaching had pushed him. In the quiet of his room, Chris wondered if he had really grown this much from just that one clash with Roman. Outside, the castle stood calm under the clear sky, while a single question pressed on his mind about what he would do next. He remembered standing before Roman, as the young master calmly pushed the choice back to him, forcing Chris to decide how he wanted to grow. Chris had told him he did not need gentle lessons. He would chase strength by staying close and learning from every move Roman made. Thinking back to trading blows with Kevin, he saw that he had grown from that single spar, and that every choice Kevin made had been shaped by Roman's unseen directions. Sitting alone in the yard, Chris felt his head packed with lessons. By trying to follow Roman's choices, he understood that the young master had been speaking to him as much as to Kevin and was no longer the fool he once knew. Watching Roman guide Kevin, Chris admitted he did not know what had changed, only that the young master now stood beyond even Captain Jonathan, and that being told to observe and learn meant finding his own insight while watching that power. With his eyes steady, Chris decided that until the day he passed Roman, he would keep watching, keep learning, and take in everything the young master showed. Roman watched Chris sit in the yard, a small smile tugging at his lips as if he was satisfied with the choice Chris had just made, but already thinking about the next step. With an easy grin, Roman told them that this was only the start, and that their training would keep going without a break. Days rolled by over the quiet towers, as Roman drove his men through another brutal week of drills and sparring. Soon, the Grand Barco's estate lit up under the sun as nobles gathered, and the day of their social party finally arrived. In the middle of the busy square, people buzzed with talk, asking each other if they had heard the latest news. Inside a warm tavern, a young noble leaned in and told his friend that Roman's engagement with the Lawrence family had been called off. He added that the Viscount blamed it on Flora Lawrence's mistake, but the pair scoffed, saying the family had likely panicked after seeing how useless they thought the Dmitri heir was. In a bright parlor, a noblewoman quietly noted that ending the match right before the clash with Barco could only mean the Dmitri heir was even more disappointing than people already said. Down in the kitchen, a maid whispered that she had heard Roman even took down Bloodfang, only for her co-worker to roll her eyes and call it a clumsy lie to cover the shame of the broken deal. In a richly decorated office marked by a green stag crest, a noble burst into loud, mocking laughter at the stories swirling around Roman Dmitri. The noble traced a finger over the notice, where one family crest had been slashed out in ink, amused that Roman had been the one to end the engagement and judging him as someone simple to steer. In the gilded office, the Barco heir lounged with a drink, while his servant calmly reported that Roman Dmitri had sent a letter agreeing to attend the party. Anthony Barco swirled his glass with a pleased smile, thinking that everything was going just as he had planned. Taking a slow sip, Anthony's eyes gleamed as he thought about next week's party and how fun it would be to measure the true level of Dmitri. Days passed and clear sunlight poured over the Barco estate as the day of the social party finally arrived. Inside, Roman studied what Hans had brought for him and wondered if he really had to wear something like that. In front of him stood an absurdly flashy suit, all bright trim and glittering chains, shining like some rare treasure. Hans stood firm beside the shining suit, reminding Roman that this was his first official gathering since the engagement ended, and that he could not show up in anything less than perfect. As Hans went on about the rare tailor and the absurd amount of money poured into the suit, Roman touched his chin, let out a low hum, and begrudgingly decided he would go along with it for now. Hans insisted that Roman could never refuse a masterpiece like this, acting as if not wearing it would be a crime. Roman just rubbed his chin, clearly not thrilled but listening. Hans looked up with desperate eyes and said he had poured his whole heart and soul into that outfit, begging Roman not to turn him down now. Roman forced a crooked smile, already knowing he had no way out of this once Hans started talking like that. Roman finally agreed to wear the ridiculous suit, and Hans burst into happy praise, saying he knew Roman would make the right choice as the carriage waited outside for their trip. Outside, a knight in full armor started walking, signaling that it was time for the young master's group to get moving. At the estate, Chris stood by the carriage with his arms crossed, grumbling that Roman was taking too long and that the host's young master might show up before him. The servant hurried over, bowing and spilling out an apology for being late, while Chris bristled by the carriage, clearly done with waiting. Kevin jogged down the street, one hand pressed to his helmet, still not used to how heavy the armor felt on his body. By the carriage, Chris sighed and stared at him, asking why he looked so strange. Kevin fumbled for words, admitting that none of the proper armor at the smithy had fit him. He remembered their spar and how Kevin's strike had almost broken through, and he felt a sting of shame that he had nearly lost to someone like that even with the young master's help. Snapped out of his thoughts, Chris felt his annoyance rise, while Kevin grabbed at his helmet in a panic, mumbling about how even the helmet was a problem. Chris steadied his temper and told Kevin to listen carefully. He laid it out clearly, saying they were not just bodyguards but the very face of House Dimitri, and that one careless move or loose word could stain their young master's name. Kevin's eyes went wide, and he quickly promised to remember every word, straightening up as if the armor finally sat right on his shoulders. Chris lowered his gaze, letting the weight of his own words sink in as he reminded himself that he carried the young master's name too. After a moment, Chris nodded and told Kevin to come to him whenever he was unsure, and Kevin lit up, thanking the knight like he had just been handed a treasure. As they walked, Chris pointed out that Kevin's helmet was already crooked again, and Kevin let out a small, embarrassed sound as he reached up to fix it. The road opened up to the Barco estate, its white walls shining under the clear blue sky as music and voices drifted out from inside. Inside, nobles moved between tables piled high with rich food, laughing over soft music as they traded light stories and empty praise. A cluster of ladies in bright dresses turned toward the entrance, and the woman in pink raised her fan, murmuring in surprise as fresh gossip swept through the hall. One nobleman raised his glass and asked if it was true that Roman Dimitri would really show up today, his tone caught between doubt and excitement. Swirling his wine, the noble said he still could not believe Roman had cut off the Lawrence match he had pushed for, only to attend Barco's party now, and he quietly wondered what in the world Roman was planning. The lady with the fan watched the talk about Roman and thought he was foolish for not choosing one side, certain any smart man would have stuck with a single match. One noble swirled his wine and said that even though Dimitri ruled the Northeast, their standing had turned shaky because of Roman, and he called it greedy for them to still chase favor with the Barco family. He added that at least Roman had come to the party to patch up his blunder, then laughed, treating the eldest son of Dimitri like some silly boy to joke about. Red-haired host told the lady that she would understand once she met Roman Dimitri, saying Roman was short, plain, and left people with nothing but a bad first impression. Still smiling, the red-haired noble talked about how Roman used to act high and mighty as Dimitri's eldest son, and he bragged that if he were a woman, he would have done anything to cut off that marriage too. A herald at the front of the hall cleared his throat and drew in a breath, ready to call out the name of Dimitri's eldest son. Heads turned toward the main doors as the guests heard Roman Dimitri's name, some whispering in surprise as they tried to see if the rumors were really about to walk in. The great doors swung wide and golden light poured into the hall, marking Roman Dimitri's entrance, and cutting through every smug word that had been said about him. Roman's boot landed on the blue carpet, and that single step pulled every wandering gaze straight toward the entrance. Roman walked in with white hair and sharp purple eyes, wearing a calm smile that made it clear he was nothing like the fool they remembered. He moved down the hall with steady steps, and nobles on both sides froze, their gossip dying mid-word as they took in the new Roman Dimitri. Whispers spread fast as nobles compared this tall, sharp figure to the short, sloppy boy they remembered, wondering how Roman had grown so much, and why his hair was now stark white. Among the murmurs, the blonde noblewoman lifted her head and watched Roman with calm, curious eyes, weighing this new version of him for herself. Instead of staying by the food and whispering like the others, the blonde lady set down her glass and walked straight toward the man who had just stolen the room. Roman turned his head as she neared, his face steady and unreadable, as if this grand welcome was nothing more than routine. Blonde noblewoman stopped before him, dipped into a graceful curtsy, and politely introduced herself as Sophia of the Grisel family, saying it was an honor to finally meet Roman Dimitri. Sophia calmly admits that her family is not well known, then adds that her father, Baron Grisel, has spent his whole life serving the Kingdom of Cairo. Roman answers that he already knows the Grisel family well, and Sophia lifts a hand to her lips, stunned that someone like him would recognize a minor house like hers. Roman keeps that easy smile and explains that a family with centuries of history like Grisel is impossible to ignore. Those thick green books on the desk hold records of every noble house in the Northeast, gathered just like Roman asked. As Roman bends over the desk flipping through notes, the servant glances at the messy pile of books and asks why his young master is suddenly so focused on this stuff. Roman thinks that if he is going to stand here as Dimitri's representative, the bare minimum is to know where every person he meets comes from and what their house has done. He knows that earning people's favor takes real effort, and for someone branded Dimitri's fool, that effort has to be even greater. Back in the ballroom, Roman smoothly mentions that her family has held land in the Northeast for ages and that Grisel lumber is known across Cairo for its quality, turning dry study notes into sharp social leverage. The young lady freezes for a moment, stunned that Roman even knows about her sibling awakening to mana and polite enough to offer such a careful praise. As Roman speaks with her, the air around them seems to crackle, and the nearby nobles turn toward the pair, sensing that something about this man is different from the rumors. Two nobles stare with their mouths half open, muttering in shock that this confident, sharp-tongued man can't be the same useless Dmitri heir they used to mock. Soon another young noble steps up and introduces himself as Magna of the Volt family, and Roman greets him with an easy smile, glad to finally meet the Volt heir face to face. Roman casually mentions the Volt family's achievements in a past war, and says the story moved him when he read it, leaving Magna flustered and thankful, while nearby nobles whisper that they should hurry over too. As the circle around him grows, a pink-haired lady remarks that he has changed a lot, and Roman just laughs it off, saying that compared to her, he still has a long way to go. Roman's tone softens as he asks if her mother's health has improved. Then he reminds her that Dmitri owes a lot to the deal their houses made 10 years ago, and thanks her family for standing by them. Round him, Magna, Eris, and the others trade bright smiles, their wariness gone as they realize this Roman Dmitri is thoughtful, well-informed, and someone worth standing close to. One of the young nobles laughs that he used to avoid Roman, thinking the Dmitri heir was just a drunk and hard to approach, and now he feels silly for it. Roman's easy smile and bright aura make it clear he is enjoying how quickly their tune has changed. Later, as Roman steps out into the cool night air, an old servant hurries up and respectfully calls out to him, breaking the flow of small talk. The old servant explains that the young master of the house is asking for Roman and has prepared a back room for private talk. Roman's eyes harden as he hears the message, and he decides this is the perfect chance to face the person who has been poking at him from the shadows. The tension of the party fades, washed over by clear blue light as a new day settles over the estate. By morning, the front of the Barco estate is packed, and every visiting house has lined up its own armored escorts, turning the courtyard into a quiet show of power. Near the gate, a curious young guard asks his blonde partner what a social party is, only to get a tired answer that men like them will never see the inside anyway and should stop dreaming. With a sigh, the older one tells him to quit fussing and straighten his crooked helmet. One of the older guards finally snaps and tells the rookie to take off the huge helmet that keeps slipping over his eyes. The young guard stammers in protest, confused and embarrassed by the sudden command. A pair of nearby guards watch and whisper, wondering what is wrong with that kid, and mentioning that he is supposed to be Roman Dmitri's escort. The blonde knight reaches out and roughly straightens the rookie's helmet, making it clear he is done listening to excuses. From the back of the line, the other guards stare at the shining blonde knight and the tiny rookie by his side, scoffing that the whole thing is a joke. As people around them sneer that Roman is an abandoned eldest son who even brought a brat who can barely hold a sword, the rookie's face tightens while the blonde knight calmly tells him to ignore the noise. The rookie stares ahead, the words about this being the level of Dmitri echoing in his mind, and shame hardens into a quiet resolve. Inside the bright hall, Roman stands with a glass in hand, suddenly frozen as something in the crowd grabs his full attention. While nobles chat and laugh in the background, a blonde girl with clear blue eyes stands out, surrounded by a soft glow like falling petals. Blonde noble slings an arm around Roman's shoulders, waving his drink as he asks who Roman has been watching so closely. Anthony turns Roman toward the blonde girl in white, and surprised that Roman does not recognize her, starts explaining who she is. The blonde girl in the blue dress stands with her hands neatly folded, flowers seeming to bloom around her as if the whole hall agrees she is the flower of Lawrence. Her gentle pose and flawless dress are not just for show. This is the woman at the center of the marriage deal between the Lawrence and Barco families. Later, Roman pushes open an ornate door and steps into a quiet room, ready to deal with the matter tied to that woman. Anthony jumps up from the couch with a wide grin, loudly asking what on earth happened to Roman while they were apart. Roman studies the man in front of him and realizes this really is Anthony Barco, the one tied to that messy marriage deal. Anthony waves Roman over with a big grin, telling him to sit and spill everything about how he changed so much. Roman's eyes move over the half-empty glasses and plates, noting that other guests were here not long ago. Seeing how neatly everything was cleared away, Roman guesses Anthony sent them off on purpose because he has something to share only with him. Roman lets a small smile curl on his lips, deciding to act relaxed and even claim he is not sure why he keeps changing either, just to make Anthony open up. Leaning back with one leg over the table, Roman laughs and tells Anthony he used to waste piles of money trying to fix himself, but now his body improves day by day even when he does nothing. Roman eases off the joking and says he is honestly glad they could meet again like this. Anthony just smiles without answering right away, watching Roman closely as if trying to decide how much of this new man he should trust. Anthony leans in with a lazy smile, saying he'll take Roman's words in a good way and that back then, he honestly had no idea what Roman was thinking. As Roman lifts his glass toward him, Anthony reminds him of the time he forced a political marriage with the Lawrence family, then still slipped into a back room with Anthony's own cousin. Anthony stares down at him with bright eyes and a crooked smile, acting overly amazed by his own story, while Roman watches in silence, not rising to the bait. In the middle of the grand room, Anthony laughs that even at a party where secrets are usually safe, he still can't believe Roman went that far when his wedding was just around the corner. Anthony leans over Roman with a sharp smile, saying he will keep that little mess buried and asking if he should take Roman showing up tonight as proof that he accepts the deal on the table. With his grin widening, Anthony lays it out, saying he wants to sit down and talk about Roman's marriage with the Barco family. Roman stiffens, the words echoing in his head as he realizes Anthony is trying to bind him to the Barco family through marriage. Roman's eyes flare as a forgotten memory tears open inside him, and he suddenly understands that this talk of Barco is tied to something far worse from the body's past. Roman stands in the rain before the grand doors, letting out a slow breath as he gathers the nerve to walk back into his past mistakes. Staring at the handles, he remembers how he turned on Anthony Barco, fully aware that what he did back then was nothing short of betrayal. The young lord remembers how he begged his father to tie him to the Lawrence family instead, trading loyalty for a safer political match. His fingers close around the cold metal, as he accepts that he cannot run from the Barcos forever, and will use this moment to try to fix things. Roman steps into the lavish room, and Anthony waves him over with an easy tone, telling him he is late and should sit down already. Anthony gestures to the woman beside him, introducing her as his cousin Emily Barco, and she greets Roman with stiff politeness while he gives a short, unsure reply. Anthony then asks if Roman has any problem with Emily sharing drinks with them, casually pressing him to treat her as part of their circle. Seeing Emily tense beside him, Anthony explains that she was just wandering by herself since it is her first time here, and he brushes off any concern by pointing out that she is Roman's family anyway. Anthony cheerfully tells Emily to pour Roman a drink, treating it like nothing. Roman quickly refuses and insists on serving himself, trying to keep things formal and not give Anthony any wrong ideas. Anthony keeps smiling, but inside he curses Roman and mocks him, acting like Roman is just bragging about his upcoming marriage. Roman starts to bring up the matter of his marriage, but Anthony waves it away and says the Barco family no longer cares about the Lawrence family at all. Roman stares at him, stunned, and asks if that is really true, almost afraid to believe it. Anthony laughs it off and tells Roman to stop being so stiff and just enjoy himself. And Roman, relieved, raises his glass and starts drinking with him. Roman gulps down glass after glass, laughing with Anthony until his head starts pounding and his vision melts into darkness. Roman wakes to bright light and finds himself half exposed in a huge bed, with an equally startled woman beside him, both clutching the sheets in shock. Roman's eyes go wide as pieces of last night refuse to come back, and he stares around the room, freaking out and demanding in his head to know what on earth just happened. Anthony slams into the room and shouts Roman's name, his voice cutting through the heavy air. Roman jerks upright on the bed, clutching the sheets as the woman beside him gasps in fear. Anthony glares at him with wild eyes and demands to know what on earth Roman has done. His voice is full of rage, like Roman has just crossed a line that can never be taken back. Roman's eyes shake as he stares back, barely able to breathe. His first instinct is simple denial because he cannot accept that this mess is real. He looks at the woman curled up beside him, then at the scattered bottles and glasses on the table. The mix of bare skin and empty wine tells him exactly what this looks like, even if his mind fights it. Roman digs through his mind for any trace of last night and finds nothing but a red blur. The harder he tries to recall, the more he realizes he cannot remember a single thing. The candle burns softly in the dark room, while Anthony's cold voice explains that Roman crossed the line by touching a woman from the Barco family. Roman sits on the floor in the candlelight, his body shaking as he listens. Anthony tells him this cannot be ignored and gives him a brutal choice. Either the truth comes out and his current engagement is broken, or something even bigger is forced on him. As Roman stares at the floor, Anthony finishes his demand, telling him to marry a direct heir of the Barco family to patch up their broken ties. Roman's face tightens, knowing this choice could chain his future to people he does not trust. Anthony says his anger is boiling over, but promises to swallow it and forgive everything if Roman agrees to join the Barco family as one of their own. Roman sits stiff in the candlelight as Anthony presses him for a decision, his whole body shaking because either answer could ruin his life. Now the Roman of today sits quietly on the couch, his eyes hard as he thinks back on that offer and how it pushed the old Roman into a corner with no clean way out. His gaze sharpens as he realizes how neatly everything lined up. If the engagement broke because Roman touched a lesser Barco relative, every rumor would blame Dmitri for the mess. In that case, the Dmitri banner would be trampled, and their family honor would crash straight to the bottom. The Dmitri family already took heat for having common roots, and Roman knew his father's temper well enough to doubt he could ever stand in front of that rage and explain the scandal. Yet he could not pick the other option either, because he truly cared for Flora and could not bring himself to shatter the marriage he had forced into place. If he walked away now, it would not only end their engagement, it would drag Flora's name through the dirt as well. Roman thinks about how the old Roman never chose a side and instead left the world, hoping that his death would clean up the scandal he caused. As he drains the glass, Roman decides that the man who once owned this body was nothing but a weakling who never achieved anything with his own strength. Roman's gaze sharpens, as if he is carving a line between the coward who ran away and the man he plans to be now. In the memory, Anthony leans forward with a bright smile, saying that joining their two houses would shake the whole northeastern region and change the balance of power. Anthony grows more excited as he talks, claiming that once their families join, no force in the Northeast will be able to stand against them. Anthony goes on about how Roman would rule the entire Northeast and gain absolute power. But Roman only wonders if something so empty is really worth all this fuss. Anthony's eyes widen, stunned that Roman could brush off an offer of such power as if it were nothing special. Roman sets the empty glass down, already annoyed that anyone thinks he would accept a political marriage for such a shallow reason. Anthony snaps that Roman has no choice, warning that if he refuses, Anthony will spread the story of what happened in the back room and drag the Dmitri name through the mud. Before Anthony can finish warning him about living in shame, Roman drives a kick straight into him and sends the noble crashing back across the couch. Anthony's eyes go wide, more shocked that Roman laid a foot on him than by the pain itself. Roman leans back with his arms crossed, stating that the Dmitri family has no reason to bow to the Barco proposal, especially over something this pathetic. Out in the hall, Flora laughs with another lady, trading light gossip as if this glittering party is nothing more than a fun distraction. Flora smiles softly, looking every bit like the prized daughter of a great house, completely at ease in the glow of the ballroom. Roman steps back into the ballroom near Flora, and a nearby servant hurries over, asking where their lord has been all this time. Roman keeps his voice calm as he tells Flora he has urgent business and needs to leave, even though the party has barely started. Flora clutches her hands to her chest, clearly wishing he would stay longer but not daring to stop him. Roman steps back with an easy smile, repeating that he has to go, and nearby nobles call out in surprise that he is already leaving. Flora lets out a small sigh, saying she still had so much she wanted to ask him, clearly not ready for this talk to end. Roman strides out of the bright hall without looking back, while the servant at the door bends low in respect, as if seeing off a much higher lord than before. As Roman walks away, a rage-filled voice explodes behind him, demanding that he take back what he said. Roman stops mid-step, instantly recognizing who is calling him out. The soldiers at the entrance jolt at the angry cry, trading uneasy words as they glance around. Roman stands behind them silent, already measuring how much trouble this outburst is about to cause. The echo of the shout slams through the air, and Roman's eye hardens, all traces of party politeness replaced by the sharp focus of a warrior ready to act. An armored boot crashes against the stone as the angry knight surges forward, making it clear this argument is about to turn into a real fight. Kevin crashes to the ground, armor scraping stone, while the other knights loom over him, laughing and shouting as if this is all a joke. Kevin grits his teeth and holds his tongue, agreeing to endure it while Chris stays quiet at his side, both waiting to see how far this will go. The Barco Knights trade smug smiles, clearly pleased with how weak and laughable they think Kevin looks. Behind Chris, the Barco Knights sneer loud enough for everyone to hear, joking that only a fool would bring a brat like Kevin as an escort, and laughing at how his helmet does not even fit. The Barco Knights huddle together, laughing as they say Kevin looks like he just threw on any armor that fit and started pretending to be a real escort. Before the bully can enjoy his own joke, Roman coolly remarks that Barco Knights must spend more time training their sneers than their swords, making it clear who he thinks is actually pathetic. The Barco Knight grips Kevin's helmet and leans in with a cocky grin, bragging that even without real training he could handle a sword better than this so-called escort. Roman's mouth hardens in the shadows as he says that treating his knight like this is the reason people think their liege is a fool, turning a cheap joke into a direct attack on their honor. Kevin jerks his head up under the knight's hand, and voice shaking with anger, tells him to take back what he said about young Master Roman not even deserving his own title. His patience breaks, and Kevin screams at the man to take those words back, cursing him as he does. The Barco Knight explodes in rage and swings at Kevin, furious that a lowly escort dared to shout at him. Kevin's body whips to the side from the strike, pain flashing across his face as the blow lands clean. Chris spins around, hand flying to his sword, ready to jump in as soon as things cross the line. As his sword leaves the sheath, Chris reminds himself that the thug in front of him is not just any bully but a knight of Barco. Standing between the Barco men, Chris realizes that with the Dimitri and Barco families already clashing, drawing blood here could spark something far bigger than a simple street fight. The thought hits Chris that one reckless swing could drag not just Roman, but the entire Dimitri family into disaster. Kneeling on the ground with his helmet knocked aside, Kevin tells the Barco Knight that he serves as young Master Roman's own knight. With anger burning in his eyes, Kevin adds that he has no interest in dealing with street thugs who only pretend to be knights. The Barco Knight lets out a short laugh, clearly amused that a low-ranked escort dares to talk to him like that. He snarls that they will test how long Kevin can hold onto that pride, then rushes in with his fist raised to smash him again. Before the punch can land, a strong hand clamps down on the attacker's arm, cutting his charge short. The Barco Knight's eyes fly wide, as he feels his arm locked in place by a grip far stronger than he expected. Kevin looks up in surprise, while the blonde noblewoman watches closely, both sensing that the balance of this clash has just changed. Roman holds the knight's wrist like it is nothing, his grip making the man freeze mid-swing while Kevin stares up at his liege in stunned relief. Roman's eyes narrow, cold, and steady, as he weighs exactly how much this fool needs to be put in his place. Without a word, Roman's hand whips across the knight's face, the strike landing so fast and hard it looks more like a blow from a weapon than a simple slap. The Barco Knight staggers back, cheek burning, while Roman stands relaxed in front of the castle, and the watching soldiers struggle to grasp how their bully was just shut down with a single slap. The knight clutches his stinging cheek, mind racing as he tries to accept that he was just slapped and could not even move before it landed. Before the man can recover, Roman's hand crashes into his face a second time, calling him a fool who does not even understand the gap between them. The knight starts to bark out an insult, only for Roman's palm to smash into his face again, leaving him blinking in shock, unable to understand how he keeps getting cut off. In the courtyard, Roman keeps his posture straight as his hand smacks into the knight's face yet again, turning the proud bully into a wobbling mess while the castle guards watch in stunned silence. The Barco Knight doubles over, clutching his face and groaning, while Roman just watches him like he is already finished. Roman's arm swings down and slams the knight's head toward the ground, the impact exploding like a hammer blow. The knight drops to one knee, grabbing his jaw with wide eyes, finally realizing this isn't a simple slap fight but a gap he can never cross. His eye trembles and a tear gathers at the edge, fear and humiliation crashing over him all at once. Roman looks down at him without a hint of pity and orders the knight to raise his head and clench his teeth, as if the real punishment is only starting. Elsewhere, Anthony Barco sits hunched on a lavish couch, fingers laced and head bowed, the weight of Roman's name pressing on his mind. Anthony lifts his head, sweat beading as he mutters in disbelief, trying to grasp how things with Roman spun so far out of his hands. Anthony glares toward the empty air, vowing that Roman must answer for daring to touch a woman from the Barco line, and reminding himself that offering a direct descendant in marriage was the last mercy he planned to show. Roman leans back with a lazy grin, saying that being called a fool or having more rumors stuck to his name means nothing when everyone already treats him like trash. Anthony stares wide-eyed, sweat sliding down his cheek as he realizes his threats about Roman's honor are completely useless. Roman folds his arms and calmly reminds Anthony that since Dimitri cut off the Lawrence family, the outcome Anthony wanted has basically come true already. Under the dark sky, Roman coolly wonders aloud if he should help the Lawrence family strike back at the Barco line, just to settle his own grudge. Anthony's face tightens, anger mixing with panic as he understands that Roman has already dug into every weakness the Barco family has. The Barco family does hold sway thanks to its ties with the central rulers, but that strength is nothing on its own and exists only because of that single connection. Roman's gaze hardens as he judges that in raw land, money, and force, the true giant of the Northeast is not Barco at all, but Dimitri. Anthony leans forward, hands gripping his knees, as Roman's final challenge hangs over him, pressing him to decide whether he will back down or risk a fight with Dimitri. Anthony leans forward, carefully asking if Roman will stay out of the Lawrence mess once this is settled. Roman answers that he will, and with that, Anthony moves to close the deal and put this nightmare behind him. Anthony stays frozen on the couch, Roman's name echoing in his head as he stares at the floor. He realizes that Roman is not the same weak noble everyone used to laugh at. In his mind, Anthony runs through everything about Roman now, from his steady eyes to his calm, sharp way of speaking. Every move Roman makes presses down on him so hard that he knows this is not the idiot he once mocked, but someone entirely new. Anthony grabs his head, sweat running down his cheek as the weight of it all sinks in. He keeps asking himself what could have happened to twist Roman into this kind of monster in such a short time. A voice calls to the young master from behind the couch, but Anthony's nerves are shot. He jerks his shoulders and snaps back, ordering them to leave him alone. The servant pushes on anyway, saying that Lord Roman and Anthony's own knight are involved in something outside. Anthony's anger cools into sharp worry as he realizes he can't ignore this. Outside the Grand Barco estate, a sharp crash rings through the air, loud enough to rattle the walls. Everyone inside knows at once that something big has just started. Guests and guards in the courtyard turn toward the noise, some gasping and others backing away in fear. Whatever Roman and his knight just did has every eye locked on them. The Barco knight crawls to Roman's boots, shaking and begging for mercy, but Roman just looks down at him without a hint of pity. Kevin steps in between Roman and the others, saying Roman has punished the man enough and begging him to think about their ties with the Barco family. Roman calmly answers that he alone will decide when the man has paid enough, and even if the knight doesn't survive, that would just be the cost of his own words and actions. Anthony Barco pushes through the stunned guests, face twisted with anger as he marches straight toward Roman. Anthony jabs a finger at Roman and snaps that he will not allow this, ordering Roman to apologize at once for daring to act so wildly. Roman barely even blinks and calmly asks why he should be the one to apologize. As the battered knight trembles and cries, Roman explains that this man insulted him and even dared to lay hands on someone from the Dimitri family. Roman turns fully toward Anthony and asks if he honestly believes Roman is the one at fault. And Anthony, sweating and rattled, stammers that Roman has gone too far. Anthony stands frozen, sweat running down his face as he finally understands that Roman is ready to throw away even family ties just to settle this score. Roman calmly tells him to watch his behavior from now on, and Anthony's eyes widen as the weight of that warning sinks in. Roman leans in with cold eyes and makes it clear he is done waiting, pushing Anthony to decide right here and now how this will end. Roman coolly reminds him that if he keeps pushing, the Lawrence family will have every reason to move against the Barcos, and Anthony suddenly sees how dangerous that would be. Anthony grits his teeth in anger, hating it, but he knows Roman has him completely cornered. Out in the open courtyard, Anthony admits Roman is right, and Roman gives a small bow, ending the clash in a way that leaves everyone clear about who held the upper hand. A faint smirk curls on Roman's lips as he thinks that, in Anthony's shoes, he would have handed out the exact same punishment. Roman smiles and jokes that they actually get along pretty well, twisting the knife with fake warmth that Anthony can't answer. The battered knight stiffens as Roman turns toward him, knowing his turn has come. Roman's eyes glow with cold light as he lifts his arm and tells the knight to clench his teeth, making it clear this will hurt, but it will be quick. Later, Roman stands on the terrace with Chris and Kevin beside him, the warm sunset washing over them as the chaos of earlier finally fades. As he watches the horizon, thoughts drift to the old Roman, the weak heir everyone remembered. He wipes the blood from his hand, remembering how the previous Roman was treated like a joke even inside mighty Dimitri, never taken seriously by anyone. Breaking from his thoughts, Roman tells Chris and Kevin they are heading back, and the two young men snap to attention, ready to follow. But in the eyes of the nobles who once watched him stumble through parties, this new Roman is almost unrecognizable, leaving them covering their mouths in shock. Every knight and noble in that hall stood frozen, stunned by what they had just seen from Roman. One noblewoman, who used to laugh at him the most, now felt a chill as she understood that the fool they all mocked was gone. The useless heir who once stood alone in front of sneering nobles had vanished, replaced by a calm leader walking out with Chris and Kevin at his back. Evening settled over the forest, the sky burning orange as the noise of the day slowly faded away. Inside the carriage, Kevin kept his eyes on the floor while Chris stared stiffly at the fading light, both of them still chewing on what they had let happen. Chris finally broke the silence and admitted that Roman had been dragged through the mud because of him, while Kevin shrank beside him and Roman listened without a word. The young knight lowered his gaze and blamed himself even more, saying he had just sat there while the Dmitri name was dragged through the dirt and Kevin was getting worked over. Roman stayed still with his arms folded, not rushing to answer as he weighed their choices against the standard he held in his head. When Roman finally spoke, he thanked them for holding out until he got there, and both Kevin and Chris lifted their heads, startled that he saw any worth in what they had done. Roman told them that charging in without thinking only throws everything into chaos, and that by holding back they had stopped things from turning far worse, though his eyes made it clear he was not finished. His gaze sharpened as he added that, even so, their choice still fell short of the answer he expected from men who followed him. Roman told them to burn every slight into their memory, to never forget the faces of those who stepped on them, and to keep that grudge alive instead of letting it fade away. Inside, the warlord in him admitted he simply could not stand the thought of anyone standing over him. A memory of his past life surfaced, the heavenly demon who had ruled over all, laying out that anyone who walked with him had to be ready to chase that same height. Back in the carriage, Roman sat with arms crossed, calm but unshaken, as if daring them to decide whether they could handle walking that kind of path with him. He made it plain that if they wanted to follow him, they would have to change and match his way of thinking, not expect him to soften for them. The carriage rolled down the quiet road, and the only thing moving faster than the horses were the thoughts racing in Kevin and Chris's heads. By the time the sun was high, attention shifted to a grand mansion where the next moves in this brewing clash were already being prepared. Inside the study, Romero listened as his steward laid a bundle of papers on the desk, explaining that the Black Moon Guild had finally sent back the report and that the Barco family's recent moves were anything but normal. Roman read through the report with a cold, focused look, already trying to see how this new threat could be turned to his advantage. The name that filled the page was Barco, the family now sitting at the heart of every problem in the Northeast. They had planted themselves in the Northeast over a century ago, and over time that quiet estate turned into the center of a rising powerhouse. Their true climb started when one of their own stepped into the central government, tying that small border family to the strongest power on the continent. Roman flipped the page, taking in how the Salamander continent was split between empires and kingdoms, all of them forced to bow in some way to the central government's power. Cairo sat in the middle of everyone, sharing borders on all sides and taking hit after hit from foreign powers. So clinging to the central government was the only way it had managed to stay around. All those pleas for help only made the central government stronger, until its word carried more weight than most kings, and its reach stretched across the whole continent. If any noble house dared to refuse their draft orders, these armored ranks would march without delay, treating that family as rebels and wiping their power off them. When a family is branded rebels and taken down, all their land becomes the kingdom's property. Nearby lords who helped are given slices as rewards, and whatever is left goes to some fresh noble who bows to the central government, tightening its grip even more. Hans finally understands that this land game is what gave the Barco family hidden strength through their ties to the central government, and the scale of it leaves him stunned. Roman explains that with backing like that, it was easy for Barco to borrow a huge sum from the gold bank, turning their influence into hard cash for war. The report lays out the Burj Mercenary Company, about 100 hardened fighters built around the rank mercenary Burj, a crew that makes its living jumping into border wars for fat commission. The report says Barco has already been pulling in their people for war, and at this pace they will march on Lawrence in less than half a month, which means their preparations are complete. Ans nervously says that in a straight war Lawrence barely stands a chance, maybe lasting a month behind their walls, and he reminds Roman that he already swore to Anthony Barco he would not meddle in Lawrence's troubles. Roman leans back in his chair, fingers pressed together, calmly turning every piece of this Barco problem over in his mind. He knows that if Roman Dmitri is to keep climbing, he cannot just sit by while Barco moves against him in his head. In his head, Roman plays out the clash and sees Barco's troops getting crushed by Dmitri's trained fighters, no matter how many men they throw in. Roman understands that if he leans on the full might of House Dmitri, wiping out Barco would be simple, but winning like that would not move him any higher. He remembers the smug smiles of the northeastern nobles, who see the Dmitris as upstart commoners and treat Roman like someone who could never shake their world. He knows he does not need more soldiers or money right now, he needs something else. Roman decides that what he truly needs is a new stage, a chance like before where he can step into chaos and rise while everyone is watching. Roman slams his hand on the desk and orders Hans to arrange a meeting with his father right away. No time wasted. He calmly tells Hans that he is done waiting and that it is time to collect the promise his father made, so he can use it to step onto that larger stage. The market is calm under a clear sky until a strange sound cuts through the air, making people stop and stare. One by one, the townsfolk turn toward the street, their faces tense with unease. The workers in the stalls freeze, eyes locked on the heavy armor pushing into the square. A nervous hush spreads as they realize this is no normal visitor. The armored warrior drags his feet through the street, armor dented and smeared with battle marks. Stalls stand abandoned around him as he heads deeper into town, each step heavy. He reaches up with a tired hand and pulls off the battered helmet, as if even its weight is too much right now. Under the helmet is Lucas, a B-rank mercenary, sweat and dust streaking his face. He looks around with a tired frown, thinking that Dmitri is still the same harsh place he remembers. His path leads him to a blacksmith shop, the hammer and anvil sign swinging softly in the light. Inside, he lets his armor fall to the floor, the metal covered in dents and scratches that tell how hard the last job really was. The blacksmith eyes the battered pieces and asks if the fight was really that rough. Lucas groans, rubbing his head, and gripes that he almost did not make it back thanks to a bunch of reckless idiots on the field. The blacksmith studies the sword with a frown, already guessing it came from some cheap shop outside Dmitri. Lucas sighs and says that trusting another shop nearly got him taken out, while the blacksmith bursts out laughing and boasts that Dmitri's steel is still the best in the land. Pushing himself up from the barrels, Lucas agrees to leave everything to the blacksmith, ready to wait while a full new set is made. The mercenary steps toward the bright street, saying he will be staying in Dmitri to rest while his new armor is forged. Lucas's voice drops as he admits he is tired of living on battlefields and just wants a break. Out in the square, Lucas slows down when he spots a noisy crowd packed around the notice board, their chatter cutting through the calm day. The townsfolk press in tight, all eyes locked on fresh notices pinned to the board, murmuring as they try to read every line. Lucas narrows his eyes, thinking this kind of buzz usually means trouble and wondering if some new war work is about to fall into his lap. Lucas shoves his way between the townsfolk, too curious to hang back any longer. His eyes are wide, already trying to spot what has everyone so worked up. The notice at the center of the crowd is simple but heavy. It is a call to start recruiting soldiers. The notice explains that they are hiring 30 private soldiers, only taking people who are healthy and hungry to grow stronger, and offering 8 silver a month for the job. Lucas thinks about how a normal 4-person family lives on around 5 silvers a month, and decides 8 silvers for one person is actually pretty good, even for dangerous work. The notice explains that anyone who signs up will not serve the Dmitri family as a whole, but will belong only to Roman Dmitri himself, a bond that cuts around normal noble rules. The local with his arms crossed tells the green-haired mercenary not to bother, saying the spots are already swarmed with people. The mercenary smirks and says he would never apply anyway, bragging that as a B rank he would only swear loyalty for at least 50 silvers a month. His eye twitches as something the local mentions suddenly makes him pause. The mercenary asks if it is true that hundreds already rushed to sign up, and the local calmly confirms it, puzzled why that suddenly matters so much to him. Round the board, more people study the notice, while the local mutters that no one really knows what kind of harsh trials wait for anyone who signs up as Roman's soldier. The mercenary looks around at the busy crowd packed in front of the board, feeling the strange mix of excitement and worry hanging over the street. As they walk away from the board, the local clears his throat and explains that, as an outsider, the mercenary would not know that Lord Roman is no longer the laughingstock he used to be. The local goes on about how Roman wiped out the Blood Fang group and actually looks after his people, and the mercenary stares ahead, stunned as the job he dismissed starts to look far more serious. The local admits that at first he also thought the stories about Roman were nonsense, but says Clark made him rethink everything. The mercenary frowns and asks who this Clark person even is. The local explains that after Clark's son joined Roman's men, the family that used to scrape by suddenly started living well. As he talks, a door swings open, leading into the memory of that change. Inside, racks of warm bread fill the shop, the kind of rich smell and full shelves that only come when money is no longer a problem. Clark's son Kevin steps out of the bakery hugging a bag packed with fresh loaves, his face bright in a way that says he no longer worries about the next meal. Kevin stood there with his helmet in hand, stunned by the idea of getting leave. No one had ever told him to rest before, so the words did not even feel real yet. Roman looked at his soldier and told him to take 3 days off, calling it part of his training. For Roman, even rest was something he controlled and used to shape his men. The young lord turned his head and added that Kevin should spend the break with his family. Under the harsh tone, there was a clear sign that Roman actually cared how his people lived. Kevin stared up at the burning sky, then nodded and answered his lord with all the respect he had. Just hearing that someone wanted him to rest made his chest feel strangely warm. The next day arrived with a clear blue sky drifting past the open window, a quiet start to Kevin's first real break in years. In his small room, Kevin pulled off his armor and slipped into simple clothes, still rolling the word leave around in his head like it was something strange. Kevin tugged at his worn shirt and thought about how wrong it felt to have free time. Back then, he had to work every single day just to eat, so relaxing like this almost made him uneasy. Kevin stepped toward the door and paused, realizing how long it had been since he last saw his family. As he looked out, he found himself wondering if they were healthy and what kind of faces they would make when he walked in. Kevin stepped into the hall ready to head out when Hans hurried over to him. The sudden call of his name made Kevin pause, unsure why the steward was in such a rush. Hans fussed over Kevin's worn clothes, asking if he really planned to face his family looking like that. He pressed a neatly folded bundle into Kevin's hands, explaining that Lord Roman had prepared fresh clothes just for this visit. Hans set a small pouch on top of the bundle and told Kevin he would be getting 30 silvers every month from now on. He urged Kevin to use it to buy something nice for his family, not just for himself. Clean clothes on his back and a heavy paper bag in his arms, Kevin walked through the bright market street with a light step. For the first time in a long while, the day felt full of promise instead of worry. The fabric brushed softly against his skin, and Kevin could not stop noticing how gentle it felt. Just wearing something this fine made his whole body relax. The bag in his arms was stuffed with warm, golden loaves, more bread than his family usually saw in a week. Kevin hugged it closer, already picturing their faces when he set it on the table. As he walked past the stalls, Kevin thought about Mary and how she always dreamed of eating soft bread piled with sweet cream. He smiled to himself, certain she would light up when she saw what he had brought. He remembered Mary at the table, pushing at a tough little loaf and grumbling about why they had to chew the same hard bread every single day. That old frustration made his current bag of fresh loaves feel even more precious. Kevin studied the warm loaf with a shy smile, remembering how fresh bread always cost too much for his family. Being able to carry this home now felt like proof that their luck was finally turning. His thoughts jumped to Clark, the brute who had once kicked in their door with a blade in hand. That day had carved a deep mark into Kevin's family. Kevin, his mother, and Mary had curled up on the floor, shaking as Clark towered over them. In that cramped room, they could do nothing but hope he would leave them alive. The memory squeezed his chest, and Kevin grabbed his shirt to steady himself. He refused to stay that weak ever again. Under the young master's training, Kevin swore he would grow strong enough to protect the people waiting at home. This visit would not be the end of his change, but the start. When Kevin reached the familiar street, he slowed, frowning at the sight in front of him. Something about his house felt off enough to pull a puzzled word from his lips. In his mind, Kevin pictured his mother sipping warm tea, his father laughing with a sweet in hand, and Mary running through a yard full of flowers. This was the kind of quiet day he wanted to give them. Then he saw almost that exact picture laid out before him, his parents chatting over tea while Mary played by the flower bed. Kevin stood at the edge of the yard, stunned that their lives had changed this much while he was away. Mary turned her head, eyes widening as she spotted someone she never expected to see here. Kevin's parents lifted their heads at Mary's shout, staring in shock at the figure on the road. Kevin froze in the middle of the street as his father's voice rang out, calling him their son like it was the most natural thing in the world. His mother and father wrapped Kevin in a tight hug, firing off questions about how long it had been and if he was eating well, while Mary bounced around them, thrilled that her big brother was really back. Held in his mother's arms, Kevin listened as his parents talked about the help they had gotten from the castle, and how, for the first time in years, they had felt truly alive instead of just surviving in the slums. Sharp light rose in Kevin's eyes as he understood that all of this, the house, the food, their smiles, had come from Lord Roman's hand. Tears slipped down Kevin's face, and he whispered his thanks to Lord Roman, grateful beyond words for giving his family a chance to live like this. Kevin's father watched his son's wet smile, and without saying a word, felt the same deep respect for the young lord who had saved their family. Kevin's father pulled back a little, his eyes locking on the bruise on his son's cheek, and the warm reunion shifted into sharp concern. His father nervously asked if Lord Roman was the one who hit him, and Kevin hurried to say it was not like that at all. His mother gripped his arm and said they would back him no matter what, urging Kevin to be honest if he was being treated badly. Kevin almost panicked as he insisted that Lord Roman would never do something like that, leaving his mother baffled and demanding to know what really happened to his face. Kevin took a breath and started to tell them everything, from how Roman had stepped in for his own man to how that slap had landed on a knight of Barco instead. One of the men listening stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that the so-called useless young master had actually done something that daring. In a nearby stall, two townsfolk chatted about Clark's family, amazed that their whole new life had come from Lord Roman rewarding them after their son chose to serve him. As a sturdy worker headed off with a sack over his shoulder, the women watching him traded excited whispers about how Lord Roman had given his family land and comfort just because Kevin had sworn to him, and their respect for the young lord quietly grew. Burly worker crossed his arms and told the woman how Lord Roman had given Kevin's family a house, land, and even dared to slap a knight from Barco, saying he heard it straight from someone close to Clark, and still remembered pitying that boy not long ago. A young townsman scratched his chin and said he remembered Roman throwing a tantrum in a store before, asking his friend if they were sure this wasn't just some look-alike people were talking about. Nearby, a cheerful youth laughed and said he had heard Roman treated his people with crazy care, admitting he wished he could be like Kevin and end up under that kind of lord too. Their thoughts circled around Clark's family, and the idea of a brand new life under Roman's wing started to feel almost close enough to touch. By the time the sun climbed high, the whole town buzzed with talk of Roman Dmitri, his name drifting over the rooftops in every casual chat and passing joke. Later, a thick crowd packed in front of the castle's notice board, everyone craning their necks to read the new posting, each person hoping this might be their chance to step into Roman Dmitri's service. The brown-haired youth chatted beside his taller friend, saying that was exactly why crowds were lining up to become Roman's private soldiers. The green-haired man stiffened as he heard that Roman had taken down Bloodfang and even caused a stir at a noble party, wondering how that could be the same useless heir he knew. In his mind, he went back 2 years, to a smoky casino where Roman had thrown a tantrum after losing everything at cards, acting like a spoiled fool while the whole place watched. Back on the street, the green-haired man folded his arms and quietly wondered what could have happened in just 2 years to turn that useless gambler into the man everyone was praising now. The full moon climbed high over Dmitri, marking the end of the noisy day and the quiet start of the night before the trial. Inside the bright estate, aides reported that everything for the trial was ready, saying the guards would only control who came in while Roman himself would run the whole process. Romero Dmitri frowned slightly, realizing with a start that the day of the trial had come much faster than he expected. Across the desk, Kevin stood in his cloak and reminded Romero that this was the final moment to pull back, asking if he was really willing to leave everything to Roman's hands. Romero slowly poured himself a drink, mulling over Jonathan's worry that giving Roman private soldiers might be too risky unless he knew Roman's true goal. Romero calmly called Jonathan by name, making it clear he would answer that concern himself. He remembers hearing that Roman would join Barco's social party, and back then, he was sure Roman meant to work with the Barcos to push his second son out of the line of succession. In that hall full of nobles, Roman did the opposite of what Romero feared, boldly striking a Barco knight right in front of everyone, ignoring Anthony's attempts to calm him down. The memory of that reckless-looking move still hangs over Romero, because it could have turned the whole noble world against his family. He knows that after that slap, Anthony could easily link arms with his second son and move to crush Roman's right to inherit. Back in his office, Romero set the glass down and admitted to himself that ever since the Blood Fang incident, the son everyone called a fool had started walking his own path. Looking straight ahead, Romero decided that, whatever the nobles might plan, he would now back Roman as a father who simply wants to cheer on his son's new life. The officer nodded, saying he understood, but his eyes showed he was still tense about what he had to share. Romero calmly poured himself another drink and asked how many people had applied, saying that with Roman's old reputation, even 50 would be better than nothing. The officer reported that the count was already past 500, a number so high it made Romero pause with his glass halfway to his lips. Romero stared at his drink, stunned that so many people were willing to follow the son everyone once mocked. Outside, the castle tower rose into a clear blue sky, ready to host the flood of people drawn by Roman's call. In the courtyard, a sea of men packed together, some wide-eyed and nervous while a scarred fighter watched calmly, each of them hoping this harsh lord would give them a new start. Chris stepped through the doorway toward the man in the red cape and addressed his liege, ready to carry out whatever came next. Roman sat high above the yard, his red cape draped over the chair as he listened to the report that everything was ready for the trial. He looked out into the dark sky for a moment, calmly thinking about the test he was about to put these men through. Under the bright moon, Juanin and Dmitri glowed with warm light, buzzing with voices even this late at night. Dmitri Dark raised his mug and took a long pull of the dark beer, letting the warmth spread through him. The mercenary grinned, cheeks flushed, thinking that Dmitri's dark beer really was as good as ever. But as the taste faded, his smile slowly dropped, and the weight of tomorrow's trial pushed its way back into his mind. He swept his eyes over the packed room, shocked that so many had rushed here a day early, far more applicants than he ever pictured. His attention stuck on three loud men at a corner table, their rough laughter cutting through the rest of the noise. When he spotted the copper tags hanging from their belts, he realized those rowdy men were C-rank mercenaries, not simple drunks. He knew there were plenty of other inns in Dmitri, yet even this small place held 5 or 6 solid fighters, so he figured the level of the applicants was far higher than he had imagined. The mercenary frowned into his drink, wondering why real battle-hardened fighters would chase a trial like this when they could find safer work elsewhere. His thoughts went in circles until he finally slammed the empty mug down, still unable to understand why they were all here. One of the drinkers suddenly called out to a red-haired man, asking why Henderson was here instead of joining the Lawrence family like he had planned. Henderson sat with his hands wrapped around his mug and admitted he had planned to serve as a soldier for the Lawrence family, since that land was home to him. Henderson said everything changed after he watched Roman Dmitri crush the Blood Fang in Lawrence, and that people who were not there still refused to believe what they heard about that day. In his mind, he was back in the town plaza, just another face in the crowd, staring ahead as Roman Dmitri stepped forward. Henderson pressed them to really picture it, wanting them to feel how crazy that moment had. He had watched a young noble, Roman Dmitri, come all the way into another lord's land just to deal with the Blood Fang boss who had harmed his people, beating the man down in front of everyone, as if to say no one touched Dmitri folk, and walked away. Henderson stared ahead, still trapped in that memory he could not shake off. Just from watching Roman move, cold shivers ran all the way down his back. Back at the table, Henderson told the others that most people still brush off the Lawrence incident like some wild story. He said he had seen Roman Dmitri with his own eyes, and knew the man was nothing like the useless fool the rumors painted. To him, Roman was a real leader, someone who would step in and fight when his people were in danger. Henderson slammed his fist on the table and swore he would pass the trial, earn a home in Dmitri, and serve at Roman's side. At a nearby table, another pair of applicants traded smiles, admitting that a man like Roman was worth staking their lives on. As night settled over the town, the growing buzz around Roman Dmitri felt less like random hype, and more like the start of something huge. The Dmitri drill hall rose like a stone fortress, its towers watching over the yard where every hopeful fighter would soon be judged. In the packed yard, some applicants joked about grabbing drinks after it was all over, even betting that the loser would pay, while one grim-looking man folded his arms and stayed lost in his own thoughts. The wary applicant replayed every story he had heard about Roman Dmitri and wondered, if even half of it was real, how far he was willing to go today. Looking around, it was clear he was not alone. Most of the people packed into the drill hall had come chasing rumors, unsure if they were walking toward a new life or a huge mistake. The stern applicant decided that the real turning point would be when Roman himself stepped forward. Only after seeing the true Roman with his own eyes would he choose where to stand. His eyes snapped wide as the noisy yard suddenly fell quiet, something ahead forcing him to stop thinking and start watching. Roman Dmitri walked in with 2 men at his sides, and the packed line of applicants peeled back on its own, leaving a clear path as if no one even thought about blocking him. The young lord moved with slow, measured steps, his face calm and unreadable, like someone who had already decided what would happen to every person in that yard. As the red cape brushed past, the applicants lowered their heads and stepped back on their own, their bodies moving faster than their minds as if standing tall near him was already a mistake. The scarred applicant lifted his eyes just enough to watch, seeing how no order had been given yet everyone still bowed and cleared the way. And he knew in that instant that all the talk about Roman Dmitri had not been empty. Roman stopped with his back to the crowd, the red cape hanging like a banner, and every hopeful fighter found themselves staring at that broad shape, wondering if they could really stand under the weight that came with it. Roman started up the stone steps, each slow step lifting him above the crowd and making everyone hold their breath a little tighter. At the top, Roman stopped and looked out over them, his back straight and calm like he owned every breath in that yard. The applicants slowly lifted their faces, sweat on their cheeks, forced to meet his gaze whether they wanted to or not. Roman told them he had no interest in rotting away in some quiet corner, and that his life would always be spent pushing for a higher place. The applicants stared up in shock as he warned them that real battles, where they might not make it back, were something they could never dodge if they chose his path. From the platform, Roman told them that if they fell on some far-off field, they should not curse him for sending them there, but only regret that they would miss watching him rise. He spoke of the day he would stand as the strongest on the whole continent, and said that only those ready to stake everything could hope to stand by his side when that day came. The applicants just stared, mouths half open and sweat running down their faces, like they had all heard something insane. One mercenary with a scar on his cheek scoffed inside, thinking Roman was talking way above his station and had no right to dream that big. Yet a strange thought crept in. Looking at Roman's calm, unshaken eyes, it somehow felt like he really could climb all the way to the top. With his goal laid out, Roman stayed silent while his aide stepped up beside him and announced that it was time to explain the first trial. The aide told them the rules were simple. Each person would stand on a marked spot while the archer in front of them let loose 3 arrows in a row. He explained that the shots might only brush past them or sink harmlessly into the wooden plate just behind their body. But he also warned that a shot could hit them straight on, and if that happened, they might not survive the trial. The aide's eyes hardened as he added that only the ones who did not move even a finger, while all 3 arrows flew, would earn a pass. The applicants stared ahead, faces pale and mouths hanging open, as the weight of the rule finally sank in. The aide announced that the trial would run by the names he called, ordering Dirk to step onto the mark and telling Morrison to wait beside him. Down in the yard, the archer raised his bow toward Dirk, who now stood stiffly in front of the wooden wall while the other applicants watched from above. Morrison swallowed hard, telling himself there was no way they would truly shoot at them, since no one in their right mind would throw away a private soldier during a simple trial. He tried to calm himself by thinking that the archer was surely a master, someone so skilled that he could fire close without actually hurting anyone. The archer let the string snap forward, sending the first arrow screaming across the yard toward the waiting target. The arrow slammed into Morrison's shoulder, his eyes going wide as everyone realized this trial could leave them bleeding on the spot. Morrison watched the arrow streak past his face toward the man on the mark and finally understood this was a battle of nerves. The test was forcing them to stand still, while danger brushed right past them. The archer knocked another arrow with tense hands, aiming once more at the mark. Up above, the applicants tried to steady their minds, telling themselves they only had to endure and trust that they would be fine. Morrison clung to the hope that the shot would miss, right up until the arrow punched into him again and pain exploded from his leg. His body stayed on the mark, but his belief in a safe trial was gone. His eyes went blank for a moment, as if his mind could not keep up with the pain tearing through his body. Most of the applicants stared in horror, sweat running down their faces, while the scarred mercenary just watched in silence, weighing the trial like it was any other job. Another man felt a bead of sweat slide down his cheek, as he realized he might be the next one standing in front of that bow. Morrison collapsed, clutching his torn leg and screaming as red stained the boards beneath him. Instructors sprinted across the yard while someone yelled for Gamal the medic to hurry over. The healer dropped to his knees beside Morrison, already checking the ruined leg as the guard barked at him to move faster. Around them, the other man just stood there, shaken by how real this trial had become. Morrison groaned as the robed healers carried him past the gathered applicants, his leg wrapped in red. Every step they took hammered in the fact that this test could leave people broken. A few of the men stared ahead, sweat running down their faces as they replayed the warning in their heads. The instructor had really told them to brace for getting shot, and now they knew he had not been joking. The examiner did not give anyone time to breathe and calmly called for the next challenger. The man in green felt every eye on his back as the line moved forward again. The next applicant's eye trembled as he pictured the arrow punching straight through Morrison's thigh and imagined the same shot landing in his own head. One tiny change in aim, and Morrison would have been gone on the spot. One of the men near the front started to panic, swearing under his breath as he stared up at Roman on the platform. He had only come here dreaming of a clean path to knighthood, not a trial where a single mistake could leave him like Morrison. Chris watched the crowd start to crack and quietly noted that it was playing out exactly as Roman had predicted. To him, the man who had just lost his nerve was simply the second heir giving up his claim. The bearded man in green lowered his head and shuffled out of line, shoulders shaking as the examiner told anyone afraid of the arrows to give up now. Around him, the others watched in silence, weighing whether they had the courage to stay. Roman calmly explains that anyone who stands their ground until the very last arrow, even if they get hit, will still earn the right to pass this first trial. Chris suddenly snaps at the shaken applicants, telling anyone who is scared to their core to leave right now. Chris stared ahead uneasy, wondering why his lord was pushing the trial to such an extreme. Later in Roman's office, Chris stood stiff in front of the desk and asked his lord why he had to push the applicants so hard. Roman answered in a calm, cold tone that simple threats would never be enough. He needed them to know their lives were truly on the line. In his mind, he pictured the crowd, knowing that even a 1 in 100 chance of getting hit would freeze almost all of them in fear. Chris frowned and asked what someone had to prove to earn a place at Roman's side. Roman met his gaze without blinking and said he was searching for those with iron minds, people born with the heart of a beast who could climb from nothing and grow stronger fast. Roman went on, certain that anyone born with that kind of wild heart would rise fast no matter where they started. And across the desk, Chris quietly repeated the words, trying to picture what kind of monster his lord wanted to follow him. In Roman's mind, the bar was clear now. Only people that strong in spirit deserved to stand at his side. Down below, one of the recruits stared up at the beams and shouted in panic, unable to believe anyone would run a trial this insane. Grumbling spread through the crowd as men cursed the risk, said Roman was just some small-time lord, and started walking away, choosing safety over a chance at his gold. By the time the grumbling stopped, only about 100 stubborn ones were still standing in the courtyard. Chris watched the thinned-out group, then turned toward his lord and called out to him, ready for the next step. Roman's gaze stayed cold as he thought about the heart of a beast, that born with it fire that lets someone throw themselves into danger without flinching. He remembered Kevin, who brought the blade down on his own wrist the instant Roman ordered it, and Chris, who swallowed his pride after a crushing loss and still asked Roman how to get stronger. In Roman's mind, even the toughest normal fighter shrank in front of someone born with a beast's heart, the kind of monster that just would not back down. The sky over Dimitri's fortress was clear and bright, giving no hint that down below, people were about to risk everything just to stand by one man's side. One of the recruits let out a shaky breath, trying to calm his racing heart as he stepped toward the place where his future would be decided. As the group moved through the yard, one recruit spotted a familiar face from the inn and realized that Guy had not run away like the others. That same man now hugged the wall, shaking so hard his padded sleeves rustled, proving that staying here did not mean he felt brave at all. Fear still clung to his face, but under it a hard light grew as he told himself this was the one chance to offer his whole life to Roman. Out in the middle of the quiet yard, Roman stood waiting with his wooden sword, and the shaking recruit knew he had to walk out there rather than fade away without even trying. An arrow tore past his cheek so close he felt the wind, and his whole body locked up as he understood how easily this test could have ended him right there. Roman pulled the string back again, eyes steady and cold, treating the recruit in front of him like nothing more than a target to measure real courage. The recruit wondered if he should just step away, thinking that staying here only to lose his life would be pointless as more arrows sliced the air around him. His eye trembled as he told himself there was still a moment left to decide, while Roman kept the bow drawn, waiting to see if this man would stand firm or run. When the last impact faded, he stood there shaking, arrows buried all around him in the wall, stunned that he was somehow still in one piece. He looked down at the arrow stuck right between his feet and slowly curled his hands into fists, choosing to hold his ground instead of collapsing in fear. Chris told him he had passed, and Henderson's legs gave out at once as he dropped to his knees, the strain of holding himself together finally spilling out. Vulcan watched with a crooked smile, thinking that if Henderson had hesitated a moment longer he would have walked away, and that passing today was mostly luck on his side. Arrow after arrow sliced past the other recruits just as closely, some freezing up and others barely dodging as they hugged the walls. But the test kept moving without anyone dropping for good. By the time the shooting stopped, only about 400 had stayed, and from them just 120 were marked as having cleared the first trial. Roman looked over the gathered men and decided the first trial had done its job, letting him pick out the ones who might actually be useful to him. Some of the men who made it through were still shaking, their faces tight and pale, but they had forced themselves to stay until the end. Others stood there almost relaxed, a few even wearing lazy grins, as if having arrows fly past their heads was nothing worth worrying about. To Roman, the shaking ones and the smug ones were the same, because both had shown enough courage to push their fear down and stand their ground. But he knew many had come for money, safety, or hidden goals, so he told himself he now had to sort out the rare gems who would follow him with respect, not just flinch around him in fear. Roman told the gathered warriors that they had all cleared the first test and proven they were not cowards, but warned that in the end he would only keep 30 of them, so a second, even harsher trial was coming. Kevin's lips curled into a small grin, like the idea of living as a predator was exactly what he had been waiting for. One of the tougher warriors stared ahead, wondering if this so-called predator's life meant glory or just a faster way to end up gone. In the center of the yard, rows of wooden swords waited in every shape and size, laid out for the recruits to arm themselves however they liked. One of the recruits reached out and wrapped his hand around a wooden sword, choosing his partner for whatever madness Roman had planned. Roman raised his own wooden blade and told them that passing this trial meant proving their worth by facing him in a duel. A couple of recruits traded uneasy looks, only now grasping that this wasn't a mock drill, but a real fight against the man who had just toyed with arrows in fear. The green-haired warrior felt sweat slide down his cheek, yet a faint smile tugged at his mouth as he realized Roman meant to face every single one of them by himself. Roman's gaze stayed steady as he laid out the rule, saying they did not need to beat him, only survive a single minute to earn a pass and even better terms than promised. One of the tougher recruits wet his lips, weighing the offer and feeling this was the perfect chance to prove himself. The bald warrior stepped out of the line and announced that he would go first, making the recruits on either side of him jolt in shock. The warrior lifted his chin, eyes sharp and steady, fully convinced he could handle 1 minute against this so-called monster. The crowd pulled back, leaving a wide stone yard where the bald warrior faced Roman across the tiles, with an official standing between them like a judge. Roman asked for his opponent's name, and the bald warrior answered that he was called Vulcan, gripping his wooden sword a little tighter as he spoke. Roman asked if that wooden sword suited him, and Vulcan calmly said it was more than enough, his fingers tightening around the hilt to prove it. One of the watching warriors judged that Roman Dmitri was far too full of himself, thinking that even if the rumor about him crushing Bloodfang was true, there was no way he could finish Vulcan in under a minute. The examiner told them to get ready as he flipped the hourglass onto the barrel, setting the time for Vulcan's test. Vulcan thought that just lasting a minute would be enough to pass, but he wanted more, planning to use this duel to leave a strong mark on the man he hoped to serve. The examiner gave the signal to begin and snapped the hourglass over, the sand starting to fall. Vulcan charged in at once, bringing his wooden sword down with all his strength, determined to show Roman exactly what kind of man he was. His eyes burned and his jaw locked as Vulcan drove the strike down, holding nothing back in this one opening move. In the time it took Vulcan to swing once, Roman had already slipped past him, his figure fading like an afterimage while Vulcan was left overextended. Roman set his foot down with calm control while Vulcan stumbled forward, clutching his wooden sword as a sharp groan escaped him. Vulcan's face twisted in shock, sweat running down as he realized his full-force swing had hit nothing. While Vulcan stayed frozen on one knee, Roman stood behind him with his sword lowered, as if the clash had been nothing at all. Roman looked down at Vulcan with a calm face and coolly called for the next challenger. One of the applicants watched with a tight throat, thinking that Roman moved on a whole different level, slipping away with such light, unreal speed that it made this trial feel terrifying. Purple energy seemed to rise around Roman's silhouette, and the gathered applicants finally understood that this second trial would crush anyone who was not truly ready. One after another, the applicants rushed in, wooden swords shaking in their hands as clashes rang out. As the minutes turned into an hour, they kept telling themselves that sooner or later Roman's stamina had to run out. A wooden sword spun high through the air before slamming into the ground, proof that another challenger had just been knocked away without even landing a proper hit. The latest applicant hit the floor with a pained grunt, clutching his chest while his sword lay far behind him. Roman stood over him, calm and upright, as the word spread through the yard that every duel so far had ended the same way and he still looked fresh. Watching Roman crush every challenger, one of the applicants remembered Roman's earlier words about passing this trial and serving under him. For the first time, he understood that Roman had been offering more than a job. Roman was offering a chance to live like a true predator, not prey. In the applicant's mind, Roman's figure overlapped with the shape of a hungry beast, something made to rule in a world where only the strong get to choose how they live. Looking at him now, it felt like that wild promise of a predator's life might actually come true. Another applicant swallowed hard, thinking how crazy it was that this so-called fool of Dmitri was the one showing such power. Right now, while most nobles still look down on Roman, this might be the only time someone like him could even dream of getting close. Evan watched with a small, eager smile, feeling that this brutal test might be the one chance in his life to jump from nobody to predator. Beside him, another applicant tensed up, clearly torn between fear and the same burning temptation. Out in the yard, Roman stood alone with his wooden sword, purple energy curling around him like living fire. The applicant stared at that inhuman pressure, and someone finally blurted out to Ebai that there was no way they could stand against a monster like this. The applicants panicked, shoving each other and arguing over who should step up first, because they all knew that if no one moved, they would all fail together. One applicant finally agreed to go, his voice steady as his hand brushed the small pouch at his belt like he had been saving something for exactly this moment. Lucas, the 61st applicant, strode into the yard with his sword in hand, telling everyone his name and hinting that he had his own way to test this so-called monster. Lucas's eyes hardened as he faced Roman, making it clear he was not just another scared recruit, but someone ready to test his limits in front of everyone. The fortress stood bright under the clear sky, a peaceful shell around a courtyard where one short duel was about to decide dozens of futures. Purple energy rose around Roman like a living shadow, and from where Lucas stood, it felt less like facing a man and more like standing in front of a monster wearing armor. Roman's purple eyes stayed calm and sharp, and in that steady glare Lucas finally understood that this man was born to hunt, not to play the weak fool people talked about. Lucas tightened his grip on his sword and dagger, deciding he did not care about the pay and only wanted to see if Roman's promise for 1 year was real. The overseer reached out and grabbed the hourglass, ready to mark how long this clash would last. The hourglass flipped upright and the first grains of sand began to fall, signaling the start of the trial. As the sand dropped, Lucas exploded forward, sprinting straight at Roman with both weapons drawn. Chris watched with a tight jaw, noting that Lucas had rushed in without a hint of fear, something none of the others had managed to do. While his sword came down toward Roman's head, Lucas drove the dagger in low, aiming straight for his heart. Lucas's twin strike crashed into Roman's guard, the clash bursting with light as Roman turned to meet him instead of giving an inch. Roman's eyes stayed steady as he slid one step back to let the dagger pass, and turned his blade just enough to knock Lucas's sword aside. Lucas leaned in and burst forward even faster, pouring everything into his next rush as if daring Roman to handle this one. Roman lifted his sword with a calm face, letting Lucas's wild charge crash into a guard that still looked rock solid. The blow landed with a sharp flash, but Roman's stance did not break, as if Lucas's full strength was nothing more than a light tap. Roman pushed through the lock and slammed his strength down, and Lucas's body was hurled across the floor like he had run into a wall. Lucas caught his breath, stunned that even this push had done nothing, and he finally understood why people called Roman an unbreakable fortress. His fingers closed hard around the dagger at his side as Lucas told himself that if he paused now, even for a heartbeat, this trial and his future would both be over. Lucas sprang forward once more, forcing his tired legs to move faster as he tried to hold on to the lead in this fight. A faint smile touched Roman's lips as he watched the charge, quietly admitting to himself that Lucas's spirit was better than he had expected. Roman watched Lucas's desperate rush and decided the kid's choice might be bad on a real battlefield, but it worked well enough for a straight duel, showing he had sharp instincts. He pushed off the ground with a sharp step, already set on not letting Lucas last even a full minute. Their wooden blades smashed together again as Roman treated that single minute as a wall, something meant to show every applicant just how far above them their future liege really stood. As Lucas threw himself forward again, Roman met him with smooth, crushing swings, thinking how this trial existed for one reason only: to carve his strength into their minds from the very first meeting. Roman's eyes hardened as he burst forward for real now, deciding it was time to end this trial in one clean strike. Lucas's eyes widened as Roman's speed exploded past what he had felt before, and a cold fear hit him that he had no way to block what was coming. Roman's strike crashed into Lucas with overwhelming force, hurling the mercenary across the stone floor and leaving no doubt who owned this fight. As Lucas collapsed in a wash of light, it was clear he had reached the ceiling of what pure effort could give him, the same limit that held every B-rank mercenary who had never touched real mana. Kneeling on the ground, Lucas finally admits the truth he has run from. Effort alone can push a normal fighter up to B-rank, but without mana, the door to a rank stays locked forever. Alone in the dark forest, Lucas thinks about how no struggle will ever push him past B-rank, yet he holds onto one thing with a tight jaw. Even with that limit, he is still alive. His mind drifts back to burning fields, where the ground was packed with fallen bodies and broken blades, places he walked through over and over while others never made it out. From those endless fights, Lucas came to one harsh truth, and his fingers tighten around a hidden pouch as he leans into it. Trusting that survival matters more than pride, Lucas explodes forward and drives a sand-filled strike straight at Roman, choosing a rough trick over a fair loss. Roman watches the dirty move land with a steady face, quietly weighing Lucas's will to survive instead of getting angry about the trick. One of the watching applicants, Chris, stares wide-eyed as he pieces it together, stunned that Lucas actually sprayed sand even though Roman only told him to hold out for a minute. In the arena, Roman answers the cheap tactic with a single sharp blow that sends Lucas skidding across the ground, making it clear that no trick was ever going to bridge the gap between them. Lucas throws his body forward again, forcing his tired legs to move as he rushes Roman with everything he has left. He sprints across the arena with his arm raised, betting this last wild charge on the tiny chance that Roman might slip. As he closes in, Lucas's eye twitches and he finally sees it clearly. Roman is still calm, not even treating this rush as a real threat. Moments later, Lucas is back on one knee while Roman stands over him, steady and untouched, making the gap between them feel like a wall he can never climb. Roman's purple eyes fix on the kneeling fighter, cold and sharp, as if weighing Lucas's will rather than the clumsy attack he just threw. From Roman's view, Lucas stands there with eyes burned red from the sand, yet those same eyes stay locked on him, refusing to look away. Roman's lips curl into a small laugh, as if Lucas's stubborn glare in this hopeless spot is more entertaining than any clean win. The wooden sword slips from Lucas's hand and hits the stone by Roman's boot, a quiet sign that he has given up the fight while still keeping his life. Lucas stands there with his fist tight and his jaw set, then he finally admits that he surrenders, choosing to live with the shame instead of getting crushed again. The beaten fighter spits to the side, annoyed at himself but still holding onto a bit of pride for lasting this long against a monster like Roman. One of the red-haired applicants explodes in anger, shouting at how the match ended so easily and at the brutal gap in strength that none of them can ignore anymore. Roman watched the dust and light drift around him, his purple eye steady and bored, as if this so-called trial had never been more than a warm-up. Outside, the sky over the stone fortress was clear and bright, giving no hint that inside these walls people were being crushed just to earn a place on the battlefield. Small pouch changed hands, a simple offer of water that cut through the harsh mood of the arena more than any kind words could. Roman raised the pouch and drank without a word, calm and steady, while Lucas stood a few steps back, staring at the man who had just crushed him yet still acted like this was nothing special. Lucas bit down on his frustration, thinking how he never would have thrown sand in Roman's face if he had known it would end like this, and hating that he had still tried to win by any cheap move he could grab. Roman watched him with a faint frown, sweat still sliding down his cheek, judging not the sand itself, but the fact that Lucas had been desperate enough to reach for it. Roman turned his back and walked toward the next task, offering no scolding and no praise, and that quiet choice hit Lucas harder than any blow as he stood there, bracing himself for a punishment that never came. Lucas froze, eyes wide, as it hit him that Roman was not angry at all about the sand trick. Around the arena, the other applicants whispered in shock, wondering why Roman was not even asking Lucas why he had tried to cheat. Roman just turned away in silence, leaving Lucas and the stunned onlookers behind as if the foul play had never mattered. Roman knew from the start what Lucas was planning and had never been fooled by it. He remembered how Lucas had grabbed the pouch while throwing himself back, and he had allowed it, wanting to see how far the mercenary could push himself when cornered. Roman thought about the hell Lucas must have lived through, and how many fights that young mercenary had already survived. But compared to that, he knew that as Baek Junghyuk he had watched so many lives end that it felt like the red on his hands could flood the world. In his mind he stood alone in a red sea, knowing his past fights had piled up so high they might as well have formed an ocean. Roman understood that this ocean of red was not just memory, it was the forge that had shaped the heavenly demon he once was. One of the red-haired applicants roared and forced every bit of strength he had to the surface, refusing to back down after seeing how far Lucas had gone. He sprinted straight at Roman and swung with everything he had, while Roman waited with the same relaxed stance, ready to meet the blow. With a simple squeeze, Roman crushed a stone in his hand, a quiet reminder that their wild flailing could not touch the power he held. He moved once, and his strike smashed into the applicant, sending the youth skidding across the stone floor before he could even think about lasting a minute. Chris watched with a tight jaw, thinking how Lucas had set the tone, and now every new applicant was ready to use any trick they could just to last a single minute against Roman. The next challenger bolted toward Roman with reckless speed, not aiming for a fair match but clearly ready to pull anything that might help him last a little longer. Before the plan could even start, Roman's kick smashed into the applicant's face and dropped him, proving again that schemes meant nothing against such a gap in power. Kurgai watched another applicant crumble and reminded himself that tricks were allowed, but once they crossed that line, Roman never held back. The beaten applicant clutched his face and screamed, knowing that if he had not surrendered, he would have ended up just like the others as Roman calmly called for the next challenger. His wooden sword crashed through another guard, one more clean hit in a string of fights that had already stacked into the 100th duel. He remembered standing on a mountain of bodies with red stretching like an endless sea, where no enemy ever eased up just because he was tired. On those fields, once his breath turned rough, his movements dulled and he was one step from joining the pile beneath his feet, so he learned that the only choice was to master how to fight. Back in the arena, Roman drew in air and let it flow out in a slow, steady rhythm, locking his body into the calm he had forged in. With each controlled breath, the mana in the air poured into his body and flowed along hidden paths, easing the weight that 100 duels had stacked on his muscles. By adding that perfect control on top of a body hardened by skeletal metamorphosis, Roman kept himself in a state where he could fight at full power no matter how long the trial dragged on. Another applicant rushed in with a desperate swing, but Roman caught the blow without even flinching, his stance steady like he was just warming up. He remembered the old days, when he fought nonstop for 3 days and nights while taking over the Murim, and this little sparring felt like a short walk in the yard. With that memory, Roman pushed away any thought of fatigue, certain that a light test like this could never drain the stamina he built on real battlefields. A clear voice rang out over the fortress, ordering every applicant to gather so the results of the second trial could finally be given. Chris faced the tired crowd and calmly stated that when they checked the records for the second trial, the number of people who had passed was shocking. The words hit the group like a slap, as Chris revealed that the number of people who passed the second trial was 0. Chris went on to say that even if no one cleared the set mark, a few among the 120 would still be picked as successful, and told later. Then he wrapped up the trial and sent everyone off. Night settled over the grounds, the soft glow from a high window stretching across the grass, as the fortress finally grew quiet after the long day of trials. Roman took the paper with the final results, told that these 30 names were now his to train. Chris nodded without hesitation, saying he understood and would take charge of the 30 recruits. He ran his eyes down the list, realizing these were the only ones the young master had judged worthy. He remembered Vulcan, the first one who dared to face Roman, and guessed the kind of courage had earned him a spot. But when he thought of Henderson, who had seemed completely average, he wondered what hidden value Roman had seen that he himself had missed. Aside from those 2 puzzling names, the rest of the list lined up with what Chris would have chosen himself. Then his eye caught one more name, and his calm broke as he realized Lucas had passed as well. Later, standing before Roman's desk, Chris asked if there was some issue with choosing Lucas, admitting the man was already strong enough for a B-rank mercenary. Roman simply confirmed the choice, making it clear he saw no problem at all. Chris replayed the duel in his head, remembering how Lucas had even tried dirty tricks to win. To him, the worst part was that Lucas dropped his weapon and quit the moment he felt outmatched. In Chris's mind, a man like that was poison in a unit, the type who would throw away comrades just to stay alive. He felt certain Lucas would only bring trouble once they faced real battles. Chris started to argue that, as the one in charge of these men, he could not accept someone like Lucas. Roman stopped him with a faint smile, saying that was the very reason he had allowed Lucas to pass. Roman asked what Chris found so strange, then admitted Lucas might be a coward with no sense of honor. Even so, in a trial where no one else even imagined breaking the rules, Lucas had calmly found a realistic way to face him and followed through. Roman pictured Lucas in his mind, not as a failed duelist, but as someone who would quietly choose any path that kept him breathing. To Roman, people like that were the ones who truly shone in war, always searching for some narrow path to live through the chaos and actually finding it. Roman asked how Chris could be so sure Lucas would turn on his own side just because he had bent the rules. Chris froze at the question, realizing he had no real answer. Roman called out to Chris, signaling that what he was about to say mattered. Roman told him that on real battlefields, it is not aura users like them who last the longest, but the ones who stay calm and act wisely in every mess they face. He told Chris to remember that no matter how strong a knight thinks he is, there is always a real chance he can still be taken out. He spoke of people who wait in the dark for the right moment, the kind who strike from hiding and can end even the strongest warrior in an instant. Chris lowered his eyes and admitted that Lucas's choice had been the realistic one. He realized he had been too short-sighted again, clinging to pride instead of seeing who was truly useful in war. Standing straighter, Chris admitted there was still something he did not understand, and asked his liege to explain it to him. Roman explained that they still had 5 months before they were sent to any real battlefield, and even then nobles were not thrown straight onto the front lines. He added that news about where they would be sent should come out soon, giving Chris a clear limit to prepare for. Harold read out the Barco family's words, saying they had waited for the Lawrences to keep an old promise but had been let down. He claimed the Lawrences had thrown away their honor and broken that promise, so the Barcos had finally chosen to take up arms. The Barco lord lounged in comfort, sipping his drink, as the servant held out the written notice that blamed everything on an old debt the Lawrences had never repaid. To him, turning that debt into a cause for war was just another part of business. Later, his advisors shouted over each other, furious that the Lawrences still refused to hand over the land they had put up as collateral. The Barco lord rubbed his forehead, letting their anger build the case for open conflict. The finished statement lay among stacks of records, ready to be copied and spread so that everyone in the Kingdom of Cairo would hear the Barco side of the story. Flora hunched over her desk as she read the last lines, which gave her family only 1 week to pay their debts or surrender their land. If they failed, the Barcos, backed by the central government, would turn the dispute into a full territorial. Chris stared wide-eyed, a drop of sweat sliding down his cheek as he guessed what Roman intended to do about the Barco and Lawrence crisis. The thought that his liege might throw himself into a territorial war left him stunned and scrambling for words. Roman made up his mind to force his way into the fight between Barco and Lawrence. Flora sat in silence, turning over the threat hanging above her family. The Barco lord just smiled over his wine, still sure this war would go exactly how he wanted. Flora shot up in bed, gasping hard, her heart pounding like it might burst. Outside, the moon hung quietly over the manor, giving no hint of the storm in her chest. In the quiet, decorated room, Flora sat hunched over, panting as she tried to steady herself. Holding her head, Flora thought about her mistake and realized she had to come clean about it. By morning, talk around the Lawrence estate circled one thing: people guessing that her collapse came from the broken engagement. Near her door, the maids whispered that Flora had shut herself in since coming back, wondering what she could have done so wrong that even that so-called fool of Dimitri would turn her down first. They lowered their voices, fretting that on top of all this, their family was about to clash with Barco, and their lord was growing more tense by the day. Later, as she gazed up at the stars, Flora sighed, thinking she had been so clever before and now seeing how badly it had all turned out. Flora remembers standing in the academy hall, praised for finishing an advanced course with top marks, certain back then that she was someone special. She thinks of her father's bright, gentle smile and realizes she once took it as proof she was a good daughter, never seeing how much she leaned on her family for everything. Now she sees herself as nothing more than a pretty flower raised in a safe glass house, never tested by real wind or rain. In her mind, she stands inside a cage wrapped in blossoms, finally understanding that the life she thought was noble grace was really a prison that kept her weak. Kneeling in the cold light, she thinks about how people mocked Dimitri's fool and realizes the real idiot might have been her all along. With her chest tight and her face burning, Flora admits she no longer has the courage to stand before her father after what she has done. Her gaze drops as she thinks of Roman, the one who always pushes forward without hiding, and she wonders what someone like him would do in her place. Flora remembers how no one counted on Roman for anything, yet he still walked his own path, standing alone while she only clung to the safety of others. She pictures Roman standing over the men he crushed, realizing he faced monsters like Bloodfang with nothing but his own strength. Standing alone while she only clung to the safety of others, once seemed to ignore. Curled up on her bed, Flora wonders when Roman became that strong, and if he really pulled all of this off without anyone's help. Her doubt fades into something closer to awe as she admits that, even if the details are unclear, what really shocks her is the sheer resolve it took for Roman to move like that. Flora's lips press into a thin line as she weighs his courage against her own weakness, and feels a new, stubborn heat rise in her chest. Outside her locked room, a nervous butler knocks and politely calls out that Lady Flora's meal has arrived, the maid waiting behind him with the untouched food. As the seconds drag on with no answer from inside, the maid and butler trade anxious looks, already used to her silence but still worried something might be wrong. Then the door opens and someone steps out, making the butler jolt in surprise as he realizes Lady Flora has finally come out of her room. Flora steps forward with a calm, steady face, looking nothing like the girl who had been hiding in her room. Her blue eyes harden as she decides that she needs to head to the library. Rows of old books rise around her, the family library waiting like a quiet maze of answers. Flora bends over a heavy book, thinking how her father is begging other families for help while she digs for a way they can stand on their own. Under the clear sky above the estate, a servant calls out to the Lord with fresh news. The Lord's hand freezes over the open ledger, pages rustling as he snaps his attention to the messenger. Across the desk, the aide reports that the Martel family has refused them, and even the Vastra family turned away their offer despite the trade deal, leaving Flora's father staring in shock as he feels their options vanish. Her hand snaps the book shut, the quiet library no longer able to calm her racing thoughts. The aide rushes in and tells the Lord that thanks to Barco's grip, the nearby regions are too scared to lend them any support. Flora presses her fingers into the page and leans closer, forcing herself to keep digging through dry text for even the smallest way out. The messenger explains in a rush that word is spreading. Barco is ready to hit any house in the northeast that dares to step into this fight. Flora's fingers race over the lines as she flips through page after page, chasing anything that could break Barco's hold on her family. Holding the notice with shaking hands, the messenger reads that if the Lawrences fail to pay their debt or give up the land they pledged within a week, Barco has approval to start a full territorial war against them. Back in the dark library, Flora sits surrounded by towers of books and candlelight, working as if she can hold back the coming war with nothing but her will and these pages. Flora buries her face in her hands as the words echo in her mind. Only 1 week until war, and she has to find something before that time runs out. Flora's eye hardens, her anger boiling as the so-called best plan sounds more like giving up than saving her family. The Lord slams his fist onto the table, rage bursting out as the weight of their helplessness finally hits him. Flora's father glares ahead, spitting out how every nearby house once begged for their favor and now acts like the Lawrences never existed. The Lord drags a hand over his face and admits that after pouring their gold into Barco, those families decided it was safer and richer to stand with them, no matter how hard he begged for help. Round the long table, the retainers sit in heavy silence as one of them finally asks if this means they truly have no way to save their house. One of the older retainers speaks carefully, saying that at this point, it might be wiser to bow their heads and surrender. The strategist explains that with Barco blocking every ally and their troop numbers badly outmatched, giving Barco what they want might at least spare their soldiers and keep some of Lawrence's land from being taken. The younger retainers trade uneasy looks, sweat beading as they realize their proud house is now seriously weighing surrender as its last hope. Flora's father stares ahead, sweat running down his cheek as he bites back his pride and thinks about what surrender would really mean for their house. He lowers his head, shoulders heavy, while the retainers on both sides watch in tense silence, knowing that whatever he decides now will decide whether Lawrence stands or breaks. The Lord forces himself to calm down and admits that the advisor's words are not wrong, even if every part of him wants to throw the idea away. Flora pushes the doors open and walks in with steady steps, the light behind her making it clear she has no intention of hiding anymore. She strides into the council room, and Flora's father jerks up from his seat, stunned that the daughter who shut herself away is now standing in front of all his men. Flora meets her father's eyes with a calm, hard gaze and says she has something important to tell him and the house. Roman sits in silence for a breath, then opens his mouth, already settled on the choice he is about to share. Sitting straight in the ornate chair, Roman calmly states that he will step into the fight between Barco and Lawrence, and he will do it openly under the name of Roman Dimitri. Romero slams his cup down and snaps that Roman knows this is a lawful war approved by the central government, yet still dares to talk about stepping into it. The Baron shouts that since Roman cut off the marriage with Lawrence, Dimitri has no excuse to step in. And if they do, the northeastern nobles will drop them, and the central government might even send troops to crush their house. Holding his head, Romero groans that if Roman only wants to help Lawrence because he suddenly feels bad, he should stop, saying he really believed his son had finally matured. Roman stays seated and asks his father how he is expected to live from now on if he just ignores all of this. Romero glares at him, demanding to know what on earth that kind of question is supposed to mean. Sitting with his hands clasped, Roman says he has no proof of what happened that day, but one idea kept bothering him all the same. Roman thinks about how people call Dimitri the real powerhouse of the Northeast, yet the Barco family already acts like Dimitri is under their heel. When Roman points out that his father just sits on all his strength and riches without doing anything, Romero jerks up in shock, stung by the truth in his son's words. Roman meets his father's glare without flinching and admits he craves real power, saying he refuses to sit still and watch any longer. He makes it clear that he cannot just watch while the Dimitri name is dragged through the mud by Barco or anyone else. Roman says he already has enough reason to move, and that no one can claim he is acting without cause. Inside, he admits this new life still feels like drifting across a huge, endless ocean with no clear shore in sight. He reminds himself that no matter the body, he is still Baek Junghyuk, and he must keep living the same way he always has, pushing to stand above everyone else. His mind drifts back to his old world, where Baek Junghyuk walked at the front of a sea of warriors, used to ruling men who would charge anywhere at his command. Roman sits with his hands clasped and calmly states that he will step into this war using only his own name and strength. He asks his father not to interfere, but to watch the road he chooses from now on. Roman thinks about how this world clings to birth, like chains that never come off, no matter how strong someone becomes. Romero says that no matter how much Roman gains, people will still remember that his father started as a simple commoner. Roman's mother sits calmly and says she can tell the nobles in the capital gave her son a hard time. Romero laughs it off, yet he remembers clearly how the nobles stared at him, like he did not belong in the same room. In his mind, those noble faces twist into sharp red eyes, not seeing him as one of them but as something beneath them. His wife looks at him with a soft smile and asks if he plans to fight that view and change how people see their family. Romero smiles and says he is fine staying as a small lord in a far-off land, with no hunger for more power or honor for himself. But when he thinks of his children in that big house, Romero admits he wants them to go far beyond their birth, to climb higher than a man like him ever could. Roman sat with his hands clasped and back straight, wrapped in that golden glow, ready to accept whatever answer came without backing down. Romero stared at his son, taken aback, feeling that the quiet boy he once knew had turned into someone far more serious. Roman's purple eyes burned with a cold light, the kind that showed he would not be talked out of this path. Romero lowered his gaze to his own hand and smiled softly, realizing this was the day his son finally stood as the man he had always hoped for. Roman kept his eyes forward as his father granted him freedom to act and even offered support, accepting the words without letting his resolve soften. Romero clenched his fist and spoke with fierce pride, making it clear that whatever path Roman chose, he would stand behind him as his father. Roman's lips curled into a small smile as he remembered his father telling him he did not have to shoulder everything alone. But the fire in his eyes said he still planned to lead from the front. The sharp ring of metal on metal filled the air as a stone arch marked with an anvil and hammer rose ahead, welcoming him into Dimitri's famed smithing district. He stepped under the arch and onto the worn stone road, letting the steady clanging and heat wash over him as he thought that this had to be the place he was looking for. Roman stopped in the center of the street and slowly turned his head, admitting to himself that maybe the talk about Dimitri's smithies being the biggest in the whole kingdom was not just empty bragging. Inside one workshop, several blacksmiths moved without rest, one feeding the roaring furnace while another lifted a heavy hammer, proving these places were built for teams, not lone workers. Shop after shop lined the street, each with its own workers bent over metal, and the constant ringing made it clear that this was only one part of a much larger chain. In total, 30 workshops like these packed the blacksmith street, turning the whole place into one giant engine of steel and fire. Roman studied the busy street and finally understood how Dimitri had piled up so much wealth, feeling that any doubts about his family's strength faded just from this one view. Behind the Dimitri estate, a huge iron mine cut into the rock holds more ore than anywhere else in the kingdom. Carts packed with dark ore rattle along the tracks, and Dimitri's blacksmiths have the skill to forge that metal into goods that sell for a fortune. Because of that steady river of gold, the nobles in Cairo's northeast keep their distance and avoid picking fights with Dimitri. If the flow of Dimitri-made weapons ever stopped, the whole kingdom would feel it, since so many armies depend on their steel. Roman lifts his gaze to the bright sky, calmly noting that the person he came for has finally arrived. His thoughts settle on the man seen as the very symbol of House Dimitri, the master blacksmith who stands at the heart of all this iron and fame. Roman's father sets his cup down and tells him to seek out Master Hendrik, explaining that he once ran the smithy himself before Hendrik took over when he became a noble. Romero lifts his teacup and calmly explains that their family's master smith oversees every part of Dimitri's ironwork production. He tells his son that if Roman goes to the smithy with his name, Master Hendrik will hand over any gear Roman needs, and Roman gives a short nod of thanks. Romero's face hardens as he warns that Dimitri's blacksmiths are proud men who will not follow Roman just because he was born a Dimitri. He adds that only a person like that can truly win the trust of Dimitri's blacksmiths. Round the forge yard, bare-armed blacksmiths pause mid-swing and look up, sensing that someone important has just stepped into their street. Roman's purple eyes narrow as he studies the workers, quietly agreeing that they match his father's words and ready to prove himself to them. Roman walked deeper into the street, feeling the stares on his back. With how he used to act, it made sense that none of the blacksmiths were happy to see him. Ahead of him stood the main Dimitri smithy, a solid stone building glowing under the sunlight. This was the heart of the forge street his father had told him about. The master of the forge, Hendrik, stepped forward with his arms tense and eyes sharp. He greeted Roman with a rough welcome, more curious than friendly. Roman met the older man's stare and calmly said he was there for the reason his father had already sent ahead. Hendrik snorted, saying he had thought Roman only came to swipe something from the forge. Hendrik went further, saying Roman must have shown up only because he had burned through all his play money. Roman blinked at the jab, more puzzled than hurt by how low the master thought of him. Hendrik waved him off and told him to help himself to the heap of armor and blades stacked in the corner, saying it was plenty to equip 30 soldiers. Roman studied the pile, already judging the carelessness behind it. Roman glanced back and asked if that scrap pile was truly what the master smith was offering him. Hendrik barked that if Roman was not happy with it, he could turn around and walk out. Roman turned his back on the pile and asked if that was truly Hendrik's best. The master smith folded his arms and bristled, his pride clearly stung by the young lord's blunt challenge. Roman reached into the pile and wrapped his hand around one of the swords, ready to judge it for himself. He lifted the blade and calmly said that calling this junk equipment for soldiers was a joke. Hendrik's jaw clenched so hard it shook. Roman had just stomped on his pride. The master smith glared and roared that Roman had no right to judge Dimitri's ironwork, saying he only bothered to hand anything over because the Baron had asked. As Hendrik spat out how Rodwell had slaved in the forge while Roman chased women, Roman simply held the sword, his eyes cold and steady. The heap of rough, half-finished swords lay on the floor, the very junk Hendrik now used as a yardstick to call Roman even worse. Hendrik jabbed a finger at Roman and snarled that he was nothing but trash who could not do a single thing, while Roman stood there, unmoved, gripping the blade. Roman lifted the sword toward the sky, showing how the metal's color shifted, and explained that uneven hammering during forging had ruined it from the start. He adds that junk like this cannot be called Dimitri's ironwork at all. And since Hendrik cannot deny that, Roman points out that the smith chose to attack him instead of admitting the sword was trash. Roman calmly asks if Hendrik chose to mock him just so he would not have to admit the weapon was garbage, and the master smith snaps back, stunned that Roman would say that to his face. Roman whips the blade through the air, ready to show that this is not just talk about metal but about lives. Roman explains that one of his men went down in battle because this dull sword failed him, trapping in the enemy's body and leaving the poor soldier wide open before he could free it. Roman asks what Hendrik thinks about that unfair end, saying the soldier fought hard to live but never had a real chance because his useless lord armed him with useless gear, and the master smith can only stare ahead, sweat running down his cheek. Hendrik starts to blurt out a curse, but Roman stops him and asks why he thinks soldiers wear armor in the first place. Holding up a shirt of mail, Roman says that if armor can stop even one strike, then its weight is worth carrying, making it clear that every flaw Hendrik lets pass is a gamble with a soldier's life. Master Hendrik stands over the spread-out chainmail, the metal glowing on the ground like proof he cannot dodge. The master blacksmith's face goes pale as he pictures the armor tearing open and the soldier's body giving out inside it. Roman admits to himself that he gets why Hendrik is angry, thinking the eldest son only shows up when he needs something and then dares to judge the forge he ignored for years. Roman holds the sword steady and says that if he had not noticed this flaw today, his soldiers might have walked into battle wearing that junk, never knowing their armor was a lie. The blade's point has already bitten into the links, a tiny mark that proves this armor would crumble when it mattered most. Roman lowers the sword and tells Master Hendrik that this was never just payback between the two of them. It was a choice that could have wiped out 30 men, and he asks if someone who risks that can really claim to stand for Dimitri's craft. Roman stares the master blacksmith down and reminds him that innocent soldiers, who trusted this forge completely, almost lost their lives because of that one careless piece of armor. Master Hendrik starts to mumble that he never meant for this to happen, but Roman cuts through that, making it clear that what he meant does not matter next to what almost happened. With power rolling off him, Roman asks if he should see Hendrik's actions as open defiance toward his father, the Lord of Dimitri, forcing the blacksmith to realize this is no longer just about bad work but about loyalty. Roman's eye narrows as he feels the noisy commotion outside, but there is no fear in his gaze, only cold focus. One of the blacksmiths storms forward, shouting over the clamor and demanding to know why things have blown up inside their forge. Their eyes lock onto Roman's hand wrapped around the sword, and the sight of him standing armed in the forge only fans their anger. Sestako jabs a finger toward Roman and yells for the others to shield Master Hendrik, ordering them to hold Roman down before things go any further. Roman meets their rage with a flat stare, as if a few angry smiths trying to rush him are nothing worth worrying about. Master Hendrik's voice rips through the forge as he roars for everyone to stop, forcing the charge to freeze mid-step. A nervous apprentice tries to argue, but Hendrik snaps that he already told them to stand down, making it clear he will face Roman's anger himself. Master Hendrik lowers his head, sweat running down his face as he admits the whole mess is his fault and his alone. In his memory, a burly smith knocks young Hendrik to the ground and rages that he cannot even follow simple orders, screaming that it is far too soon for him to be making his own sword. The young apprentice glares as his senior orders him to toss his precious sword in the trash and stay away from the smithy if he ever plans to ignore orders like that again, leaving him muttering in anger and shame. Storming out of the workshop, the young smith spits out an insult at the muscle-bound brute who just threw him out, already branding the man a thick-headed muscle pig in his mind. As he walks past the trees, the young smith slows and frowns, ears pricking up at a loud argument drifting over from the shop. Inside, a rough hand clutches a lone gold coin, as its owner admits he knows it is nowhere near enough to buy a decent sword. Facing the stone-faced smith, the blonde man says that coin is everything he has and begs for a sword anyway, promising to pay it back many times over because, with only his strong body to rely on, a weapon is the only way he can make a living. The burly smith snaps that if the man is only here to look, he should leave, but the customer pleads that he has a family to feed, while young Hendrik peeks from the doorway, taking in every word. Hendrik peeks from the doorway, frowning as he gets told to back off, clearly annoyed but still watching closely. The man shuffles down the road under the wide blue sky, his back slumped like he has already given up. Hendrik suddenly calls out, making the man stop and turn, eyes wide as he sees the young smith waving him back. The man yells back in surprise, not sure why Hendrik is suddenly calling him. Hendrik says he heard what was going on in the workshop and tells the man to take this sword if he really needs one, while the man, almost shaking, holds out a tiny piece of silver to thank him. The young smith gently pushes the money back, saying he does not want a single coin and that this blade was going to be thrown away anyway, and he is just glad if something he made can help someone live better. The man clutches the sword to his chest and breathes out a soft thanks, his face full of relief. The man keeps thanking him again and again, almost choking on the words, and Hendrik rubs the back of his neck with a shy smile, feeling proud for the first time that his own sword might truly matter. The young smith freezes, a cold feeling crawling up his back as a strange pressure gathers around him. Far away, a worn mercenary lies on the ground, staring at the sky as a thin line of blood runs down his face. He covers his mouth with a shaking hand and lets out a weak groan, fighting to stay conscious. The young smith suddenly bends over and vomits onto the dirt, his body rejecting the horror racing through his mind while people nearby glance over in confusion. Gasping for air, the young smith remembers the rumor that the mercenary had not returned from a job guarding traders. His eye goes wide and bloodshot as he understands that the man's blade had snapped in the middle of a bandit attack. Townsfolk chat as they walk, saying the others in the escort made it back and blaming the fallen man's cheap sword, then wondering what will happen to the wife and child he left behind. The young smith falls to his knees and presses his head to the ground, crushed by guilt as he swears that his work will never cost another family their future. The young smith shakes and cries, realizing that sending out that weak blade was no different from hurting the mercenary with his own hands. Master Hendrik stands frozen, shoulders heavy, as he faces how far his anger and carelessness almost went. He hates himself for nearly causing the same kind of loss again, all because he could not stand Roman and let that grudge twist his work. The master blacksmith faces his workers, back straight as he declares that he will accept whatever comes for what he has done. Hendrik's eyes widen when Roman tells him that true regret is enough for now, and that the matter will not be dragged out any further. Roman steps forward and says they should return to work, adding that he knows Hendrik is a true master of the forge and not some careless hack. The young lord explains that he is handing Hendrik the job of making weapons and armor for 30 of his men, saying he knows the slight came from dislike toward him, not from any wish to betray his father, and that they should both bury their past mistakes here. Master Hendrik stares ahead, shaken that after all that harsh scolding, Roman is now giving him a way to make things right instead of casting him out. He looks at Roman standing firm in the swirling heat, and wonders how the useless fool he once knew could turn into someone this sharp and unshakable. The master smith's eyes harden as he accepts that this is not the same Roman as before, and that he needs to answer this new lord properly. The old blacksmith straightens his back and swears that nothing like this will ever happen in his forge again. Roman gives a faint, pleased smile as Hendrik declares that every weapon and piece of armor for Roman's soldiers will match the very best work Dmitri can offer. The master blacksmith then snaps at his crew to get moving, and the whole forge roars to life as hammers rise and fall over the blazing fire. All around the forge, the smiths work in a fast, steady rhythm, pouring their strength into shaping steel that will keep Roman's soldiers alive. The furnace roars, flames flaring bright as if answering the vow to forge only iron that will never fail again. Blacksmith slams the heated blade against the anvil, each strike sending sparks flying as he pours everything into shaping flawless steel. Roman calmly brings up the rumor that he once stole Master Hendrik's sword, and the nearby smith stiffens, confused, and a little scared that the young lord is dragging up that drunken mess from years ago. The old smithy stands bright under the sky, the same place where 3 years ago a broke and drunken Roman slipped inside at night, grabbed Hendrik's prize sword, and sold it off to some street trader for almost nothing. That stolen blade was no common weapon at all but Hendrik's masterpiece, a sword he had poured his best skills and rarest materials into. Hendrik had spent half a year just planning that sword, and another 3 months locked in his forge, barely stepping outside as he hammered away until it was perfect, only for it to end up sold off like scrap. Roman listens as Hendrik admits that only a craftsman can grasp the pain of seeing a life's work treated like trash, and points out that the one who really crossed the line back then was the old Roman himself. Hearing his full name spoken, Roman keeps his back turned, quietly accepting that he now carries both the shame of that past act and the duty to make up for it. Master Hendrik walks up behind Roman with a firm look, treating him not as the drunk fool who sold his masterpiece, but as the new lord who must now prove what kind of man Roman Dmitri really is. Roman listens without arguing, letting Hendrik's words about the smithy being Dmitri's very base sink in as a duty he has to carry. He answers that the day he makes an useless sword with his own hands is the day Hendrik can judge him, then ends the visit and turns to leave. Soon after, he stands before a plain wooden door, the quiet entrance to the place where he plans to back up his words. Roman steps into the stone house deep in the trees, the same workshop where he once shut himself away to train without anyone watching. Inside, the workshop is spotless and lined with gear, and he notes with quiet approval that every tool he asked for is ready and waiting. His gaze settles on the cold furnace, and he decides it is time to begin for real. The furnace roars to life, and as the heat builds, he remembers being 18 in Murim, forced to forge his own blade while living through constant hunts between brothers and nightly attempts on his life. In that memory, his mind goes straight to his 11th brother, the one who stood out in that brutal fight for the demon cult's future. His brother's ambush drove him onto the rooftop, blades and energy tearing through the night as the two of them went all out to finish each other. He remembers how that clash was almost even, right up until his treasured sword cracked under Baek Changhyun's strikes and left him exposed. Baek Changhyun rushed in without mercy, driving his power straight at his wounded brother to end things before he could recover. Their eyes met in the storm of light, both brothers knowing this fight would end with one of them gone. In the end, the blade in his hand was chipped and stained, proof of how far he had gone just to stay alive. Standing over the wreckage with only a ruined sword beside him, he decided he would never trust a weak weapon again and swore to get a blade that matched his body and would not fail in battle. To keep that promise, he went from forge to forge, learning how to shape steel, and before every major fight, he made a new sword built exactly for the strength he had at that moment. After reshaping his weapon again and again through endless fights, his 39th blade was born, a heavenly demon sword so perfect for him that no one could even put a price on it. Roman raises the hammer and pounds the heated metal, each strike carrying the weight of every battle he survived. He is not just making a blade, he is rebuilding the one weapon he can trust for what is coming. Sweat runs down Roman's face, but his eyes stay sharp, already picturing the battlefields ahead. He forges this sword with one thought in mind: when the war starts, his blade will never fail him again. Roman raised the hammer high and brought it down with his full weight, muscles tight as he forced the heated metal to bend to his will. The hammer crashed onto the glowing bar in the exact same spot, his hand moving with the same sure force as before. He kept the blows even, each strike matching the last in timing and power, until the sound of metal on metal turned into a steady beat. Roman's eyes stayed locked on the metal, sweat sliding down his face as everything else faded, and only the next strike filled his thoughts. His mind dropped into a deep trance, a dark, quiet space where his body moved on its own, and the hammer rose and fell without a single wasted motion. Locked in that state, Roman drove the hammer down in a blazing arc, each blow sharper and heavier than before as the metal screamed and began to match the weapon he saw in his mind. Roman's eye burned like molten metal as a single thought rose in his mind, asking what all this pain and effort were really for. He remembered the world he came from, where having the heavenly demon as a father meant living in a place where only the strong survived, and where he clawed his way up through one hardship after another until people called him the strongest. That same mindset held him even now. He simply faced the life in front of him and accepted it as his reality. Still, he knew his current state was far too low to face every twist this world could throw at him. So he drove himself to train until his body and mind became unshakable. He thought of the world Roman now lived in, crowded with monsters, hidden masters, and strange beings, and he had to admit he still knew almost nothing about the true powers moving in the dark. Fire coiled around his body as Roman fixed his gaze forward, deciding that in this life, just like the last, there was no room for defeat. With a slow breath, he forced the raging heat out through his body, shaping the flames instead of letting them rule him. Roman wrapped himself in a storm of fire, using the godly inferno art, a brutal flame style once used by the flame demon to pack mana into the body at crazy speed. To him, this harsh fire art was perfect, the best tool for someone who still saw himself as far too weak. He knew that forcing this heat again and again would wreck his lungs and burn his insides if he was careless. Even so, Roman let the flame burn in his eye and chose to keep driving the art, because holding back now felt worse than any damage. What he really wanted was simple: a power strong enough to handle any twist this world could throw at him. Back at the Dimitri estate, under a clear sky, someone began to lay out where they currently stood. Flora stood before them, hands clasped, and calmly said their family was already pushed into a corner. She explained that no allies could reach them anymore, and that the gap in military strength was obvious. Facing the gathered nobles, Flora said some people had even suggested surrendering, just to keep a small part of their land. Her eyes hardened as she insisted that giving in was the one choice they must never make, no matter what it cost them. One of the nobles slammed his hand on the table, the sharp sound cutting through the heavy air. The elder noble, face tight with worry, argued that if the war was already lost, laying down their arms might be the only way to spare innocent soldiers. Flora laid out how Barco had leaned on friends in the central government to get money from the gold bank, sealing the deal with a quiet handshake far from the front lines. Back in the hall, Flora added that the gold bank had lent Barco that money without any collateral at all, and the nobles around the table muttered in shock at how much trust and pull that implied. Flora laid it out coldly, saying this war was not just for Barco's gain. The noble across from her stared back, finally grasping that a much bigger force was moving behind the fight. She explained that while Barco begged for funds, the gold bank gladly poured money out, expecting rich rewards for both sides. The crest of the bank might as well have been stamped on every coin, fueling the coming disaster. In their plans, Lawrence was nothing but a prize to carve up, a land to be ripped open and drained once they took it. The picture of the territory looked like it was already burning under their greed. The hall fell quiet as Flora's words sank in, every noble staring at the table instead of each other. They all knew now that this was not just a border clash, but a fight for whether their home would even exist. At last, the noble at the end of the table lifted his head and asked what they were meant to do now. His voice carried the same fear everyone else was too proud to show. Flora straightened under the sunlight and said there was only one path left to them. They had to fight with everything they had, even if it looked hopeless. Her eyes hardened as she added that this kind of desperate resistance was the only way any of them would survive what was coming. The noble's hands tightened on the table as he echoed her word, calling it a resistance, testing the weight of it. You could see him fighting his fear, trying to turn it into courage. For a moment, the Lord's thoughts drifted, and he actually started to consider Flora's plan. He had expected something bold from her, not this kind of grim patience. He had held Flora in high regard, trusting her clear eyes more than most of his own men. He had hoped she would bring some hidden, brilliant counterattack to save them. Flora had always seen through lies and tricks faster than anyone in the room. The Lord thought someone with that kind of sharp mind would offer a plan that broke all the rules. Instead, he felt her answer was nothing more than common sense dressed up as strategy. That gap between what he wanted and what he got twisted his expression. His mind jumped to the heavy castle gate, picturing it slammed shut while enemies circled outside. He wondered if locking themselves in was really the best hope she could offer. Flora did not stop at closing the gate. She told them to give up the year's harvest and burn every field, turning their own land into a wasteland the enemy could not use. Her plan was simple and cruel: drag the war out until winter froze the land. If they could last that long, the cold itself would crush any army trying to live off their soil. The Lord stared ahead, stunned by how far she was willing to go. The thought of holding out with burned fields and closed gates until winter hit made his chest feel heavy, but he knew this might be their only real chance. Flora stood in the hall with her hands tightly clasped, forcing herself to stay calm as she moved from talk of burned fields to something far colder than winter. Barco's dead. Her blue eye hardened as she explained that Barco's huge loan was a trap, since the interest would keep climbing the longer this dragged on. In her mind, one name towered over every kingdom's flag: the Gold Bank, a money giant whose reach covered the whole continent. She laid it out plainly. If the war stretched on, the Gold Bank's unseen hand would close around Barco, using interest to choke their house finances. The senior officers traded uneasy looks as they grasped that the Gold Bank was too big to bully, no matter who in the central government backed Barco. Out on the roads, bands of mercenaries marched beneath their banners, their every step paid for by coin that ultimately came from the Gold Bank. Flora spoke of winter, saying that once the cold set in, any siege would turn against the attackers who had to keep feeding men and horses on shrinking funds. Her gaze was cold as she predicted that between burned fields, a long siege, and the bank's interest, Barco would slowly dry out on its own. The Lord listened in silence, shaken by how ruthless the plan was, yet seeing that this might be the only road left. Flora stood with her back to them, wrapped in a calm blue glow. And for the first time, her father really looked at the woman his little girl had become. He remembers Flora in the garden, laughing with birds and flowers, and admits that after the mess with Dimitri he blamed himself, thinking he had raised her to stay a childish dreamer. Looking at Flora's steady eyes now, he wonders when the playful girl from the garden turned into someone who can stare down a whole house's fate without flinching. Pride hardens into resolve, and the Lawrence Lord slams his hand on the table, done with doubt. The Lord of Lawrence rises, voice firm, and declares that Flora is right. From this moment on, their house will ready itself for a last, desperate resistance. The senior officers trade grim looks as he lays it out, saying they will endure and endure, no matter how long this grind lasts. Flora's gaze stays cold and clear as her father swears they will keep the Lawrence bloodline alive, and she quietly shoulders that promise like armor. Flora leaves the meeting room in silence, the morning light wrapping around her like a cloak as she steels herself for the hard days that promise to come. Her blue eyes stay cold and steady, and Flora locks in her own promise to endure, no matter how much the world tries to crush her house. Roman stands bare-chested in the blazing heat, sweat running down his face as he studies the work in front of him with a craftsman's focus. Inside the smoke-filled forge, Roman stands over a row of blades, the air rippling with heat as he weighs which one will walk out of this fire with him. Outside, the sky is clear and calm above the simple stone building, hiding the storm of heat and effort burning just beyond its walls. Roman steps out of the hot forge with a single sword in hand, knowing that a person never forgets their first real weapon. He lifts the blade toward the sky, its golden core catching the sun and marking it as the first sword he can truly call his own. Roman studies the weapon with a cool gaze and decides this blade matches his current level perfectly. A tool shaped for the fighter he is right now, not the monster he plans to become. Roman stood tall with the blazing sword raised before him, his grip steady as he accepted this weapon as the first true partner of his new life. Blinding lines of light poured down from the circle above, like the sky itself was melting under Roman's burning art. Far from Roman's fire, a lone messenger in Barco colors walked up to Lawrence's main gate, the wind whipping around him as if pushing him forward. The crest on the messenger's cloak marked him as Barco's official voice, the kind of man who did not come to talk about peace. High above, Barco's proxy curled his lips into a smug smile, ready to shout that he would graciously offer Lawrence 3 ways to face their fate. The Barco messenger raised the scroll with shaking hands and yelled that Lawrence could open the gate and surrender if they wished to live quietly under Barco's rule. The Barco proxy spread his arms over the wall and announced the second choice, inviting Lawrence to march out for an all-out war on the open field, claiming it would be a fair and honest fight. Looking down at his own envoy, the Barco proxy added that Lawrence could even settle things with a single duel between chosen warriors, as if he were generously handing them a real choice. The Barco messenger shouted the final point, saying Lawrence could pick any form of battle they liked, and that Barco would respectfully follow their decision, even though everyone knew who held the real advantage. Lord of Lawrence lifted his head to the sky, his jaw tight as he weighed Barco's so-called choices and decided he would not bend. The noble finally spoke, saying he and his people did not accept that Barco's cause was right in any way. He declared that the old debt paper Barco waved around was nothing but a fake, and that their whole excuse for war was built on a lie. He roared that he refused to spend the lives of Lawrence's people for Barco's comfort, and ordered that this answer be sent straight back to Viscount Barco. The Lord shouted that he would never throw away his pride as a noble just to accept Barco's third option, while the Barco messenger below flinched at how firmly the offer was being refused. From high on the wall, the Lord announced that Lawrence would shut its gates and fight with everything it had from inside the castle, leaving the envoy staring up at stone that would not open for him. The Barco messenger turned away and walked off, his steps quick as he hurried to report that Lawrence had chosen to hold out behind its walls. Later, Barco's leading noble listened to the report and calmly agreed to respect Lawrence's choice, already planning to squeeze a brutal price from every drop of effort spent in the coming siege. The Lawrence soldiers on the wall shook as they watched the enemy's strange siege weapon roll into place. Below them, Flora stared up with cold blue eyes, forcing herself to stay calm even as dread crawled up her spine. The Lawrence archers drew their bows to the limit and let the arrows fly, pouring everything they had into the first strike to slow the Barco advance. One of the Barco soldiers took an arrow to the leg and staggered, yet the line behind him kept rushing forward, driven by orders to advance no matter what. The air shook with the roar of impacts and shouts, the sounds of battle crashing together until it all blended into one harsh wall of noise. The Barco ranks pressed against the walls were forced to raise shields as a fresh wave of arrows poured down on them, turning the ground at the base of the castle into a deadly zone. The Barco commander clenched his fist and cursed the Lawrence defenders, furious that these people he had written off as weak were daring to bleed his army like this. One of Barco's officers stood before his lord, knowing they had marched with 3 times as many soldiers as Lawrence, and fully expecting that sheer numbers alone would crush the tiny territory. That officer frowned, thinking how he had expected the fight to be over within an hour, only to find Lawrence still holding out stubbornly behind its walls. On the map, Lawrence's small blue force stood braced, while Barco's larger green blocks pushed in, showing how badly the enemy meant to crush them. Lone Gauntlet lay abandoned on the grass, a quiet sign that the easy win Barco expected had already started to fall apart. One of Barco's officers swallowed hard as he reported that Lawrence had finished all their battle preparations, far beyond what anyone on their side had guessed. Fresh moat hugged the castle wall, its water cutting a sharp line that kept enemy soldiers from getting anywhere near the stone. The earth in front of the moat bristled with arrows, proof that Lawrence had chosen to fire without holding back from the very first moment. Over the war table, Barco's neat plan for quick siege now looked foolish, the marker showing a small territory that stubbornly refused to break the way they had predicted. The Barco lord glared down at the board as his knight explained that, by all their numbers, Lawrence should have given up part of their land to survive. Yet instead they had slammed the gates and chosen a fight to the end. Sweat ran down the Barco lord's face as he stared ahead, unable to understand why Lawrence would risk losing everything and wondering at what point his careful plan had started to crumble. With their clean plan falling apart, one of Barco's officers quietly asked what they should do next. The Barco lord's eyes burned as he ordered his men to ready their hidden weapon, the one they had hoped not to use. The officer swallowed his fear, nodded sharply, and moved to carry out the order. A crooked grin spread over the Barco lord's face, as he told himself that Viscount Lawrence was never strong-willed enough to stand against what was coming. In his mind, he replayed how Lawrence had once given up his own daughter to the Dimitri family just to ease Barco's pressure, taking that moment as clear proof that the man would always bow when pushed. Worked up by his own story, the Barco Lord decided that Lawrence was the kind of man who always shrank in true crisis, and that one blast from their magic weapon would make him beg. Up on Lawrence's walls, a sharp order rang out to hurry and bring their special gear into position, and the soldiers answered at once. The Lawrence captain strode between the armored men, reminding them that Barco could charge again at any moment, and ordering them to stay locked in and keep every weapon ready. The Lord of Lawrence stared out with wide eyes, finally admitting to himself that Flora had been right all along. He stood at the edge of the wall, saying that Barco must have panicked and pulled back, then asked Flora how she had even thought of such a move. Flora tightened her fist and told him she had realized she needed to become stronger herself. She stood firm and said she would stop waiting for problems to fix themselves and start facing them with her own strength. With her eyes steady, Flora said that from now on this would be the path she chose to walk in life. Hearing her, the Lord of Lawrence felt his eyes sting and softly called out his daughter's name. Standing with his back to her, the Lord confessed that he was sorry for pushing her into marriage with the Dimitris, saying he had truly believed it was the only way to keep their family alive. His voice trembled as he went on, hinting that there was more he needed to say beyond that simple apology. The Lord of Lawrence faced Flora and told her that no matter what came next, he trusted her to choose well. Flora could only breathe out a single word, her voice full of mixed pain and pride as she called to her father. She lifted her head toward the bright sky, a small, steady smile forming as her new resolve settled in. Flora's eyes snapped wide as a sudden flash and roar tore through her brief moment of peace. Blazing blast erupted in front of them, the shockwave racing over the platform as father and daughter stared into the wall of fire. The blast smashed into the castle wall, stone bursting apart as smoke and sparks poured into the sky. Flora leaned over the broken battlements, shouting that the castle wall had been destroyed and asking if this was the magic weapon they had feared. Heavy stillness crashed down over the fortress, the weight of the breach sinking in like a cold stone. The soldiers on the wall stared up through the falling sparks, stunned that Barco had really brought out Flare. Flora's mind locked onto the name Flare, the catapult that hurls huge magic blasts straight into castle walls. A dark chill ran through the air as everyone grasped what that meant. To Flora, this was not just a tool of war anymore. It was a full magic weapon aimed right at her home. Each shot from Flare burned through piles of gold, and as a strategic weapon it needed direct approval from the central government, no matter how rich the buyer was. The Lord of Lawrence slammed his fist down, unable to accept that Barco had both the money and the pull to rent something like Flare. Flora forced herself to think, remembering there were only two ways to stop Flare: match it with another magic weapon of equal rank, or ride out and destroy it directly. She stared ahead, knowing both choices were out of their reach, and that, for now, there was no way for Lawrence to block Flare at all. Flora lowered her head, teeth clenched, feeling completely cornered by Flare's power. The maid rushed to her lady's side, yelling that they could not just give up like this. Flora's eyes flew wide as the maid blurted out that a magic call had just come in. The maid hurriedly explained that Roman Dimitri had reached out by magic, saying he had a way to help if they accepted his call. Flora turned sharply, stunned that the name she heard was Roman Dimitri of all people. In her mind, the image of Roman Dimitri appeared, calm and confident, as if this disaster was just another problem for him to solve. Flora hesitated, then wondered if this strange call from Roman could actually be the chance they needed to turn the war around. Flora lifted her head, eyes sharp again, and pressed him to explain exactly how he planned to pull Lawrence out of this disaster. His image hovered over the glowing circle, and Roman calmly asked what other way there could be than saving Lawrence by crushing the Barco family itself. Roman admitted he would be honest with her, saying he already planned to take revenge on the Barco family for his own reasons. He told her that his decision was already made and that only the timing of his payback was still open. If the Lawrence family agreed to work with him, he would bring that day forward and wipe out the Barco family on their behalf. Flora stared at the fading light around her, trying to grasp that this stranger's personal vendetta might be the only rope left for Lawrence to grab. When Flora asked what her family had to do, Roman answered that it was simple. Lawrence had to set the stage for him by offering up a sacrifice first. His image bent toward the circle, and Roman promised that if they accepted this deal, he would throw in all his strength under the name of Roman Dimitri. The word sacrifice echoed in her head as Flora stood alone, already sensing that whatever Roman wanted from her family would change everything. Flora clenched her fist, knowing Roman had made this offer after reading how trapped her family was. In the end, she admitted to herself that there was no other path left. Even if his demand was shameless, Flora decided she would accept it. She swore that as long as her family could be saved, she would endure anything he asked. Roman's projected hand lifted a finger, as if to stop her answer, and he added that there was one more thing she had to do. Outside the walls, Lawrence's soldiers were still locked in a brutal siege as arrows and magic tore through the sky, a reminder that any help Roman gave would drag him straight into this war. Flora looked up, uneasy, trying to guess what kind of reason he wanted her to give so he could step into this fight. Roman calmly named Anthony Barco, making it clear that this man would be the center of the excuse she had to create. Roman laid out his final condition. She had to accuse Anthony Barco of abusing her so he would have a reason to crush the Barco family. Flora's eyes widened as glowing chains seemed to wrap around her, realizing the price of the deal she had just agreed to. Roman explains that she only has to say nothing truly happened, but that she was forced to end her engagement to Dimitri because Anthony crossed the line with her. The words feel like a blade, sharp and cold, aimed straight at Barco. He warns her that once she says this, the nobles will stop seeing her as someone of worth. In their world, her name and status will drop to almost nothing. He adds that the proud name they gave her, the Flower of Lawrence, will be broken beyond repair. Flora pictures herself dropped to her knees in front of sneering nobles, her glory turning into open shame. In her mind, the proud crest of Lawrence splits apart like glass, pieces spinning away. Everything she gained as a noble's daughter feels like it is being smashed so something else can take its place. Roman calmly says that if she throws away that status, it will give them a strong reason to move. With that one claim, he can step into the fight for Lawrence without anyone being able to question it. Flora's hands shake as she grips her chest plate, feeling how heavy this price really is. Even so, she forces herself to hold on, because backing down now would mean letting her home fall. Roman then lays out one last detail. The story has to place Anthony's act before the engagement was cut. If it happened while she was still promised to him, he says, then she counts as one of his own. Roman states that anyone who dares to touch someone under his care will never be let off. Flora's eyes widen as she clutches her chest, sensing that this ruthless man is now tying her fate to his own. Flora presses her lips together, holding back fear and doubt. She knows that once she answers him, there is no way to take it back. Another blast from the magic weapon crashes down, lighting up the sky in burning orange. The castle shakes as the impact tears through stone and men alike. Soldiers scream as the fire rolls over them, armor turning red from the heat. In a single strike, a chunk of Lawrence's strength is wiped out. Flames burst up from a fresh hole in the keep's floor as soldiers rush over. Shocked, the inner defenses have already collapsed. They shout for railings and support, trying to stop the damage from spreading any further. Dust rains from the ceiling as Flora stands frozen in the hall, listening to the stone groan above her. The war is no longer at the walls, it is tearing into her home. Flora clenches her fists and cries out that she will accept any price he asks. All she wants now is for Roman to crush the Barco family so completely that none of them walk away from this war. Massive beams slam into place against the gate, shaking with the force. The defenders know the enemy is already pushing forward and that this barrier might be the last thing holding them back. The Lord of Lawrence raises his hand and yells for his men to keep holding on. Even with fire at their backs and enemies at the walls, he refuses to let the line break. Hooded warrior hauls himself over the wall, eyes burning with intent. While everyone watches the siege below, this one slips in close, aiming straight for the Lawrence command. The hooded warrior launches off the wall, blade flashing as he drops toward the blonde lord. A nearby soldier shouts a warning, but the strike is already falling. The Lord of Lawrence turns just in time to see the blade cutting down beside his face. His eyes widen as he understands he cannot block it in time. The strike hits with brutal force and hurls the Lord of Lawrence into the air, his body trailing light across the burning sky. The noble behind him can only watch as his leader is taken out in a single blow. Flora grips her spear and turns toward the chaos, the wind tugging at her hair. With her father struck down, she knows the wall will stand or fall on the choices she makes now. The Lord of Lawrence, bloodied and shaken, looks toward his daughter and calls her name along with a desperate cry for her father. Even half-broken, he is begging her to act before everything collapses. Flora looks back, jaw set, and declares that they must open the castle gate and face Barco head-on. Holding the wall is no longer enough. She is ready to gamble everything on a direct clash. Far from the burning wall, Roman Dmitri stands calm with his hardened soldiers behind him, a dark pressure rolling off their ranks. He lays out the plan. While Lawrence draws Barco's eyes by charging through the gate, he will lead his own force straight to Flare and wipe the weapon out. Flora calmly repeats that she will trust Roman Dmitri, even in this madness. The Lawrence knight stares at her, sweating, unable to believe she is staking their whole house on a stranger's promise. Flora's fear fades and a small sure smile forms on her lips. She has made her choice and is ready to bet her life and her land on Roman's word. Far from the burning walls, the crystal on the grass flares to life, carrying Flora's answer across the distance. Roman stands over the glowing crystal in the quiet forest, reading the signal. With Lawrence now counting on him, the real fight is about to start. Roman's eyes narrow, the purple light sharp and calm. He has weighed the risks and already decided exactly how he will tear Barco's plan apart. Chris hurries up behind Roman and asks if they are going to hit Barco right away. Roman shakes his head, making it clear that charging in now would only waste their one chance. Chris protests, saying that Lawrence could be crushed if they stall any longer. The thought of their allies falling while they wait clearly eats at him. Roman answers that Flare is strong enough to tear castle walls apart, and as long as it stands, Lawrence will keep breaking. If they truly want to block Barco's plan and save the city, they first have to take that monster of a weapon out. Chris stares at the burning walls and blurts out that they need to hit Barco's rear right now, before Lawrence is wiped out. Roman glances back over his shoulder and coolly asks why he should do that, as if the burning city means nothing to him yet. Chris's eye widens as Roman adds that whether Lawrence falls or not means nothing to him, the words hitting harder than the fire in the distance. Roman quietly calls Chris's name, pulling the younger man back from his shock so he will listen to what comes next. In his mind, a sea of bodies covers the ground, and a lone warrior stands untouched as Roman admits that, compared to hundreds of strangers, keeping every one of his own people safe matters far more. He knows Lawrence will lose many people here, and the image of a broken knight on the ground shows exactly what that means. Looking at the wounded soldier's empty stare, Roman decides that this tragedy is also on Lawrence's side, since their people chose to follow a lord too weak to protect them. Roman stands over the sea of bodies and makes it clear that, unlike the nobles who threw their men away, he will never turn anyone who swore to him into an useless sacrifice. Chris swallows hard, the shock fading into respect as he realizes Roman is deadly serious about putting his own people first. Out on the grass, Chris gives a firm answer and steps in behind Roman, accepting that they will only move when it serves their own side. Back at Lawrence, chains rattle and the heavy gate starts to rise as the defenders answer the call to punish Barco. The Lawrence commander glares toward the enemy and roars for every knight to rush out at once. Lines of Lawrence knights flood through the open gate, armor clashing as they sprint into the firelit night. The charging knights thunder over the plains straight at Barco's line, dust and sparks kicking up under their feet. On the other side, a red-bearded knight in bright armor watches them come with a smug smile, as if this wild charge is exactly what he wanted. One of the enemy warriors rushed in like a storm, his weapon carving a brutal path through the front line. His blow landed so hard that a soldier's body was hurled aside, leaving a red trail across the ground. The warrior's eyes burned with madness as he kept swinging, more beast than man now. These butchers were not regular knights at all, but the feared Burge mercenary company hired to break Lawrence. Head and hand tumbled through the air and hit the dirt before the gate, freezing the Lawrence guards where they stood. The soldiers stared at the remains, armor rattling as fear crawled up their spines. One of the knights collapsed and begged to be saved, gasping that they were all done for. From the wall, Flora leaned out over the chaos and ordered the knights to hold until the end, refusing to let them turn and run. Flora's face tightened as she realized they had to keep suffering or their hidden ally would never show up. Fear crawled up her neck, but she forced herself to hold the line anyway. Far from the walls, a single horse tore across the dirt, hooves hammering the ground. Whoever rode it was coming in fast, drawn straight toward the chaos. The rider did not slow down at all and cut straight toward the Barco camp. Dust and wind trailed behind like a spear aimed at the heart of their army. Roman Dmitri rode at full speed, red cloak snapping behind him like a banner. His eyes stayed cold and steady, as if this enemy camp was nothing more than his next training ground. Roman knew his men would have to risk everything one day, but now that moment was crashing down on them sooner than he wanted. Lines of Lawrence knights thundered across the dirt, hands tight on the reins, riding straight toward the enemy with fear already clawing at their chests. As the horses pounded on, each knight fought rising doubt, jaws clenched and eyes wide, hearts racing faster than their mounts. Roman watched with calm eyes, knowing this was the brutal truth his soldiers had to meet head-on if they ever wanted to stop living like prey. Out on the plain, the two forces pressed together into a dark, churning mass, the whole field swallowed by dust and steel. To Roman, orders and plans meant nothing now. Only each soldier's own strength and stubborn will would decide who walked away from this fight. The cavalry no longer held back, their horses stretching into a full run as they hurled themselves deeper into the storm Roman had opened. At the very front, Roman's red cloak tore through the dust like a banner, his horse and blade driving straight ahead as if he meant to split the enemy line by himself. Their job, he said, was to slip behind Barco's line, smash into their rear, and wipe out the siege weapon that was choking Lawrence. Facing the lined-up knights, Roman calmly said he knew Lawrence could not draw the enemy the way they hoped, so he was not counting on them to carry this fight. Instead, Roman took the most dangerous spot for himself, stating that he alone would lead the charge at the very front. Roman stepped closer through the ring of armor and told them there was still one thing they all had to remember, no matter how the fight turned. His words sank in like a brand, fixing one thought in every soldier's head. No matter what chaos waited ahead, the main priority could not change. Far inside Barco's camp, bored soldiers turned toward the plain as a low rumble and rising dust warned them that someone is charging straight at their lines. The red-bearded commander clicks his tongue at the sight, scoffing that anyone would dare rush their camp with so few riders. With a sharp gesture, the Barco commander orders his men to move out at once and greet the crazy guests, and the frontline knight lifts his sword, ready to intercept. The line of Barco infantry snaps into a tight shield wall, spears jutting out as they rush forward to turn the open field into a moving barrier. Roman leans low over his horse and drives it faster, aiming straight at the pack shields as the enemy line thunders toward him across the plain. When the two sides meet, Roman's blade explodes with purple light, and he carves straight through the shield wall, sending armored men flying as if they were nothing. In the chaos, a counterstrike slams into Roman's horse, and the beast screams as red bursts from its side, putting his wild charge at risk. The blow tears through his mount, and Roman is hurled upward as the horse crumples under him. He kicks off the falling horse and shoots ahead alone, cloak flaring as he dives straight into the front ranks, the same way he once led the demon cult from the very front. Roman's body twists through the air and his blade flashes, and the first line of spearmen is blown aside before they even understand what hit them. As he pushes deeper, Roman's eyes stay cold, and he remembers how people used to say that standing against the heavenly demon was just throwing a life away, and that it was crazy for a ruler to always take the most dangerous spot himself. His step lands heavy in front of the pack soldiers, and their line wavers as the same old reason for leading the charge rises in his mind. The front knight stares at him with wide, shaking eyes, and Roman knows his plan is working. The strongest fighter standing at the tip has already started to break their spirit. One of the knights grits his teeth, shoves his fear down, and sucks in a breath, ready to call the others to move. He roars for a full assault and drives his horse ahead, and the Lawrence knights answer by spurring after him, racing to follow their liege into the gap Roman just tore open. Laura's eyes snap wide as she catches what Roman is doing out on the field. Ahead of her, the Lawrence knights feel the air change, and their charge turns shaky, fear creeping in even as they push their horses on. The ground ahead is a mess of fallen riders and shattered weapons. The path Roman cut through the enemy painted in violent streaks that make even hardened soldiers falter. One Lawrence knight is cut down right beside his horse, his charge ending in an instant. Another knight watches his ally collapse and with his eyes burning swears to himself that he has to reach his liege no matter what. An enemy helm caves under a crushing blow, and the soldier goes limp before he even has time to understand what hit him. Kevin's eyes burn like coals. All fear burned away until only raw rage and the drive to protect his lord remain. Chris gathers his aura until it roars around him, telling himself he just needs a little more power to reach his lord's side. The young knight hurls himself ahead like a spinning spear of light, his aura sweeping enemies off their feet as he claws for every step toward Roman. Across the field, the Barco soldiers bunch up behind their shields and march as one, their leader shouting that they have to stop the monster tearing through their lines. Roman answers their charge by sliding past the front rank in a blur, his blade flashing once as the nearest soldier drops before he even understands what hit him. Roman's purple eye burns as he ignores the men in front of him, reminding himself that the real target of this operation is the massive weapon behind them. Under the golden glow hanging over the field, Roman plows into the packed soldiers around the siege engine, each swing tearing open their line as he forces a road straight toward the towering weapon. Burge, captain of the Burge Mercenary Company, stares ahead in shock as he realizes the monster ripping through his men is actually Roman Dmitri. He remembers the promise of a fortune for this mission, the kind of reward that could decide the future of the whole Burge Mercenary Company. With the company's fate and that mountain of gold on the line, Burge rips his sword free and gathers his strength, ready to block Roman's rampage himself. Blazing streak tears across the field as Burge launches forward, racing to cut off Roman before the siege weapon is completely lost. Burge whirls toward the rushing figure in the red cloak, locking eyes with Roman as the two close the last stretch between them. Their swords crash together in a burst of light, Burge pouring all his weight into the strike while Roman meets him without backing down an inch. Aura flares along both blades as they grind together, the clash proving that Burge is no simple mercenary and that Roman is facing a true rank fighter. Burge's body erupts with blazing aura as he bears down on Roman, the force of a 2-star aura knight crashing into Roman's guard like a burning wave. Burge stares in disbelief as he realizes Roman has not moved an inch from that massive clash. Roman just stands there with a faint, confident smile, aura calmly wrapping around him. Their swords grind against each other, purple aura raging along the steel, but the pressure keeps pushing back toward Burge's side. Roman leans in and pours even more strength into his blade, turning the clashing aura into a blinding blast that slams straight toward Burge. Burge's eyes bulge as he finally understands that Roman's power is on a whole different level from his own. Before Burge can steady himself, Roman's next strike crashes down in a storm of light, forcing the mercenary to brace with everything he has. Gritting his teeth, Burge swings hard with his own blazing aura, trying to cut through Roman's pressure before it crushes him. In barely 5 seconds, the clash is already over, with Roman calmly walking away while Burge's body hits the ground behind him. That was all a top-rank mercenary could manage against Roman, who now walks across the field as if the fight had been nothing more than a brief stop. The Lawrence soldiers freeze as they grasp that their mighty captain just collapsed in a single clash. One of the younger knights stammers his title, unable to believe the man they trusted most is already out of the fight. Chris cannot hold back a wide grin, feeling like the whole battle just flipped in their favor. Behind him, Kevin beams with the same mix of relief and awe, as if watching a living legend walk the field. The enemy commander loses his calm and screams for every man nearby to rush Roman and get rid of him at any cost. His guards grab the raging commander and haul him backward, begging him to fall back before that monster reaches him. In front of them, a line of soldiers lock their shields together, trying to build a wall between Roman and their leader. Roman watches their clumsy shield wall without a hint of worry, thinking about the flare magic of this world, something that never existed back in Murim. Raising his sword, Roman pours power into it until a vast golden circle blooms overhead, lines and symbols spinning like a second sun above the burning camp. Dark, violent energy rises from Roman's body as he stops holding back and draws on the heavenly demon god art he mastered as the heavenly demon. With the demonic aura roaring around him, Roman lifts his sword straight up and shapes the heavenly demon god art into the heavenly demon sword technique, ready to sweep away anyone still standing in his path. Roman's sword finally moves, and a pillar of dark purple energy rips out from him, carving straight through the world in front of him. Roman's eyes blaze as he calls out the first form of the heavenly demon sword technique, and drives that raging column of power straight ahead. The purple column spears through the golden circle overhead, tearing through the neat magic lines like paper and turning the sky into a storm of broken light. The raging blade of energy slams down toward Barco's giant siege engine, and the soldiers beneath it can only stare up and scream as the strike closes in. The column of power tears straight through the siege weapon, blasting the heavy frame apart and hurling burning scraps of wood in every direction. When the dust finally starts to clear, the siege weapon lies in pieces on the ground, and Roman stands alone beside the wreckage like he simply cut down another training dummy. Only broken beams and smoking scraps remain where Barco's proud siege engine once stood, proof that a single swing from Roman was enough to erase it. Roman throws his head back and shouts to the walls of Lawrence, declaring his name and making sure everyone knows he is the one who just destroyed Barco's siege weapon. Roman thrusts his sword toward the sky and roars that he has destroyed Barco's siege weapon, daring both armies to remember his name. On Lawrence's walls and in the yard below, soldiers and townsfolk stop what they're doing and stare toward Barco's camp, shielding their eyes from the fading light of the blast. Flora's hands fly to her mouth as tears slip down her cheeks, her body shaking as the truth of what she just saw finally sinks in. Staring out from the wall, Flora admits to herself that Roman truly did it, breaking every limit she thought he had. Chris stood on the torn ground, his armor stained from the fight, and for the first time his power felt different from before. He let out a slow breath as blue aura wrapped tight around his body, holding his sword steady while his heart still raced from the clash. The young knight forced his aura to cling close to the blade, just like Roman had shown, and that tight control kept his mana from draining even while the battle raged. All around him, armored bodies lay scattered, while Chris stood at the center wrapped in a storm of blue light, proof that the weak follower everyone mocked was turning into a real monster on the field. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he finally admitted to himself that this power was real and no longer something he could brush off as luck. Looking up at the clear sky, Chris stood tall with his brutal armor and steady grip on his sword, fully convinced now that Roman's harsh way of training was the only path worth following. Chris's eyes flew wide, his brief pride cut short by something he had not planned for crashing into his awareness. The sky was clear and calm, but harsh breath still tore out as the rush of battle slowly drained from his body. Chris looked over the field and saw his men bent double, armor stained and legs shaking from chasing their liege without rest. He remembered that night when the young knight had marched ahead through a field of bodies, and the soldiers had chased after him, teeth clenched, refusing to be left behind. Back under the blue sky, Chris counted them in his head and felt his chest loosen when he realized all 30 were still standing, and none had taken a wound that would end them. The soldiers could barely stay on their feet, leaning on blades and armor, yet every one of them still gripped a weapon, proving exactly why the liege had chosen this group. One of the soldiers stared ahead, sweat running down his face, as he admitted to himself that the only reason any of them were still alive was because they had followed a monster that broke every rule of common sense. The soldier's eyes went wide as the truth sank in, both fear and awe twisting in his chest at the thought of fighting beside someone like that. Roman looked over the battered group and, in his usual calm tone, told them they had done well just by making it through alive. The battered soldiers understood it now. They had done what they came here to do, and their part in this war was finished. The heavy chains rattled as the great gate moved, opening the way back into Lawrence's stone walls. Roman walked at the front of the small column, guiding his worn-out knights across the bridge and back toward the people they had just saved. Inside the gate, the people of Lawrence packed the passage, clapping and shouting Roman's name, swearing they would never forget how he had saved them. Watching the cheers, the Lord of Lawrence let out a quiet sigh, feeling it was a shame that such a man had to walk this harsh path at all. He remembered sensing that Roman was different from the first meeting, but even he had never imagined that this young lord would take down Flair alone. In his mind, the lord could only call it overwhelming talent, as if Dimitri itself had given birth to a tiger in human form. In his thoughts, that tiger kept charging forward, and he knew that if things had not twisted the way they did, Roman's power might have grown into something that shook the entire continent. In his mind, Lawrence stood before that human tiger, and quietly regretted that this monster of a man could have been part of his family. His hand tightened on his cloak as he pushed that regret down, telling himself that chance was gone and he had to focus on what lay ahead. Out in the cold stone yard, Lawrence spread his hands and greeted Roman with real joy, happy just to see the young lord standing there alive. The lord's face softened as he reached out, saying how glad he was to meet Roman again and making it clear he now saw him as a true ally. Roman answered with a slight smile, accepting the warmth without any fuss, as if this kind of respect was only natural after what he had done. The two men clasped hands in front of the open gate, and the people around them roared, knowing this grip meant Lawrence and Dimitri now stood on the same side. Later, warm light filled a grand hall lined with carved columns, a calm space waiting for the next meeting to start. In that quiet hall, Flora pressed a hand to her chest, and a little awkward but honest, thanked Roman for everything he had done for Lawrence. Out in the bright hall, Flora nervously admits that her group failed to play their part as bait, yet Roman never once looked away from their danger and still rushed to help Lawrence. She tells him that even if they were weak, his steady support meant everything, and she truly wants him to know how thankful she is. Roman answers calmly that he only did what he had agreed to do and nothing more. He adds that Lawrence also lived up to what he had hoped for, making it clear he does not see himself as the only one who did well. Flora tightens her hand and says that even if he thinks thanks are pointless, she still wants to repay the favor somehow. She tells him that when the conference starts, he should speak up about anything he wants, hinting that this meeting could change more than just today. Flora meets his eyes and firmly promises that, whatever he asks for there, she will stand on his side and push until he receives it. Roman's lips curl into a small knowing smile as he accepts her stubborn wish to repay him, without pushing her away or making it awkward. Roman tells Flora that if her wish to return the favor stays strong, he has no reason to turn it down and will accept whatever support she brings. Servant reaches for the heavy handle and pulls the grand doors open, clearing the way for the meeting that will decide what happens next. Bathed in the light spilling from inside, Roman sweeps his arm toward the open doorway and tells Flora it is time to head into the conference room. Inside, nobles and envoys sit around the long table, trading low words as the air fills with a mix of tension and cautious hope. One of the nobles points out that this gathering is their chance, saying that if they push to end these clashes now, the other side will have to at least consider peace. Roman rests his chin on his gloved hand, thinks it over for a moment, and then agrees, signaling that he is willing to push this plan forward. Another voice reminds the group that Barco still commands plenty of troops, so any move they make has to avoid stirring up more trouble and dragging their own people into danger. Lawrence's leader tells everyone that clinging to old grudges will only drag them down, and that they need to start aiming for peace instead. The Lord of Lawrence agrees that peace is the right goal, But he admits they only stopped the last attack because they had help, and that Lawrence alone cannot keep blocking Barco forever. As the nobles move toward sending a messenger, Roman raises a hand and calmly asks to speak, stopping the plan before it can settle. The Lord of Lawrence nods and tells Roman to share his thoughts, and the room quiets as everyone turns their attention to him. Roman steps out from his seat and explains that Barco borrowed a huge amount of money, and the only way they see to pay it back is by taking over Lawrence. Roman finishes by saying that if they send a messenger to Barco now, the only thing they can expect back is that Envoy's life being taken as a threat. The nobles fall quiet, some swallowing hard and gripping their seats, as they picture the cost of sending anyone into Barco's hands now. The Lord of Lawrence stiffened, sweat running down his cheek as he was asked how he could watch his men carry bodies outside and feel nothing. Outside, the ground was stained red as wounded soldiers struggled to move, and someone growled that Barco could never be forgiven for this. Roman rose from his seat and said they had to show the whole world how they would repay the brutes who dared to strike Lawrence. The Lord of Lawrence lowered his head and with a bitter look admitted they wanted payback too, but with their current strength they felt helpless. Roman's eyes narrowed with calm certainty as he told them there was only one path left to take. With a cold smile, Roman spoke of how gentle prey existed only to be torn apart by savage beasts, making it clear which side he planned for Lawrence to stand on. The Lord of Lawrence stared at Roman, eyes wide and trembling, as if he had just realized there was a real beast sitting in the room with him. Inside a command tent, the Barco leader smashed his fists into the map and roared Roman Dimitri's name, raging over what reason that upstart had to interfere in Barco's affairs. The Barco leader finally spat out his answer, saying they should settle this within one-on-one fight. Roman stared back at him, eyes steady, already weighing how he could turn that demand into an advantage. The old crest of crossed blades burned in blue light, calling for a clash where chosen warriors would decide everything with their lives on the line. Barco stood as their enemy, backed by friends in the central government and mountains of borrowed gold that could buy almost any favor. With that kind of money, Barco could drag in any monster of a master, and no one on the Lawrence side had a clue who might step onto the field. Roman listened to all that fear and simply nodded, saying he understood and would give them something solid to rely on from this point forward. The knights around the table fell quiet, all eyes on Roman as they tried to grasp how he planned to back up such a promise. The Lawrence lord swallowed hard, but Roman stayed calm, pointing out that if they truly trusted in a win, staking everything on a warrior battle was their best move. In Roman's mind, it did not matter if Barco sent one of their own knights or some famous hired blade. He was sure he could step in and secure at least one win for Lawrence. The Lawrence lord tensed and reminded him that even the strongest warrior meant little if they took one match and then dropped the next two. Chris stood wrapped in a sharp blue aura, blade steady in his hands, looking every bit like the genius knight they were betting the third battle on. The Lawrence lord laid it out plainly. If they won this warrior battle, their ruined name could climb back up from the bottom. As the others took that in, Roman moved away from the table and headed straight toward Flora, already thinking about what he needed from her. Flora remembered Roman telling her to say what she wanted during the talks. A chill ran through her as she wondered if this was what he had meant all along. Standing in front of Roman, Flora finally understood that this was exactly what he had wanted from her, and the weight of that choice pressed down on her. Flora steadied herself as she realized Roman planned to fight as their warrior and expected Lawrence to deal with every twist on their own. In her mind, the path ahead looked like a gate already cracking under the strain of what was coming. Watching Roman, Flora could only admit to herself that he was a dangerous man to stand beside. Even so, she drew a slow breath, closed her eyes, and agreed to the warrior battle. With both sides in agreement, a sealed scroll carrying the terms of the warrior battle changed hands and set everything in motion. Only a week after the challenge went out, a full arena stood ready, and Count Surt stepped forward to announce himself as the one presiding over the warrior battle. Count Surt raised his voice, declaring that this warrior battle was a sacred clash blessed by Valhalla and would be carried out under his judgment. The judge spread his arms and ordered both houses to name 3 warriors each and hand over the order they would fight in. Roman slowly poured himself a drink and watched the Barco nobles laugh around their table, saying nothing as he measured how calm they seemed. Roman thought back to the extra week before the battle and pointed out that Barco had dragged things out on purpose instead of feeling pressed by their growing debt. Across the way, the Barco nobles laughed over their drinks, their easy smiles making it clear they were not the least bit nervous about the battle. Watching that confidence, the Lawrence lord guessed that Barco must have brought in a powerful outside master to carry them through the matches. Roman and the Lawrence lord rose from their seats, the legs of the chairs scraping across the floor, while one of their knights sagged back, breathing hard, already worn down by the strain of getting ready for this battle. Their first idea had been simple. Roman would open to grab the first win, a Lawrence knight would take the second match, and Chris, their genius swordsman, would step in last to finish the whole thing. Roman calmly states that Chris will open the matches instead. The Lawrence lord and the young woman jolt in shock, realizing Roman just threw out their careful plan. Roman adds that he will take the second fight himself, facing whatever secret fighter Barco brought. He turns the whole plan into one simple idea: overwhelm the enemy so hard they never recover. The crowd leans over the fence, pointing at the stage and trading guesses, the noise rising as they argue over who will win this strange lineup. A tall knight in white armor steps out and gives his name as Jansen of Barco, a 3-star aura knight, making it clear why Barco looked so relaxed before. Across from him, Chris of Lawrence steps forward in full armor, calmly stating his name and rank as a 2-star aura knight. As Chris takes his place on the stage, people in the crowd whisper that he is Jonatharus's gifted pupil from the northeast. They wonder why a mere 2-star was sent out against a 3-star, fearing a rare talent might be wasted. Chris narrows his eyes, unfazed by the worried voices. He reminds himself that strength only comes by taking risks, which is why he left his safe little world and chose to follow his liege onto battlefields like this. The battle flag snaps hard in the wind as the judge gives the order to start, and the first clash between Jansen and Chris finally begins. Their blades met again and again, tearing long scars into the arena floor as raw aura scraped across the ground. Fire-colored aura crashed down like a waterfall, but Chris kept moving, forcing his body to slip through the burning gap. As he weaved between the strikes, Chris remembered the first time he crossed blades with his liege and what that fight had taught him. Back then, he had learned that even the strongest aura meant nothing if it never landed, and that speed and timing could flip any gap in power. He threw his whole focus into slipping past each swing, telling himself to keep dodging until a single clear gap appeared. The Barco Knight snapped and hurled himself after Chris, pouring rage into each strike as he chased the smaller knight around the arena. With a furious roar, Jansen dropped a full-powered strike toward Chris, trying to end the match in a single crushing hit. Then Jansen's power burst outward, turning into a towering field of red light that swallowed the arena, and Chris realized with a jolt that this aura now covered everything around him. With the arena sealed in burning light, Chris felt cornered and knew he could not dodge forever. Panic hit him for breath, and his mind reached out to Roman, the calm figure wrapped in dark purple power who had once shown him the path through impossible odds. Remembering that lesson, the young knight forced his scattered aura to narrow, pulling it into a thin line and then into a sharp point until it flowed like a tight blue stream through the air. Jansen hurled a blazing wave down at him, the strike so big it seemed to swallow the arena. Chris did not run this time and instead planted his feet, raising his blade to drive that single sharpened aura straight into the heart of the oncoming blow. When the light faded, the Barco Knight lay on the arena floor, dark hair spread out and red staining the tiles around his head, proof that Chris's single point of power had broken through. All around the arena, people shot to their feet, shouting Chris's name again and again as they stared at the lone knight still standing over his fallen foe. Chest heaving and armor soaked with sweat, Chris raised his voice and reminded everyone that a mere 2-star knight had just taken down a 3-star, turning what looked like a simple win into a clear shock to every noble watching. The stands go wild as people shout that a mere 2-star just took down a 3-star knight. Even the ones who were bored before are on their feet now, stunned by what they just watched. Near the arena, a Barco noble curls his hand into a tight fist, his knuckles shaking. Jansen's loss hits him like a slap and he can barely keep his temper in check. The Barco noble grits his teeth, thinking how he had planned to end everything cleanly by the second match. With Jansen down, he now sees the final match has suddenly become the real fight. He forces his jaw to relax and tells himself the second match no longer matters. As long as his real trump card works, this stumble can still be buried. The Barco noble calms himself by remembering the fighter he secured with a mountain of money, a card he believes cannot lose. In his mind, that one move will crush Roman's rise and restore Barco's pride. Under the shade of the tent, a blue-haired knight jerks awake and rubs his eyes as an official steps up to him. He asks if it is finally his turn, sounding more bored than worried. An announcer's voice booms across the grounds, calling the next Barco Knight to step onto the sand. The roar cuts through the leftover noise from Chris's victory and drags every eye back to the arena. Standing alone on the tiles, Hameros stretches his neck and lazily introduces himself as Hameros of Barco, a 4-star aura knight. His relaxed tone makes it clear he sees himself as the real wall Roman's side has to break. Knights and nobles alike freeze as they realize the man on the sand is Hameros, a name they never expected to hear in a small match like this. Hameros, the relaxed knight on the arena floor, is revealed as rank 49 in the whole kingdom, a level that should never have been sent for a match like this. Ranks first started in the Valhalla Empire, where strength was everything and warriors were judged by clear numbers. In that empire, warriors threw themselves into deadly fights, dreaming of reaching Valhalla so their courage and power would be seen and remembered. Their battles were carefully written down, and the names of those who proved strongest were listed, slowly forming the first official ranks. In Cairo, Hameros' name was known by everyone, since he wandered from place to place just to clash with the strongest people he could find. People in the stands whisper that Hameros only just broke through to 4-star, and many start saying this match is already decided in Barco's favor. Down on the sand, Hameros stands alone with power rolling off him, and people who had just cheered Chris's win now realize that fight might have been nothing more than a warm-up. Hameros' lips curl into a small, amused smile, as if this whole match is nothing but light fun to him. Roman watches with a calm grin, thinking about how a star or a knight has stepped onto his stage and how that only makes things more interesting. He remembers meeting with an information guild in secret, paying them to track Barco's moves, only to learn they had almost nothing useful on what Barco was really hiding. Back in the arena, Roman smiles to himself, eager for the fight ahead, knowing that just as Barco hid their real monster, none of them have any idea how strong he has become. Down on the sand, the young knight stares up at Roman's distant figure, feeling like he is standing at the foot of a mountain, and knowing this is his one shot to clash with someone he had only ever seen mentioned in books. Flora's eyes widen, and she blurts out that the man on the sand is actually rank 49 Hameros, suddenly grasping how unfair this match really is. A clear record flashes in everyone's mind, marking Hameros as rank 49, a fighter so gifted that people already expect him to break into rank 30 or even higher before long. Flora clutches her comrade's hand, warning him that facing a ranker like Hameros is madness and urging him to stay alive, even if it means backing down. Roman glances at Flora and tells her to just hope they somehow win the next match. Ameros narrows his eyes at Roman, hating how Roman looks at him like some untouchable ruler. Roman calmly says that it is time for them to deal with this surprise, and declares that they will send out their knight. Flora clutches her chest and cries out that there is no reason for anyone to throw their life away in a battle they cannot win. Her hand shoots out and grabs Roman's wrist, as if sheer grip could keep him from stepping into the arena. Roman glares at her and snaps that he has no interest in explaining himself, telling her to stop bothering him and to take her hands off him. Roman marches down toward the sand, cloak flying behind him, and introduces himself as Roman Dmitri of Lawrence. Across from him, the ranker slowly pulls out a sword blazing with golden light, making it clear this fight will be anything but simple. The ranker yanks his sword free in one smooth motion, cold steel catching the light as he gets ready to rush Roman. The ranker eyes Roman with boredom, annoyed that he has to waste time on someone this week when he is already planning for his match against rank 30 Fernando. He mutters that they should finish this fast, then leans forward like a sprinter at the starting line. A towering wave of blue aura tears through the air toward the arena floor, the ranker throwing all that power straight at Roman, who just stands there with his golden blade lowered. Chris and the nearby knight stare wide-eyed at the blur of movement, barely able to track the ranker and gasping at how fast he moved. The ranker rides his own aura like a falling comet, slamming his blade down toward Roman, as the golden sword rises to meet the blow in a burst of light. Roman stands steady behind his crossed blade, golden steel locked against the glowing sword as blue aura rages around him, his calm eyes saying the strike was nothing special. Their clash sends another stream of blue energy shooting across the arena, yet Roman still holds firm. Seeing that, the ranker breaks into a sharp grin, admitting to himself that this opponent might actually be fun. The ranker dives again from above, pouring blue aura into a brutal downward strike, but Roman just plants his feet and catches the blow on his golden sword, splitting the light between them. Aura wraps tight around the ranker's sword, turning into a dense purple stream along the edge as he starts to shape his power instead of just throwing it around. The ranker leans in with a crazed grin, mind racing, as he wonders what kind of trick Roman is using to shape aura in a way he has never seen before. Roman's gaze stays steady and bored, and that quiet calm makes the ranker feel like he is being looked down on, as if Roman still has not bothered to take him seriously. Blue light roars up around the ranker as he releases his 3-star aura extreme, grinning as he admits that Roman's strange power has finally caught his interest. With that choice made, the ranker drives his power down and a ring of blue energy explodes from his feet, carving a crater in the arena while Roman watches from the edge of the storm. Up in the stands, people grab the rail and grit their teeth as the shockwave slams into them, the air so heavy with aura that even watching the fight feels dangerous. Roman's purple eye narrows, completely calm inside the raging aura, as he decides there is no need to let this noisy display go on any longer. Roman steps forward, boot cutting into the edge of the blue crater, and the raging ranker finally realizes that monster is walking straight through his strongest move. Purple energy pours off Roman as his power twists into a dark, shapeless vortex, and he calmly shows that his heavenly demon sword technique does not follow any fixed form the ranker can read or block. Roman slowly turns his head, eyes steady, already lining up the next step in his formless sword art. With his eyes shut and breath even, Roman calls up the heavenly demon sword technique's third move, letting the world fade as only his target and the numbered strike remain.